Chapter 24. Tessa Marsh huddled under a filthy blanket, her hands in her armpits to keep them warm, and tried to work out how long she had been trapped. The darkness made it hard to keep track, and she hadn't been hungry since she woke up. Sleepy, yes, definitely. She had been so sleepy she assumed the water was spiked with something. It wasn't normal to sleep so much. But then, nothing was normal. Whatever the reason, she couldn't work out how many meals she might have missed, or how many days and nights might have passed in the endless darkness. That left the bucket. She'd used the bucket 4 times, and cried every time. It was horrible, demeaning, dirty. It stank. She stank. "If you're keeping me here to have your wicked way with me, I'm going to need a bath first," she called into the silence, as if he could hear. Maybe he was listening. Maybe he was watching her. A night vision camera would work, and she'd never know it was there. She stared blindly around her, searching for a giveaway red light or some kind of reflection, imagining herself in blank-eyed awkwardness on a green-lit screen, while someone watched her, laughing himself sick at how ridiculous she looked. If he was watching, he had seen her try to unknot the chain the first time she tried. Now she kept the blanket over her legs, hiding her hands from view as they worked on it. The chain was keeping her calm. The chain was keeping her sane. The chain was her one and only chance. No one had come since she'd been in the hut. No one had walked nearby. All she had heard was the wind whining through gaps in the walls, and the rain rattling on the roof, the trees creaking like ships on the high seas. And she'd heard her own voice. She went through phases of calling, shouting, screaming. Sometimes she thought about Paul. She thought about her parents, her friends. They would be devastated, she knew. They would be desperate to find her. The police would be looking. Someone might stumble across her, especially if she made a noise. So she made a noise as much as she could, tapping an empty water container against a full one, in time to songs she hummed to herself. She couldn't imagine where she might be that no one would come near. Farmland? Woods? But people were everywhere. Someone would come. Most of the time she stayed quiet. She slept. She warmed her hands. She worked on the chain. She slept again, and when she woke up, nothing had changed. But Tessa wasn't stupid. She'd thought about it, and she knew that she couldn't stay there forever. She was trapped for a reason. Someone wanted her to be in the hut, but alive. Even though they'd left plenty of supplies, she would run out of food eventually. So someone had to come. And when they came, she wanted to be ready for them. Under the blanket, Tessa reached down to her ankle and began to tease the narrow links over one another, working slowly and steadily. It took a long time. That was all right. She had nothing else to do. Chapter 25. At first glance, there was no way into the house where Leo Stone had lived for a time, where Willa Howard's blood was found on a wisp of plastic, in a cupboard, in a locked room. Someone from the council, the police, or another branch of officialdom, had arranged for metal screens to be nailed across the windows and the front door. It was enough to stop squatters from trying their luck, but not enough to prevent the graffiti artists from venting their feelings. "Murderer" straggled across the door, sprayed on in blood-red paint that had seeped into the brickwork, where they had gone over the edge of the metal sheeting. I wondered what the neighbours made of it. The house on the left looked empty, the windows grey with dust and the walls bare. I wouldn't have wanted to live next to Leo Stone either. I made my way down the side of the house to a narrow iron gate. The local police station held a key for the padlock, and had been more than happy to let me take it, once I explained who I was and what business I had with the house. They had checked my credentials carefully. "Sorry," the civilian receptionist had said, handing me back my ID, having phoned Una Burt. "We get so many journalists these days. They'll say anything to get into the house." I would have said almost anything, if it meant I didn't have to go inside the house. I had called Una Burt and told her what I'd found at the nature reserve. We hadn't made that connection before. It wasn't quite a question. "No," I said, "not as far as I know." "We'll look into it." A pause. "Well done." I thought I could... But she was gone. So, I was still exiled from the main investigation. I was at Leo Stone's house from a sense of duty, and a nagging feeling that someone had missed something. DCI Whitlock had searched the house, just as he'd scoured the nature reserve, but he hadn't picked up on the significance of the mural. I knew objectively that he would have done a good job at the house, but I couldn't take it on trust. The gate opened with a shriek of metal, dragging on the concrete path. I shut it and locked it behind me. The last thing I wanted was to have an unexpected visitor join me in Leo Stone's den. I was nervous enough already. It was almost dark, the short day drizzling towards a cold, miserable evening, and I wanted more than anything to go home. Not to Derwent's flat. That wasn't home. It was a stopgap, nothing more. I wanted to go home to my parents, to be fed and scolded and loved. The women who had apparently died in Leo Stone's grim little house had been daughters, like me. They had been loved, like me. They'd been taken away from their parents, their homes, and their futures at a stranger's whim, for his passing gratification. Alive, they had meant nothing to him. Dead, they had satisfied some desire I couldn't understand. So, I wanted to go home and allow myself to be loved, instead of thinking the uneasy thoughts that were hunting through my mind. The side door was locked, and an additional bolt had been screwed into the wood. It, too, was padlocked into place. I sorted through the keys and, with some difficulty, managed to unlock the door. It had swelled in the rain, or from lack of use, and I had to shove it hard a few times until it gave way. I rubbed my shoulder ruefully, wishing I had Derwent with me for the muscle alone, and sidled through the gap into the kitchen. I'd seen the house in photographs already. They had done a good job of recording the place and the life Leo Stone had led there. My imagination replaced the dirty dishes in the sink, the rotting fruit in a bowl, the dirt on the floor and the grease strips on the cooker. Someone, Kelly, had cleaned it since then, wiping down all the surfaces, emptying the cupboards. The doors hung open, revealing bare shelves in the light of my torch. Even the pictures were gone from the walls. A few dusty rectangles, like ghosts of what had been there. The calendar, the clock, the picture of horses in a field. The room smelt of plaster dust and dead air. I walked through to the front of the house, to the icy living room, where Leo had been drinking when the police knocked on his door. The metal screens on the windows shut out what little light was left in the day, and I wished the electricity was still on in the house. My torch was powerful, but it only showed me a dizzy fraction of the room at a time. The sofa had left a tide mark along the wall, where decades of greasy heads had rested. A broken stand was all that was left of the television. The carpet was worn, and it wasn't my imagination that the soles of my boots stuck to it. I caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye and almost screamed before I recognised what it was. A mouse running along the skirting board past a closed door. It shot into the hall. I followed it and took a quick look at what was upstairs. Dark, empty rooms, musty air, a chipped sink in one bedroom, with a dripping tap that had left a brown stain on the porcelain. The bathroom was clean at least, but that didn't make it pleasant. I dragged myself back downstairs, knowing there was one last room to look at. The door I had ignored in the living room, because I was aware of what lay behind it. The door wasn't locked. I swallowed hard and pushed it open, misjudging how much force I needed. It swung back against the wall with a bang that echoed through the empty house. The room was dark, and it looked very different from the crime scene pictures. I took a moment to orientate myself. That was the window, coated with black paint. That was where the bed had been, and the cupboard. There was the stain, where the floorboards had been removed. It was larger than I'd thought. The blood had spread over a wide area, I saw. Rachel Healy's blood. Or someone else's. The whole room had been cleaned and cleaned again. And then forensic teams had taken away everything they could for further examination. And then Kelly, or someone else, had cleaned what was left. I couldn't smell blood in the air. That was my imagination. But my imagination told me the room stank of death. And I believed it. I thought of the places Rachel Healy had lived, the rooms where she had worked and laughed and slept. If I was right, this was the place she had died. The darkness seemed to press against my back, trailing icy fingers along my bones. I turned, the torch stabbing into the room. And there was no one there. But my heart was slow to get the message. It thudded painfully in my chest, which was doubly annoying when I was trying to listen for any sound that might alert me to a threat. Somewhere nearby, a dog gave 2 high, sharp barks, and my nerve broke completely. I backed away, leaving the door hanging open, and hurried through the chilly hall to let myself out of the side door. The evidence of what had happened was gone, I told myself. I couldn't get a conviction based on a bad feeling. Standing around in the house, communing with the spirits of dead women, was ghoulish rather than useful. Besides, it was a quick way to get pneumonia. I was trying every key the local police had given me to find the one that locked the side door, swearing to cheer myself up, when a voice said, "Hello?" Surprise made my head snap up as I turned, and I mistimed it, colliding with the wall with blinding force. I put a hand to my forehead, convinced it was bleeding, and blurted out one last, "Jesus Christ!" "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Did I give you a fright?" She was peering over the fence that divided Leo Stone's house from the one next door. She had to be 70, and looked about as threatening as a fluffy slipper. Dyed straight black hair, thick glasses on a chain, a purple raincoat. "Do the police know you're here, dear? Because I don't think anyone should be going into that house unless the police know about it." "I am the police," I said, which was the best I could manage at that moment. "Are you? Because I'm going to need to see your identification." Her voice quavered a little, and I realised she was scared. "That's what the police told me to do." "Very wise." I handed it across the fence and occupied myself with the door while she peered at the card. "This is you, is it?" I grinned at her. My own mother wouldn't recognise me from that picture, but if you want to check my driver's licence, it's a better one. "Thank you." She spent a good long time looking at the licence and back at me, while I tried to look pleasant and unthreatening. Yes, I see. Well, I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's fine. I took my wallet back. You must have had a lot of strange people hanging around in the last couple of years, since Mr. Stone was arrested. Oh, yes, dear. It's been awful, and they're so rude. Probably because they know you're right, and they shouldn't be here. Well, yes. They assume they have a right to poke around here, you know. It's public interest, they say. Well, it's my home, and I don't want people peering through windows and knocking on doors to ask me what I knew about what was going on. I completely understand, I said, as if my next question hadn't been going to be about what she'd seen when Leo Stone was in residence. It must be very annoying. It is. People writing books. Foreign journalists, too. I don't see why someone in Denmark or France should be interested in what happened here. Or didn't happen. What do you think happened? Me? I couldn't say. Wouldn't like to speculate. Behind her glasses, her eyes were sharp. I bet the police talked to you already. Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? They haven't. I made a statement over the phone, saying I hadn't seen anything, you know, because I hadn't. Mind you, I was away when it all kicked off. In Australia. She drew out the last word, her voice full of longing. My daughter's out there, you see. She had me out to stay with her. I was away for 6 months, April to October. By the time I came back, he was on trial, wasn't he? So I ran into all the journalists and whatnot, but the police were finished. Which is why I was surprised to find you here. I pulled out my notebook. Could I take your name? Jill Ross. Mrs. Jill Ross. Were you aware of anything strange going on in this house before Leo Stone was arrested? No, nothing. I'd have done something about it if I had. Called the cops, you know. But there was no reason to be worried. I was glad to see the house occupied again. Not that I knew him, you know. I didn't see him. I'd have a chat with the son, you know, in the garden or whatever, over the fence. He was all right. Loved the sound of his own voice a bit too much if you ask me, but he was friendly. He's a very outgoing person, I said, and she sniffed. So what are you doing here? Checking up on the place? A bit of that. He's out, isn't he? Leo? For the moment. She cackled, and I reflected that a modern-day witch probably would wear purple anoraks rather than black cloaks. You don't like that, do you? Him being out? Have you seen him since he was released? No. No one's been round here. You're the first one I've seen in ages. A scrabbling sound made her break off, looking down. Benson, stop it! A muffled bark answered her. It was Benson, I guessed, that I'd heard barking earlier. What kind of dog is he? Little terrier, he is. There's a bit of pug in him, and a bit of a few other things. He's my pride and joy. And a pain in the arse. She called the last few words after him as, with a skittering of claws, he rattled along the fence into her back garden. I bet he's good company. Oh, he is. He has to listen to me yapping all the time. That's why I can't really complain about him barking. The neighbours do, obviously. Somewhere in the garden, Benson gave vent to a growl that ended in a yelp. Leave it! He's gone after something. A rat, probably. Mrs. Ross sighed. Hope he doesn't try to bring it in, that's all. Here, don't go through the fence, you little bastard. Her answer was a scuffle as Benson did exactly that, wriggling through to the garden on my side to bark in joyful freedom. He knows I can't come after him, you see. She held on to the top of the fence, straining to see. I thought I'd blocked up all the loose planks, but he digs his way through. Determined he is. She peered into the garden, genuinely anxious. You can't see him, can you? I'll have a look. I pulled my torch out of my pocket again and made my way down the side of the house to be confronted with a sea of mud and weeds and a shed right at the back. It was covered from the ground to the roof with spindly bindweed, like something from a grotesque fairy tale. The whole garden had been dug up, I remembered, when they were looking for Rachel. There had been shrubs and even a tree at one stage. Now, like the house, it was bare. Bright lights snapped on in the garden next door. I thought that might help. Mrs. Ross appeared over the fence. Can you see him? No. I crouched, probing the shadows with my torch. The glare of the outdoor lights had done for my night vision. I could hear the dogs sniffing around somewhere nearby, but I couldn't see him. I think he might be behind the shed. That's where he likes to go. There must be a rat's nest there. Horrible things. I really wished I was still wearing my wellies. Gingerly, I picked my way down the garden, sliding in the soft ground. They made a right mess of this, didn't they? What were they looking for? Bodies? Evidence, I said over my shoulder, taking a long stride to reach a concrete paving slab that seemed to offer a safe place to stand. And they didn't find any. They found enough. Can't have, or you wouldn't be here. It was a fair point. I wanted to see it for myself. Another step landed me on the end of a plank. I edged along it, knowing that if I slipped in either direction, I would be up to the ankle in soft, sucking mud. I can see him! Benson! Benson! Come out of there! She was looking down the side of the shed. I reached the filthy concrete plinth that extended from under it and bent to look. A small black rump was visible, the tail wagging from 10 to 2 at high speed. Benson! I clicked my fingers. Hey! Benson! He won't come to you, dear. You'll have to grab him. There were brambles with sharp, curving thorns between me and the dog. I absolutely did not want to reach through them to grab him. One of us, or both of us, would end up with severe lacerations. Benson! The rump disappeared, and I heard excited snuffling from behind the shed, going away from me. For fuck's sake! Go round the other side, the witch commanded, elbows on the fence, thoroughly enjoying herself. You'll never be able to get him from where you are. He's been a little devil since they moved the shed. Since who moved the shed? The police? I was half listening to her, half concentrating on Benson. I crept around to the other side of the shed and peered down it. He was coming towards me, his attention all on the weeds that sprouted from under the concrete plinth. Oh, no. No, it was Leo and his son who moved it. It used to be over the other side of the garden. She pointed at a pile of pavers, neatly stacked by the investigators who had levered them up. No, this was never over here. Well, it couldn't be, could it? Why not? She had my full attention now. Because what's under it is the old septic tank, from before these houses were on the main sewage. Not what people expect nowadays, but when we moved in, all of the houses had their own tank, and you had to leave access to it so they could pump it out when it was full. She cackled. Lovely job that was. The smell was something you'd never forget. You young people won't remember that. And going outside to use the toilet. If you had to go, you went, but you didn't hang around." I lunged and got hold of Benson's collar, drawing him towards me as he tried to nip my hand. He weighed very little, I discovered, when I was able to grab him with both hands and carry his small, wriggling body over to his owner. Sorry, did you say this was built on a septic tank?" "Somewhere under all that concrete, yes." She kissed the dog on the mouth, making little noises that I tried to ignore. "But the police must have known that. Someone must have told them." "When was the shed moved?" A while ago. Before I went away. In January or February. Freezing cold it was. Made me wonder why Leo was out there in the garden. He wasn't what you'd call a keen gardener as a rule." "And you didn't mention this in your statement?" "Never occurred to me, to be honest." She kissed the dog on the top of his head. "I'm not the sort to gossip, am I?" Chapter 26. Police are conducting a large excavation in the garden of a house in Dagenham in East London. A police spokesman refused to comment on reasons for the excavation, although the house was at one time the home of Leo Stone. Mr. Stone is awaiting a retrial for the kidnap and murder of 2 women in 2013. He was released on appeal last month. And now to sport, and it's going to be a busy weekend. Liv turned off the car radio and pointed across me. "There's a space. I like your optimism." I set about fitting the car into it, despite the fact it was barely big enough for us and hemmed in by other vehicles. In other circumstances, I wouldn't have dreamed of parking there, but spaces were hard to come by behind the police cordon. The larger the cordon, the more police that were needed to keep it secure. So the street was cluttered with transport vans, as well as the Forensic Science Services vehicles. The press were a solid mass along the barriers that had gone up overnight, before anyone outside the police had an inkling we would be digging in Leo Stone's garden again. It hadn't taken long for the word to get out. Hundreds of lenses were trained on the scene, recording the nothing much that was going on outside the house. All the action was in the garden behind it. There was very little we could do about the helicopters that took turns to circle overhead, filming the white-suited forensic officers padding back and forth from the tented area that covered the shed. But I knew they would need images for their reports. Something to run while the journalist's voiceover gave viewers the scant details we'd allowed them to know. The reports might have been restrained, but the journalists weren't. I got out of the car to a barrage of shouted questions and camera flashes. I went around to the other side, where Liv was, so I could put on my wellies unobserved. "Does this have anything to do with Tessa Marsh's disappearance? Are you looking for a body?" Liv rolled her eyes as the reporters yelled, and I grinned at her, despite the grim reason for us being at the house in the first place. You had to find reasons to laugh, or you'd never make it through the day. "Is Tessa Marsh buried in the garden? Have her family been informed?" The only thing to do was ignore them. I couldn't tell them anything useful. They had to ask, I understood that. I hoped, all the same, that Tessa Marsh's family had been well briefed by now. They would be jumping on every rumour, every suggestion, hoping for good news, fearing the worst. "Look what you did," Liv said, as we headed for Leo Stone's house. This was a perfectly normal suburban street before you called in the diggers. Perfectly normal is pushing it. You haven't met the neighbours yet. I showed my ID to the officer who was keeping the scene log and led the way down the side of the house. Jesus, it looks like the Somme. Liv stopped to survey it. Did we do this? Not recently. I don't think it ever recovered from the last search. How come they didn't know about the septic tank? The neighbour I met was away, and all the other residents arrived too recently to know about the septic tanks. It's buried under a few feet of concrete, so the cadaver dogs didn't sniff it out during the last search. Or they did, and the handlers assumed it was a false positive. The dogs aren't infallible. And neither are we, Liv shivered. When do you think they'll break through the concrete? A while, I should think. Sounds as if they're still dismantling the shed. I could hear sawing coming from under the canvas tent that covered the entire area. The forensic search team had been on site since 7 o'clock, and it was getting on for 9. Kev Cox, the crime scene manager, would be taking his time. You couldn't hurry him. Even begging didn't work. So the shed would be reduced to its individual parts, which would be numbered and listed on a plan, on the off chance that they ever needed to reconstruct it. Then they would bring in the equipment to break up the concrete slab. Only then would Kev turn his attention to what lay beneath it. His team would have special scanning equipment to look for disturbances in the soil. Telltale anomalies. You could hide a body, but not forever, and certainly not from Kev Cox. We would know at that stage whether there was anything significant to find. And if there wasn't anything, I would feel like a fool. A large gazebo had been erected on the left of the garden, providing shelter for the officers and crime scene technicians who weren't currently engaged in the search. The officers included not only Una Bird and Derwent, but Superintendent Godley too. The 3 of them were standing together, intent on their conversation. I'd have preferred to go back out on the street, then stand under the canvas with them, but Liv had already headed that way. Any news so far? At the sound of her voice, the tight huddle broke apart. Not yet. Godley looked past her to me. Good morning, Maeve. Boss? I hoped I sounded matter-of-fact instead of hurt. Derwent stared stonily into the middle distance, while DCI Bert gave me a brisk, slightly awkward nod. This is your work, I gather? Godley smiled. I shouldn't be surprised. You always find things other people miss. I was not going to allow myself to be charmed that easily. I would have missed it too, if the neighbours hadn't told me about it. But you were the one who persuaded her to talk. The main problem was getting her to stop. I turned to DCI Bert. Ma'am, is there anything you want me to do while I'm here? You could brief us on what you know about Rachel Healy. I gave them a short rundown on her background and how she had disappeared. Godley listened intently, as if it was the first time he'd really paid attention to any of the details of her disappearance. It sounds as if there were suspects who should have been considered. The ex-boyfriend, for starters. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I held the sarcasm back because Godley was, after all, many ranks senior to me. I believe the original investigation ruled Dan Forbes Stanton out. Besides, he didn't strike me as the type. Not every murderer looks the type, Derwent said to the horizon. I'm aware of that, I snapped, losing my hold on my temper for a split second. I went on more calmly. He was very quiet and direct, and not at all upset by talking about their relationship or how it ended. If he'd killed her, I'd have expected him to be more edgy. I'd have expected him to talk a lot more than he did, too. Guilt does make people ramble, Godley nodded. Fair enough. In the absence of any other reason to suspect him, we'll assume he wasn't involved. But there must have been other suspects aside from Leo Stone. Of course. Her friends were concerned about her. They were fairly certain she was in a relationship with someone else, but if she was, she kept it quiet. I folded my arms, shivering in the raw morning air. She was also using another phone, I think. I had a look at her phone records. I'd expected to find a record of multiple phone calls and messages to one number in the weeks before she died, but there was nothing. So, whoever she was seeing wanted to be untraceable. Could have been a married man. Derwent was now taking an interest in the mud at his feet. Could have been her killer, I countered. We have to consider whether Kelly Lambert was involved in this. I can't imagine Rachel being in a relationship with Leo Stone, no matter how much she wanted to be degraded. But Kelly might be a different matter. You liked him, Derwent said, and I nodded. He has charm. Maybe too much of it. Anyway, we've no way of knowing who Rachel was involved with. If she had a separate phone for him, we don't know where it is now, or what the number was. But you still think it's worth looking for her here, Unabert said. I knew what she was doing, pinning this entire expensive search to me. I thought it was worth looking, so it was my responsibility. I do. In the first place, there's the blood. Then, to the best of our knowledge, Rachel disappeared from somewhere around King's Cross. That fits in with the other women. It's close to the major arterial road that Stone seems to have been using. In terms of timings, well, it's close to when Willa Howard disappeared. That made DCI Whitlock wary of Rachel, because he couldn't believe Leo Stone would strike twice in such a short space of time. I think it's possible, especially if something went wrong with Stone's plan. Maybe he killed her too soon, or she fought too much, or maybe it was Kelly who killed her instead of Leo. Whatever the reason, it didn't satisfy him. If that was her blood in the house, it suggests killing her was a messy business. We have no forensic evidence of where or how Sarah Gray died, and we only have a tiny speck of Willa Howard's blood to tie her to this location. Rachel was different. It's possible, Godley said, but if we don't find her body, we can't charge either of them with anything. I know that. So, let's hope we find something, Unabert said. For your sake was heavily implied. I'd always thought being a police officer was more exciting than a standard office job. But when it was boring, it was truly dreary. I found it punishing to stand in the icy gloom of Leo Stone's garden, waiting for something to happen. Soon after Kev sent word that there might be something, and they were going to start digging, Georgia Shaw arrived. She was carrying a cardboard tray with 4 coffees wedged in it. 1 each, for Bert, Derwent and Godley. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were going to be here. I could see her weighing it in her mind. Was it worth offering the 4th cup to me, since my star could be in the ascendant again? It would take more than a cup of coffee to win me over, I thought. And she must have reached the same conclusion, because she took a sip from it instead, leaving a smudge of pink lipstick on the lid. Caffeine, or bravado, made her add, "It must be strange, knowing that no one really wants you to be here. No one from the families, I mean." Rachel Healy's sister raised no objections, and Rachel is why I'm here. Do you think she's been under there all along? I hope not. She looked surprised for a moment before she understood. Oh, well, obviously, we'd all prefer it if she was alive and well. Obviously, I agreed, and went in search of a hot drink of my own instead of a fight. It was several long hours before Kev emerged from the tent at the other side of the garden and pushed his hood back as we all crowded around him. Well, we found something. A body? Godley asked sharply. My best guess? More like 3 or 4. Derwent gave a long, low whistle. I didn't have enough air in my lungs for that. I felt as if I'd been punched in the stomach. Why don't you know? Unabert asked. We haven't started taking them out yet, so we can't see exactly what we've got. But you're looking at multiple victims. Kev was pale, his usual cheerfulness subdued. You're going to need a forensic anthropologist to sort out the bones. They're in a right old mess. It's going to take a while to recover them, I'm afraid. Take as long as you need, Godley said. Kev nodded, as if he wouldn't have done that anyway. And after he'd eaten a quick sandwich, he disappeared into the tent again. The rest of us were silent, the mood gloomy rather than triumphant. Bodies were bad news, even if you were looking for them. Dr. Early arrived, ducking under the canvas with her usual air of being in a rush but sorry about it. After a short interval, she reappeared and beckoned to us. Do you want to have a look? Godley strode across the garden, and I followed along with the others. We all ended up clustered together in the mouth of the tent, jostling for a view of the muddy trench they had excavated. Stay behind this line. Kev drew it on the ground with his toe. I don't want you lot hoofing all over the place. I was at the front, and tall enough to be able to peer into the trench without too much difficulty. What I saw would stay with me forever. A tangle of bones and cloth and hair smeared and sunk into soft black matter. The bodies weren't completely skeletonized, but the bones were clearly visible. Frail, arched rib cages, hollow eye sockets, a curved pelvis that was tilted at an angle. They'd been tipped into the hole with little ceremony, and no respect for how they fell. The remains of a gag wrapped around the lower half of one skull, a reminder that this had been a living woman once upon a time, a woman who had been scared, who had died in terror and torment and enforced silence. I looked, and kept looking until I knew I had taken in all the details. Then I stepped aside to let Liv take my place. There was no sound apart from the shuffling of our feet on the soft ground. I wasn't the only one who was conscious of the weight of evil in that small space. What we've got, Dr. Early said, as far as I can tell, is 4 victims. By that, I mean I've found multiple bones and 4 skulls in various states of decay and damage. I'm not going to speculate on whether they are male or female, let alone who they might be, or when they were dumped here, or how they died. But what I can tell you is that they've been in the septic tank for a considerable time. What does considerable mean? Derwent asked. Years? Decades? Dr. Early shrugged. We can examine the bodies, and Kev can get an analyst to look at the soil that surrounded them, but we may never know when they were placed here. Could any of them be Rachel Healy? Una Burt asked, handing Dr. Early a copy of her photograph. I'd say it was unlikely, looking at the teeth. None of them has the gap. She gestured with a gloved finger at her own mouth, indicating what she meant. Not that I'm an expert on forensic dentistry, but it's distinctive. We're going to take our time about recovering the bodies, to give ourselves as good a chance as we can of gathering all the evidence, Kev said. I know you'll want to tie it to a particular period, because that will implicate the homeowner at that time. Can you tell if the septic tank was still in use when the bodies were put in it? I asked. It was empty, Kev said, more or less. I think we can be pretty sure that the bodies were put in the tank after the house was connected to the sewage system. The council will be able to tell us when that happened. That should narrow down your list of suspects. Oh, we know who was responsible for this. Derwent looked around, challenging us. Or do we think it's a coincidence that we found these bodies at Leo Stone's address? Probably not. Godley was looking grim. But I'd rather not take a chance on getting a conviction based on probability. With our luck, he'll have been in prison around the time the bodies were put in the tank, and his defence team will be able to suggest he wasn't free to commit the murders. But there's no sign of Rachel Healy after all. Georgia shoved her hands in her pockets and gave me a tight little smile. I knew what was coming and braced for it. You were right, Maeve, but you were wrong. I've been thinking about that. I turned to Una Burt and Godley, cutting Georgia out of my line of sight deliberately. I think I know where Rachel Healy might be. What? Again? We've been here before, haven't we? Derwent's tone was designed to needle me, and I fought the urge to snap back at him. Yes, we have. But this time we have more information. Jill Ross told me that Leo moved the shed with the help of his son. The bodies we located previously were dumped at the nature reserve where Kelly went with his school. A place where he was happy. Long Valley meant something to him. So? Derwent again. They searched every inch of the nature reserve and they didn't find her. The muscles of his jaw flexed as he chewed a piece of gum. I caught a whiff of peppermint on the air. So we need to look at the other places that meant something to Kelly. I shivered inside my thick coat. It was a cold day, and I had been standing still too long. But that wasn't why. If I'd been determined to lock Kelly Lambert up, I couldn't have done a better job of pushing the investigation towards him. But there wasn't much choice about it. He'd failed to mention moving the shed, even if he hadn't understood why his father wanted to move it. Something would link him with one of the victims, if we looked for long enough, and if he was as guilty as he seemed to be. The investigator should pursue all reasonable lines of inquiry. We need to find out where Kelly's foster parents lived. It took a few phone calls to track down Colin and Pam Fields, and longer to explain to them why we needed to know where they had lived 20 years earlier. Kelly? He's not in trouble, is he, darling? I could hear the receiver creaking in Pam's hand, protesting as she squeezed it. Colin had had a stroke, so his speech was slurred to the point of being incomprehensible over the phone, and Pam had reluctantly taken his place. They sounded old and confused, and I wished I had time to go and see them in person. They had retired to Cornwall, to a little village a long way from anywhere. It's a routine inquiry, I lied. An inquiry, she repeated. Then, louder, an inquiry. Colin Fields said something in the background, and I strained to hear it, but Pam had covered the mouthpiece at her end. She sounded breathless when she came back to me. Tension, rather than exercise, making her heart pound. Has this got something to do with Leo Stone? It is connected, yes. Of course it is. That man. Kelly should never have had anything to do with him. I warned him to stay away. But you know, Kelly's such a decent person. He can't believe that other people aren't. The rumble in the background again, with a note of warning in it. Pam sighed. Okay. All right, Colin. Mrs. Fields, we need to conduct a brief search of the property because, as far as we know, no police officers have ever checked it over. We have 2 young women to look for, and their families are desperate for any news at all. I'm sure you can understand how they feel. Oh, I can. Her voice sounded weaker. She'd never lost her South London accent, despite moving around the country. We fostered 20 children over the years. It wasn't just Kel. We did our best to look after them and set them on the right track. Some of them came for years, and some only stayed a couple of weeks, but I remember them all. There were 2 who died very young, and 3 who lost contact with us completely, So you have to assume the worst, don't you? I think about them a lot. Wondering, you know. Out of all of them, there was only one we were glad to see the back of, and, of course, Mrs. Fields, I said, slightly desperately, as Una Burt made hurry-up motions at me. I don't mean to be rude, but we do need to get on with the search. Of course you do. I do ramble on. At the other end of the line, Pam sighed. Kelly was with us for 12 years, from when he was 6 until he was 18. I'd have kept him longer, but he wanted to go. He wanted to leave the place for someone else who needed it, he said. I'll never forget that. It broke my heart to see him go, but it made me happy as well. He'd turned into such a fine young man. Where exactly was this? I was distracted by Una Burt, who was scribbling something on a piece of paper. We had a small holding in Kent. Not much, really. Enough for us to grow some of our food. I kept hens and we'd sell the eggs. It was nice for the kids to help out with the animals, if they were interested, and it helped us to make ends meet. But you didn't stay there? We was renting, darling, and the place was in a right old state. It was an old farm, you see, and the farmer had built another house for himself. The roof was leaking, the boiler was downright dangerous, and none of the windows fitted. The farmer got the ump with us, complaining all the time was what it was. He didn't want to spend any money on it, you see. We was only paying a pittance anyway. He told us to sling our hooks, and after we left, I don't think he ever rented it out again. Do you remember the address? Middlebrook Down Farm. It was in the middle of nowhere, tell you the truth. We used to go into Faversham to shop, but it wasn't what you'd call close. We'll find it. It would be in the fostering records, if nothing else, I thought. Bert handed me the paper, and I squinted at it, then felt my stomach drop. This was not going to go down well. Mrs. Fields, the other thing I need to ask you is to keep our conversation to yourself. I know you probably want to let Kelly know that we're looking at the farm, but there's no point in alarming him. I don't like secrets. Pam's manner had become stiff again, wary of me and what I really wanted. I understand that, but Kelly feels a lot of loyalty to his dad. I don't want Leo Stone to know what we're doing, if at all possible, and I wouldn't want to put Kelly in a situation where he felt he had to tell him. Silence at the other end. I wouldn't want Kelly to get in trouble, I said, shutting my eyes from sheer self-loathing. No, I wouldn't want that either. The life had left her voice entirely. Whatever moment of understanding we'd shared had very definitely passed. After I'd thanked her and hung up, Una Burt sniffed. She'll be on the phone to him already, more than likely. She said she wouldn't contact him. You know better than that. Bert used the edge of her thumbnail to dig some food out from between her teeth. These people are all the same. What people? Do-gooders. They think they know better than the police, and they certainly don't trust us. I wasn't altogether sure they should. Anyway, Una Burt said, chewing the tiny fragment of food meditatively, it doesn't matter. We've got Lambert under surveillance, and Stone. If either of them tries to run, we'll pick them up. Chapter 27. 3 days. That was how long you could live without water. Tessa blinked in the darkness, her eyes gritty under the lids. Her tongue felt swollen and stiff. Her lips were dry, the skin flaking away. 3 days. She had water, of course she did. She was sitting within reach of the bottles. But if she drank it, she would sleep. and Tessa wanted to stay awake now. If she slept, she might miss something. The chance of rescue, the chance to plead with her captor, the chance to fight. How long could you survive without sleep? Longer than without water, less than without food, Tessa thought. Vague memories resurfacing of a cheerful guide on a walking safari in Kenya. You need to stay hydrated. All animals need water more than anything else. Her new hiking boots had been giving her a blister, and Paul had been in a mood, she remembered. The air around her had trembled with heat, with a dry, spicy smell rising from the grass where they trudged in single file. They had got up early to do the safari, and Paul wasn't a morning person. Tessa could feel the heat of the sun across her shoulders, searing through the cotton of her shirt. She could see the guide's calves, teak-coloured and knotted with muscle, moving ahead of her quickly, so she had to hurry to keep up. "We could have been beside the pool," Paul had hissed over her shoulder, and she had shrugged him off, because you could be beside a pool anywhere, any time, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to experience being in the wild. This was a chance to feel alive. Except that her foot hurt her so much. But the pain wasn't just in her heel now. It was all the way around her ankle, as if something was digging into her flesh, cutting off her circulation, tying her down. Tessa came back to herself with a start. She was so thirsty. The water was spiked with something. Or that was paranoia. She was so thirsty. Paranoia didn't really apply in this scenario. She had good reasons to be scared. Tessa slid her hands down under the blanket and worked a finger under the chain. The gap was definitely getting wider. No food, no water. She was shrinking. The smaller she was, the better her chance of getting free. And she was going to get free, somehow. She was not going to die in a dirty, stinking shed for no good reason. So she wouldn't let herself drink yet. Soon, but not yet. She would count to 10,000, twice, and then she would have one sip of water. She closed her eyes. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 28. I would have liked to go straight to Middlebrook Down Farm once I had the address, but Kev Cox shook his head when I asked. Tomorrow at the earliest, maybe the next day. We're not going to be finished at the Dagenham site for a while, and we'll want to start at the address you found early in the day to get as much done as possible before nightfall. I think it'll be 2 days, to be honest with you. You could send someone else? Yes, I could, but I want to do it myself. He said it pleasantly, but in a tone of voice that told me he meant it and wouldn't be moved. I turned to Una Burt. What if Tessa Marsh is there? I thought you were satisfied there was no connection with Leo Stone. I've never thought there was a connection, but I don't want to take the risk. Leo was definitely with me at the time Tessa disappeared, but Kelly wasn't. We only have his word for how long he was waiting outside the office to talk to me. I could ask for local officers to take a look, in case she's somewhere obvious. Kev grimaced, physically pained at the idea. Tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow. It felt too long to wait, but if Tessa had received the same treatment as the others, she would be dead. At least part of what was making me edgy was the desire to prove I was right after all. And I couldn't pretend, even to myself, that it counted as worthy motivation. The following day, a small caravan of vehicles snaked down the M2, heading for Faversham and Middlebrook Down Farm. The old farmhouse was indeed empty. The farmer had confirmed from his home in Spain, where he'd retired to enjoy a decent climate. He was renting his land to a neighbouring farmer instead of farming it himself, so the farm buildings were all unoccupied. No one's been in there for a few years. I don't know what sort of state the place will be in, I said to Liv, concentrating on staying at a steady speed, as Derwent's car took a bend in the road far too fast in front of us, brake lights flaring and the back end swinging as he overcorrected. It makes it easier to search if it's falling down already. It wasn't quite falling down, but it wasn't far off it. The gate opened onto a single-lane track that led us down through orchards filled with rows of bare, twisted fruit trees, to a long, low farmhouse made of stone and red brick. Once it would have had a thatched roof, but that was long gone. The corrugated metal that had replaced it was a patchwork of holes and moss. A straggle of outbuildings ran behind the house, the windows roughly boarded against the elements. "How big is the area we're searching?" Liv asked. "This part of the farm is on 6 acres. The whole farm is well over 100. "Shit." I grinned. "Better hope we find something sooner rather than later. Oh, we're going to be here for a while." "Where are we going to start?" "The farmhouse itself, then the outbuildings, then anything that could be a place to hide a body. If there's a well or a septic tank or something, that would be an obvious place to look. If we don't find anything, and I can persuade Bert to keep looking, we might manage to get an aerial search, put a drone up, and look for anomalies in how the earth is lying. We might get cadaver dogs to take a turn around the area. But the only reason we're here is because I have a hunch, really, and I'm not sure that would justify spending a lot of time and money looking for a body that might not be there." "You were right the last time." I nodded, thinking about the tangle of bones and clothes fragments and hair and soil that Kev had carefully extracted and delivered to Dr. Early. Even now, the pathologist and her colleagues would be going through the bones, sorting and numbering them, trying to find out who they were and how they had died. "Come on," Liv patted my arm. "Let's get in there. Tuck your trousers into your boots, because I bet those buildings are full of rats and mice looking for somewhere warm to spend the winter." The farmhouse was icy and dimly lit, the walls bare stone inside as well as out. "It's hard to imagine it was ever cosy," I said, shining my torch around. "But Kelly loved it here." "Maybe if the fire was lit?" Liv's voice trailed away. "No, it's just grim. And dirty." I pressed a finger on the chimney piece above the empty hearth and showed her my glove. "I don't think anyone's been in here for a long time." A rattle on the stairs was Derwent coming down, bending to avoid banging his head on a low beam. "No one's been upstairs either. Nothing but spiders and dust. This is a proper shithole, isn't it? Houses get damp when there's no one living in them." "This isn't a house. It's a pig pen." "I'm sure it's not looking its best." Why was it, I wondered, that I was so determined to defend Kelly Lambert's childhood home from criticism? Maybe it was just that I couldn't resist the opportunity to make Derwent frown and huff and strop off, banging the door behind him. I went up the stairs myself to look around at the small, low-ceilinged bedrooms. There was a stunning view from the tiny windows, once you looked past the grime and the cobwebs. In spring, the orchards would be snowy with blossom. When Kelly had lived here, the house had been full of other children, full of life and love. A low beam that ran across one room had been irresistible. It was covered in graffiti scratched into the wood. I shone my torch along it, looking at the stick figures, the animals, names, dates, marvelling at the eternal human impulse to make a mark. I looked for Kelly's name and found it near the end, surrounded by stars and flourishes. It was between a neatly incised David and a name that was almost scratched out. I peered at it, trying to decipher what it said. The first character began with what looked like a vertical downstroke, leading into the start of a curve. An R or P, I thought, though it could have been a B. The rest of the name was obliterated. The wood chipped out to leave a dent in the ancient beam. I wondered if the damage was deliberate, or if the name matched one of the missing children Pam worried about. A shout came from outside, sending a black scattering of crows to wheel around the treetops, squawking in alarm. It was the sort of shout that meant someone had found something worth seeing. I hurried back out across the cracked and weed-filled concrete to one of the more distant outbuildings where people were congregating, craning to see. "What is it?" Kev was standing at the door, stopping anyone from entering, like the angel barring the entrance to Eden, although the angel wasn't usually portrayed as pot-bellied in a paper suit and holding a long-handled tool instead of a flaming sword. "You can't come in, Maeve. Sorry." "What did you find?" Derwent appeared behind Kev, his face pale. "Give her some shoe covers and let her in, Kev. She won't do any harm." He raised his voice. "But none of the rest of you are coming in. Go and find something else of interest, and go carefully. This whole farm is a crime scene." Kev handed the shoe covers over, pressing his lips together as if to hold back his disapproval. I put them on and padded past him, aware of the filthy looks I was getting from everyone else who hadn't made the cut. Derwent took my arm as I stepped into the darkness. The air was icy. It was like walking into a fridge. "Watch yourself. The floor is uneven. There's no electricity, naturally. Kev's going to rig up a generator for us." "I can manage." I shook him off. "Fine." He said it under his breath, making it absolutely clear that it wasn't fine. Not at all. "It's freezing in here." "Stone walls. They keep the place cold." I strained to see. As my eyes became more accustomed to the darkness, I could pick out tools hanging on racks. "Is this a garage?" "General DIY shed, I think. Garden stuff is on the left. Plumbing is straight in front of you." "A bath?" It was an old tin bath with a pipe leading from it to a drain. A hose was curled up beside it. Behind the hose, there were 5 industrial-sized containers of bleach. I thought of Willa Howard and the straw-like tangle he had made of her hair. "Carpentry's over on that wall." Derwent turned me around with a flourish. "And in the middle of the room—" "Is that a bed?" "Sort of. I wouldn't fancy sleeping on it. There is a mattress, but—" He shone his torch over my shoulder, and I jumped. "Jesus Christ!" "Decomp?" 3 or 4 wavering, overlapping stains marked the mattress in different areas. "Seems so. Can you smell it?" "No." "Me neither, but your nose is better than mine. I think it's pretty old. Kev got excited about the lava casings." The beam of Derwent's torch swung around the base of the mattress, where hollow shells trembled in the draught from the door. "You know what this is, don't you?" "This is where he took them. Willa Howard and Sarah Gray. And whoever else he murdered." "After they were dead. Or he killed them here, I suppose. But I think he took them to Dagenham and killed them there. And then brought them here when he was ready to enjoy them." "Stop." "What? It's what he does." "I don't get it personally, but I assume there must be some sort of thrill in it, or he wouldn't bother dragging them around. It explains the steel cupboard. A safe, leak-proof place to stash them. Dagenham was a useful stopping-off point. but this was where he wanted them. Derwent's breath plumed towards me in the chill air. I stepped away from him onto nothingness and swore as I stumbled. "Careful." His hand closed on my forearm, dragging me back to balance. "I warned you." "So you did." I switched on my own torch and shone it past him, over his shoulder. I had clenched my teeth to stop them from chattering, and my jaw was aching. "Carpentry tools, you said?" "Yeah, they look in reasonable nick. I'd have expected them to be rusty. It's not just cold in here, it's damp too." I picked my way across the floor, concentrating on avoiding the actual holes in the wood, and stopped in front of them. "Look, they're not dusty. Someone has been here, and recently." "Someone," Derwent repeated. "Kelly. When I met him..." I stopped, then tried again. "When I met him, he said something about having a workshop where he made his own furniture. And then he changed the subject straight away. He said he'd seen you outside the cafe. That's why I thought you might have taken the pictures of us together. But maybe he was lying, trying to distract me." "Well, that's interesting. That he didn't want to talk about it, I mean. That he was prepared to lie." I took a deep breath. "I'm sorry I believed him and not you." Derwent turned to look at me. But before he replied, the door swung open, and a block of white-grey morning light fell across the floor. "You finished?" Kev asked. "For now." Derwent stalked towards the door, reaching for his phone. "Do your stuff, Kev." I followed him outside, screwing up my eyes against the daylight. "Who are you calling?" "Bert. Godley. They'll want to know what we found, and they'll want to tell the surveillance teams to prepare for an arrest. I don't want to arrest Kelly until we've found as much evidence as possible. No point in starting the clock ticking until we have to, as long as he doesn't run." "We haven't found a body, though." "Not yet," Derwent said, and raised the phone to his ear. "We found her, in the end. Or rather I did. In a building that had been a laundry something like 100 years before. Now all that remained were 2 stone sinks and a battered copper vat with an enormous hole in the bottom and a lot of spiders. One corner of the room was filled with an ancient stone chimney breast, but the fireplace at its base had been bricked up, quickly and messily, with yellow London bricks that matched nothing else on the farm. A word to Kev brought a man with a sledgehammer over his shoulder and safety goggles, and a short way with demolition. "Let's stop and have a look," Kev said, when the man had made a gap in the face of the loosely mortared bricks. He stepped forward and shone his torch through the opening. "Ah. Is that a good or a bad one?" Derwent demanded. "It's a body." He stepped back to let me see, and I peered in with one hand over my mouth and nose to keep out the dust and the smell. She was lying on her side, her knees to her chest, the flesh falling off her bones where her withered skin had split. She was naked, and her hair was so matted with filth I couldn't guess what colour it was. But my gut told me it was Rachel who lay there, who had been entombed on this derelict farm and all but forgotten. I felt the sorrow of it, the waste of it, but at a distance as if it was behind glass. I knew I couldn't allow emotion to distract me from the close concentration this scene required. "Do you think it's her? Rachel Healy?" Derwent said it over my shoulder as he pressed forward to see for himself. "Hard to tell," Kev said. "Bodies decay at different rates in different conditions. This one looks to be in a pretty good state, But it's cold here, and dry, and she was protected from the elements. She could have been here for years. He shepherded us away from the fireplace. You're going to need to leave this to us now. There's a very good chance of recovering evidence from this body. The conditions mean she's well preserved, and the area around her hasn't been disturbed since she was put in here. The bodies in the septic tank weren't in such good shape, but this is exactly what we needed. I'll call Dr. Early, I said. And I'll call the surveillance team on Kelly Lambert. Derwent was also taking out his phone. You're going to get him arrested? Now? No time like the present. Don't you want to get more information about this crime scene? About the body? The press are going to be all over this once they work out what we're doing here. This is the countryside. Fuck all happens here. Someone's on the phone or on Facebook right now telling the world about the strange goings-on at the local derelict farm. You know that. I don't want to give Kelly time to prepare himself. He has no idea we know where he lived with his foster family, let alone that we found all of this. Why would he bring them here? This is where he was happy. It's the same with the nature reserve. And why was Rachel left here hidden away? The other women were left in the open. I shook my head, frustrated. None of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me that you're trying to defend Kelly Lambert. I'm not, I protested. I want to make sure we're not making a mistake in arresting him now. You like him, Derwent said dismissively. That's why you're trying to explain the evidence away. I don't like him. I don't want to rush this. Unless we think he's going to run, we shouldn't arrest him until we have as much information as we can. There's a dead body in there. That's all the information I need. Remember his nickname? The White Knight. Derwent stared down at me. It's the only thing that's been bothering me about Leo Stone. I believed he was involved, but whoever did this had to be personable, trustworthy. He persuaded highly educated women to put themselves in his power. Leo Stone is neither handsome nor pleasant. But Kelly? Kelly fits the bill. I know you fit the demographic for his victims, but I never thought you'd be taken in by him too. I haven't been taken in by him, I snapped, and Derwent took a step closer. You said it yourself. It's the places that were significant for Kelly that Leo used. But doesn't it make more sense that Kelly did it by himself? We thought Leo persuaded Kelly to help him move the shed to cover the septic tank. But maybe it was the other way round. Leo has never really fit the bill for our killer, and that's why the evidence is far from compelling. If you ask me, that's why Godley is nervous about him getting off, and why the Greys are convinced he's innocent. They're right. He didn't do it. But Kelly Lambert did. Derwent went back to his phone. I'm calling the boss. Let's see what he says. I knew what he would say already. Being able to surprise Kelly was more important than waiting for the results of the forensic investigation. Besides, there was enough evidence to consider charging him already. The custody time limit was less of an issue than the cost of keeping him under surveillance for the days or weeks it took for the lab to process the evidence. But I still felt there was something we were missing. Derwent hung up and looked at me. That's it, then. I suppose it is. I walked away from him, irritated that he hadn't listened to me. Then again, Derwent had good instincts, and I usually trusted him to do the right thing. Which meant that I was wrong. I went and found a low wall on the other side of the farmyard, staying out of the way of the sockos as they swarmed over the workshop. The farm was an enormous crime scene to assess, let alone process. It would be weeks before the work was completed, I suspected. And in the meantime, Kelly would be arrested and charged and remanded in custody. It was a small consolation that his father would be arrested too, as an accessory. He must have known what was happening. He had helped to cover the septic tank in Dagenham. I sat and thought about the 4 bodies we had uncovered there, and I shivered. Kelly was 26. He had left his foster parents at 18. Had he started killing straight away? Was that why he'd been so determined to leave his foster parents' care, dressing it up as consideration for others? The phone in my pocket vibrated, and I fumbled for it, my hands stiff from the cold. It was an unknown caller, the screen told me, and the number was withheld, which wasn't all that unusual. Kerrigan? Silence. Then, Maeve? I knew his voice straight away. I would have known his voice anywhere. I found I was standing up without having consciously decided to get to my feet, and the main thought in my head was, not now. Rob? There was a pause. And when he spoke again, his voice was muffled, emotion thickening the words. I miss you. Shock had made me numb for a moment. Anger brought back feeling with a rush. No, you don't get to do this. You don't get to call me and tell me you miss me. Not after all this time. Not after what you've done. I know. He sounded exhausted. I just needed to hear your voice. On the other side of the yard, Derwent emerged from an outbuilding. He looked around, scanning the area. When his gaze got to me, he stopped and frowned. Why now? I said into the phone. I can't tell you that. Can't or don't want to? Derwent started to move towards me. I pivoted and jogged out of the yard, heading towards the car. Behind me there was a shout. Kerrigan! I don't know what you mean, Rob said. I'd tell you if I could. About your fiancée? Or is she your wife now? Did you manage to get around to the wedding, or did you run out of time? I unlocked the car and slid into the driver's seat. Derwent emerged from the yard at a run and skidded to a halt, looking for me. I slid down, not quite hiding behind the steering wheel. My fiancé, Rob repeated. Is it a boy or a girl, Rob? Or did you find out? She must be due around now, so you won't have long to wait. Derwent had spotted me. He steamed towards the car, and I pressed the central locking button. He had to have heard the clunk, but he tugged at the door handle anyway. Maeve, I didn't ring up for an argument. I rang because I miss you. A lot. I don't expect you to feel the same way. Derwent thumped his fist on the roof of the car, frustrated. I need to apologise. I need for you to forgive me for what I did, for hurting you, for running away. And sleeping with your boss? He took a breath, as if he was going to say something, but the seconds stretched out in silence. Rob? Please, Maeve, I need to hear that you don't hate me before I... He broke off again. Before you what? I can't tell you. I shouldn't be calling you. Rob? Look, I have to go. I closed my eyes so I didn't have to look at Derwent, who was glowering through the window. I do forgive you. I shouldn't, but I do. You did some stupid things, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Someday I'll explain. Can't wait, I said dryly. Derwent sat down on the bonnet of the car, making the suspension dip. He had his arms folded and his back was turned to me. Somehow, every line of it spoke volumes about how he felt. Are you all right? Are you happy? I laughed. I'm not sure about happy, but I'll live. What about you? Same. Another pause. I still love you, Maeve. I always will. Before I could reply, he had ended the call. I listened to the silence for a moment, then dropped the phone in my lap so I could start the car. The engine coughed into life. Derwent didn't move. I put my hand down on the horn and kept it there. Nothing. Well, he had been warned. I put the car in reverse and slipped back a few feet. Derwent rose smartly to his feet and turned to glare at me. Where are you going? Away from him before I had to cry, to be truthful. But instead of answering him, I spun the wheel. I caught my lower lip between my teeth with such force that it was bruised for days afterwards, just to hold on to my composure, until I could turn away from Derwent's unflinching stare and drive across the rutted field that was our makeshift car park. Derwent got smaller and smaller in the rear-view mirror, but he was still watching me when I turned out of the gate, out of sight. Chapter 29. When the first link slipped over its neighbour, Tessa barely noticed. Her fingers were numb, and she couldn't feel what she was touching. She'd stopped caring. It was an endless task, a hopeless one, and she'd given up 100 times already. The only reason she went back to it, every time, was because there was nothing else to do. But it was futile. She couldn't hope to free herself. She couldn't... A second link eased free, and she stopped. That was progress. For the first time. That was a start. She tried again, scrabbling feverishly, praying, and after an eternity, the third link came loose. Where there had been a knot, there was a loop. Not much of one, true, but something. Room to move. Some play in the chain that hadn't been there before. An opportunity. Hope, long abandoned, blossomed in her chest like a firework. Stop, Tessa told herself, and breathed on her hands, rubbing her fingers back to life, working the sluggish blood into her fingertips. Take your time. Don't panic. Don't rush it. If she rushed it, she could end up in a worse tangle than ever. Patience? Except she'd run out of that a long time ago. Concentrate. It was essential not to hurry, but Tessa couldn't stop herself. What if the person who'd taken her chose this moment to come back? What if she'd left it too long to make her escape? She didn't even realise she was sobbing and talking to herself, swearing, pushing herself on. Come on, Marshy. Come on. This is easy. You're just slow, that's all. You've got to speed up. Come on. It was a tangle of metal, an impossible cat's cradle. And then it wasn't. It was loops of chain that moved when she tugged at them, and shifted against her skin, and made space for her fingers to slide the loops down towards her heel. She eased them, and forced them, and pushed, careless of the damage she was doing to her skin, oblivious to everything except the terrible urgency to free herself and get out and run. The chain slid over her foot and slithered away into the darkness. Tessa could barely believe it. She stood up too fast and fell. and stood again more carefully, her knees wobbling, her head spinning. She had been sitting down for days, and now her legs cramped, the muscles weak. She rubbed her knuckles down her calves, pummeling them into life. Come on. Come on. When she had imagined making her escape, she had seen herself flinging open the door on daylight and sprinting as fast as she could for safety, for civilization, her legs and arms pumping as she raced to freedom. The reality was not so heroic. An ungainly stagger, her hands outstretched as she felt for any suggestion of a door, a handle, a way out of this draughty shed. But of course, the door would be locked when she found it. Escape wouldn't be as easy as turning a handle. It couldn't be. It was, or at least it was nearly that easy. There was a lock, but it was loose, nailed into wood so weathered and dry that a couple of determined shoves dragged the nails free. The door juddered and swung back, and she pitched through it, falling on her knees on a stony, muddy path. In front of her there were trees, tall ones. They were dark against a sky that was a few shades off black. Light leaking into it from streetlights somewhere, a long way off. The trees tipped and swung, seesawing wildly, and she scrambled to her feet and ran towards them, towards cover. She didn't so much as chance a look back to see if anyone was watching her, or what the hut had been like, or even where she was. Like a wild animal, her only thought was to get away, to hide, to find some kind of safety. Tessa abandoned any thought of running almost immediately when she got under the shelter of the trees. The ground was treacherous, pitted with hollows and ridged with roots. She moved through it, her ears full of the sounds she was making, breaking branches, her ragged breathing, her heart pounding. Twigs whipped her face, invisible in the darkness, and unseen things seemed to clutch at her clothes. If she got lost, no one would ever find her, she thought. At least she would die on her own terms, outside, not trapped in the dusty horror of the dark shed. She would not go back there. Nothing would make her go back there. There was no path, so, blindly, Tessa tried to keep heading downhill. People wandered in circles, she knew, when they had nothing to guide them. But if she kept going downhill, she wouldn't double back on herself. It might have been untrue, but it gave her the encouragement she needed to keep going. Days in the shed had not prepared her for a hike over uneven ground. It was cold, but she was soaked in sweat, her lips tasting of salt. She regretted not taking the water with her. That had been a mistake, even if it had been spiked with sleeping pills. When she'd gone as far as she could, she sank down at the base of a huge old tree. She put her head down on her knees and wept, drawing in huge lungfuls of the clean, cold forest air. Somehow, after a time, despite the discomfort of her position, and her thirst, and the ache in her ankle, she shut her eyes and slept. As Tessa came back to herself, the sky was a definite shade of dark blue, and a tentative bird was hinting at the dawn in short, broken phrases. Another sound caught Tessa's attention, under the whisper and rattle of the leaves and bare branches. It was a sound so familiar that at first she couldn't connect it with what she had known in her life before. A rumble and swish, rising and falling. Intermittent but regular. A road. A road with cars on it. People. Salvation. Tessa stood up, aching all over as if she'd been beaten soundly while she slept, and began to move towards the sound of the cars. Tears streaked her face. It was almost over. She was going to be all right. Everything was going to be all right. Chapter 30. I filled a glass with water and downed it, standing up beside the sink. The kitchen light was off, but there was just enough light in the sky for me to be able to see what I was doing. The main thing, I told myself, was to avoid making too much noise. A snore floated on the air behind me, and I held my breath in case it was a prelude to waking up. The clock on the wall ticked, and I found myself counting along with it, until a second snore came, and a third. He had settled down into a steady rhythm, and I could relax. It had been stupid to come here, I thought. Stupid to reach out for comfort instead of hiding away. Rob's phone call had knocked me sideways. Hearing his voice had been a shock after so long. I had wanted someone to put their arms around me and make me feel loved again, and I had known where to go for that. But that sort of attention didn't come for free. There was always a price to pay for it, even if I didn't know yet exactly how much it would cost me. Meanwhile, yesterday's clothes didn't look as fresh as I would have liked. I checked the time. The train wouldn't be too busy yet. The commuter rush was still an hour or so off. There was no way on earth I was going to work as I was. I worked with a team of detectives. The thickest and least observant would notice that I hadn't been home, and the one I was really worried about was far from unobservant. My phone buzzed on the counter, the vibration making it clatter, though the sound was turned down. I snatched it up. "Kerrigan? Where are you?" Derwent's voice was loud and aggressive. Shit. What's wrong? "Tessa Marsh has turned up." I felt it like a kick in my stomach. They found her. "She escaped." Escaped? From where? "We haven't worked that out yet." "Doesn't she know?" "Bit difficult to ask her. She's in a coma." "What?" I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to ward off the headache that was threatening to build there. "Start again. What happened?" "She got out of wherever she was being held, somewhere in rural Sussex. She made her way to the nearest road, which happens to be a particularly fast stretch of the A21. For reasons known only to herself, the stupid tart stepped out in front of a lorry, presumably to flag him down. The driver didn't see her, which is a whole other shit show. He said he was checking his sat-nav. She must have tried to jump out of the way, but he clipped her. When he stopped and went back, she was lying by the side of the road, out of it. She hasn't woken up yet." Jesus. Poor Tessa. Poor us, more like. If she hadn't got herself hurt, she could actually have been some use. As it is, we've got nothing. They're going to use dogs to look for the path she took to the road. We don't even know which side she started from." "Right. Sussex police are handling the investigation along with DI Owens. They're keeping it under wraps for the moment, on the assumption that whoever took her doesn't know she escaped. Bert wants us to go down there, in case it was Kelly Lambert who took her in the first place." "It doesn't fit the MO for him to keep her alive," I said. "MOs change. Maybe he didn't have time to kill her. He had to hurry back to central London to get his own alibi sorted out, didn't he, once he'd taken care of his dad's? Maybe he got spooked by the police attention after that and didn't want to risk going back. She'd have died eventually. If it turns out he was connected with her disappearance, we need to know about it sooner rather than later." "So we're going to Sussex?" "Basically, yes. Want a lift?" "Less than anything." No, that's fine." "Have you still got the pool car from yesterday?" "I dropped it back to the office." "So you do need a lift?" "It's fine. I'll swing by the flat and pick you up." There was no way round it. "I'm not at the flat." Silence. Then, for the second time, he asked, "Where are you?" Look, I've got to go. I could hear creaking floorboards as someone moved around. Any second now, the kitchen light was going to go on. Give me the address and I'll make my own way there. With very bad grace, Derwent did, and hung up before I could thank him. The kitchen door creaked open. I took a deep breath before I turned around. Hi. You're up early. My father put the light on and padded across the kitchen, silent in his slippers. He filled the kettle and reached for the teapot. Staying for breakfast? I have to go. You'll have something before you leave. I don't have time, Dad. Your mother's worried about you. He shook the tea in the canister, peering into it dubiously. Not that she'd say it to your face. Why is she worried? You know your mother. Indeed I did. Living in England for most of her adult life hadn't made her any less of a classic Irish mother. My parents had done their best to give me and my brother the childhood we would have had in Ireland, including intense involvement in every aspect of our lives. That hadn't changed as we got older. In fact, quite the reverse. She wishes I was settled down with a husband and children. She wishes you were happy. He concentrated on pouring not quite boiling water into the teapot and the cups to warm them. Tea-making was an art in my father's eyes. He could teach the Japanese a thing or two about the ceremony of it all, even in his dressing gown, in a South London kitchen at 6 a.m. I am happy. Are you? I'd said it without thinking. Now I probed the thought carefully, as if testing an aching tooth. I think so. I'm happier than I was. I thought that fecker getting back in touch would have upset you. Thin-lipped disapproval was the way my parents had reacted to the news that Rob had called me. I might have forgiven him. They certainly hadn't. It did upset me at the time, but in another way it didn't. I started to gather my things. It's nice to know he still cares. And it was good to say goodbye. Was that what he wanted? I have no idea what he wanted, I said frankly, and I don't much care. It's not about him anymore. It's about me. And I don't want to waste any more time on him. I leaned over and hugged my father. Thanks for letting me stay here last night. It's your home. You can come here any time. He patted my arm, and I wondered if I would ever seem like a grown-up to him. Then I wondered if I would ever really seem like a grown-up to myself. I've got to go. Take some food with you. You look half-starved. Maybe next time. I was halfway out of the door. Don't leave it too long to come back. I won't. And answer the phone when your mother calls you. I always do if I can, I lied. Humph, my father said, and turned his attention to the steaming kettle instead. I came to the truck first. It was skewed across the carriageway, abandoned where the driver had managed to stop it. The road was coned off, and the accident investigation was underway, with officers measuring and mapping what had happened. There was no visible damage to the truck, I thought, scanning it for blood or dents and spotting nothing. I had seen worse. D.I. Owens and Derwent were together at the roadside, and I pulled into the verge beside them. Derwent glowered at me. The inspector looked slight in her coat, the breeze lifting her short hair before flattening it against her head. Thanks for coming. I'm so sorry it's not better news. Her face tightened for a second, as if she was fighting the urge to cry. Frustrating, isn't it? In every way. How's she doing? No change. D.I. Owens swallowed hard. It doesn't look good from what they're saying. Have you informed the family? First thing this morning. But we're trying to keep a low profile and keep it out of the press. Once accident investigation is over, we'll clear away all the evidence that we were ever here. With any luck, our guy won't know about Tessa getting free for 24 hours or so. If we can trace where she was held, we can set up surveillance, Derwent said. I want to collect any forensic evidence first, but then we should pull back. She pulled her face. Always a balancing act, isn't it? I looked around, scanning the dense woodland that stretched up on either side of the road. It was all too easy to imagine Tessa Marsh slithering down it in the dark, rushing from who knew what danger, throwing herself towards what she believed to be safety. Have you had any luck with finding where he kept her? We're still looking. We've tracked back some of the way. It's hard going. She was covered in scratches. She must have fought her way through it. Or he hurt her, I said. No, they were all fresh injuries. The doctor said she was dehydrated and in need of a good meal, but that was the extent of it. We think he must have left her with water and food, or she would have been in a much worse state. Was she sexually assaulted? It seems not. The phone hummed in her hand. Excuse me. She half turned to take the call, jamming her knuckle into the other ear. Really? How far? Are you sure? I looked at Derwent. He didn't hurt her, he didn't rape her, and he left her with supplies to keep her alive. Derwent shrugged. Saving her for later. Dead girls are his thing. If he wanted her dead, he could have let nature take its course. Maybe he likes to do the killing, Derwent stretched. Look, there are a million reasons why he might have wanted to treat Tessa differently. If he was using her to provide his dad and himself with an alibi, he should have done exactly the same with her as he did with the others. In a perfect world, yeah, okay. But for whatever reason, he couldn't. Or it wasn't him. Where did you go last night? What? I should have been expecting it, but I wasn't. It was like a pit opening up in the ground in front of me. You heard. It's none of your business. They found a hut. D.I. Owens came back, looking energised. The dog went crazy over it. If it's not where she was being held, it's a huge coincidence. Fantastic, I said. Extra warmth in my voice because I was so glad to have an excuse to change the subject. How far do we have to go? We're better off driving there, according to my DS. There's a single-track lane that goes quite near to it. That would explain how he got her there, Derwent said. Not much fun, dragging a dead weight through these woods. I was wondering how he'd managed it. You're right. I'll get someone to check for tyre tracks. If we get a suspect, we might be able to match the mud off his car. D.I. Owens pulled her keys out of her pocket. Come on, you can come with me. I don't want to block the lane with cars unnecessarily. I'm going to need space for the forensics teams, and they take priority. I sat in the rear of D.I. Owens' car and looked at the back of Derwent's head for the 10 minutes it took us to find the correct road and creep along it. D.I. Owens was justifiably worried about meeting any other vehicles and took it slowly, sitting bolt upright, as close to the steering wheel as she could get. Why did Derwent care about where I'd been? Except that I'd left him high and dry at the farm, which he was capable of resenting. And he was still angry that I disagreed with him about whether Kelly should be arrested or not. I could tell him exactly where I had been the previous evening, and why I had gone there instead of anywhere else. I could tell him about the comfort of waking up in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by familiar things. I could tell him that my mother had been only too glad to get the chance to fuss over me. Then again, where was the fun in that? Here we are. D.I. Owens parked as her DS waved to us. He was a stocky man with an ancient waxed jacket over his suit as a concession to the countryside. The lace-up shoes he wore would have been a lot more suitable to a city street than hacking through the woods. The hut is down this track here, about half a mile in. You'd never come across it if you didn't know it was there. He was sweating, though it was a raw day, his face mottled red and white like a flitch of bacon. So, no chance of someone happening to walk by and rescue her, D.I. Owens said. None at all. There's a gate about halfway along with a big no trespassers sign on it. Even if you noticed the track, you'd never be curious enough to keep going." "What's the hut like?" Derwent asked. "Filthy. Freezing. He did leave us some blankets and food. A bucket, water, the basics, but he had her chained up." The DS shook his head. "Poor woman. She was here for almost a week. I'm not sure I'd last an hour in there." "Did you find anything useful? Anything that might lead us to the kidnapper?" I asked. "We'll get the forensic team in as soon as we can. The main bit of good news is that someone parked a car on a lovely muddy bit of ground that's sheltered by the trees, right next to the hut. We're working on the assumption it was the kidnapper. You wouldn't drive down the track unless you had to, and the marks are pretty fresh. Not much rain in the last week here, I gather, so we should get a decent set of casts from it. Then all we need is a vehicle to match the impressions, and we're in business. Let's go and have a look," Dione said, and set off down the track at a brisk pace. I recognised the hunter's instinct in her. She was close to solving a serious, high-profile case, which could only be good news for her career. Tessa Marsh had handed her a big break by escaping, it was true, but there was still an investigation to run, and Owens was on top of it. The DS hadn't lied. It was a long walk to the hut. When we finally reached it, I stopped, struck by how dilapidated the structure was. It was barely holding together. The roof tacked on at a crazy angle, the walls leaning in. "Who owns this?" "I rang the council to check," the DS said. "This area was supposed to be cleared about 30 years ago, but the locals objected. The council had sold the woodland to a private logging company and licensed them to cut the mature wood out, but some environmental activists got involved and scuppered the whole thing. The logging company didn't want the hassle and cost of a court case, so they pulled out and sold the woods back to the council. The hut was abandoned. Now this area has a preservation order on it. No one's cutting these trees down any time soon." "So who would know about the hut?" The DS shrugged. "Locals? It looks as if it's the sort of place teenagers came to drink and get up to mischief at one time. There are a few old bottles and drinks cans around the back, and a bit of graffiti, but none of it is recent." "But if you used to drink here, this might occur to you as a place you could hide a kidnapped woman." "We're looking for someone who grew up around here, or had connections around here," D.I. Owens agreed, her eyes bright. "That'll help." Derwent made his way to the door, stepping carefully on the mats the DS had placed on the ground. He looked in without crossing the threshold. "He wanted her to be all right, didn't he? Loads of food, loads of water. Enough to keep her here until Christmas, though I assume that wasn't the plan. And no ransom demand. No contact from the kidnapper at all." He looked back at us. "Are we sure the boyfriend's alibi is good?" "It's fairly vague." D.I. Owens folded her arms, defensive, even if she didn't realise she was reacting to Derwent's scrutiny that way. I knew the feeling well. "But since her disappearance, he's been distraught." "I saw the press conference," I said. "He looked sincere." "Your trouble is you still wanting to believe the best of people." Derwent's voice was cutting, and D.I. Owens flinched. "He doesn't mean you," I said. "That was meant for me." She frowned at me, at a loss, and I shrugged instead of explaining. Derwent had stalked off anyway, heading around the back of the hut. "Let's have a look at where she was kept." I followed D.I. Owens and stood behind her in the doorway. There was something chilling about the setup he'd left for Tessa. The serried ranks of water bottles and cereal bars, and nothing but a pile of paper napkins for her to keep herself clean. I frowned. "Can I see one of those napkins?" The DS picked one up and held it out on his gloved palm. "What is it?" "This logo." It was a D in a circle. Do you recognise it? No. That told me D.I. Owens had a healthier approach to feeding herself than I did, which wouldn't be difficult, admittedly. There's a company called Deliveration. They collect food from restaurants, takeaways, that kind of thing, and deliver it to your door. They're pretty popular. D.I. Owens nodded. I've seen them. Deliveries come with these napkins and branded wet wipes. It's all about delivering a good experience, not just a meal. That's the company ethos. So there must be millions of these napkins floating around. Anyone who's ever used Deliveration would have them. They give you stacks of them. But Paul Bliss's best friend was wearing a Deliveration jacket when I was at Tessa's house. Tenuous? Derwent had come back without me noticing. I didn't say it wasn't, but it's somewhere to start. I turned back to D.I. Owens. The night before Tessa was kidnapped, she ate something that gave her food poisoning. Ask Paul where the food came from. Find out if it was a Deliveration order, and if so, who brought it to the house. Chapter 31. The corridor outside the interview room was crowded and too hot for me. I drifted off for a minute, zoning out. God, but I was tired. As tired as Kelly Lambert, maybe, who was sitting a few feet away from me behind a wall, in the 6th hour of questioning, his lawyer writing notes as he fumbled for answers. I had watched a few minutes of it on the live stream that was playing in the meeting room. Kelly looked thin, jumpy, off balance. He looked guilty. Derwent's elbow caught me in the ribs, and Una Burt's face came back into focus, her mouth moving. I forced myself to listen to what she was asking me. Not connected with the other missing women after all? The only connection is that it gave him the idea, I said. This Oliver Jones. Ollie. He's Paul Bliss's best friend. I stood up a little straighter, blinking the exhaustion away as best I could. As soon as D.I. Owens spoke to him, he confessed everything. His grandparents used to live about 5 minutes away from the woods, Derwent explained. He spent his childhood running about there. That's how he knew about the hut. Why did he want to kidnap Tessa? Godley asked. Was he jealous? Apparently not. Paul is a musician, and Ollie calls himself his manager. He does various other jobs, including the food delivery stuff, and he arranges the odd club night here and there. He thought it was a golden opportunity to get some free publicity for Paul. Get his face in front of the cameras, was the phrase he used. I shrugged. He didn't tell Paul what he was planning because he thought it would be more credible. He brought around a takeaway the night before as a surprise. The big surprise was what was in Tessa's curry. He spiked her food, so she was sick. He thought she'd skip school, but she was too conscientious. He had to improvise. I've got to hand it to him. He'd laid the groundwork, Derwent said. It wasn't unusual for him to drop around with a meal for them. Paul Bliss never mentioned it to us when we asked him about it because it was so routine. No big deal. According to Ollie, he was waiting outside the house when she came back from school. He told her he'd take her to the doctor's. Instead, he choked her from behind until she lost consciousness and put her in the boot of his car. Risky, Una Burt commented. He could have killed her. He watched a video on YouTube about it, I said, so it was perfectly safe. Jesus. Godley shook his head. The things people do. How's the girl? Bert asked, almost as an afterthought. Dying. There were less brutal ways to put it, but I knew Derwent was hiding how he really felt. I had seen him in the hospital, holding Tessa's mother's hand as she sobbed on his shoulder. So often it was what he did that gave him away, rather than what he said. The family are donating her organs. They say it's what she would have wanted, I said. And D.I. Owens is going to charge Ollie Jones with everything she can think of. Kidnap, forced imprisonment, manslaughter, the works. Can they make manslaughter stick? He wasn't driving the truck, Godley said. But she wouldn't have been there in the first place if Jones hadn't kidnapped her. I shrugged. It's worth a try. At least some good can come of it, Bert said briskly. But what a waste. It was that, I thought, and more. I tried to be professional about how I did my job, but I found it hard not to hate Ollie Jones for the casual, stupid way he had put Tessa in harm's way. It was a waste of our time, Derwent said softly. You sent us on a wild goose chase. The media had made the connection between Tessa and the other women who disappeared. We had to be seen to take action. Unabert glowered at Derwent, which had no discernible effect. Because the media thought we should. We're taking advice from them on how we investigate crimes now, are we? Letting them dictate our strategy? Of course not. You were more interested in how we looked than in what we were doing, and whether it was of any value to our investigation. If you had found Tessa Marsh alive, it would have been worth it, Godley pointed out. Yeah, but we didn't. We weren't even close. Maeve worked out who kidnapped her. Only when it was too late. I flinched, and Derwent glanced at me. Not your fault, obviously. You did a good job. Thanks. For nothing. I took a deep breath. How are things going here? Chris Pettifer's talking to Kelly Lambert. He's a good interviewer. He's not getting anywhere, Godley said, his frustration obvious. Lambert's denying any involvement. Is he talking? Derwent asked. Oh, he's being very helpful, as far as he can be. But he can't tell us what he doesn't know. So he says. From Bert's tone of voice, she didn't believe a word of it. What about Leo? I asked. What does he have to say about the shed and the septic tank? He gave a no-comment interview. Godley frowned. But we'll try again later. He knows better than to say anything at all. Or at least his lawyer does, Derwent said. And something in his tone made me look at him, only to find he was watching me. Waiting, I diagnosed, for me to blush at the very mention of Seth Taylor. You make one passing reference to thinking someone is handsome. Any progress on the post-mortems? I asked. They're still working on the victims from the septic tank. We don't have IDs for them yet, but they're cross-referencing the teeth with missing persons reports, so with any luck we should get some names soon. We haven't had much luck so far, I commented. No, not a lot. Godley smiled down at me. Except that it's lucky for us you're working on this. Without you, we wouldn't have located Rachel Healy or the unknown women in the septic tank. Better than a cadaver dog any day. Derwent dropped a heavy arm across my shoulders and my knees buckled a fraction. I hadn't been expecting it. You look tired, Maeve. Godley's smile faded to concern. Up all night, Derwent said before I could reply. Working? Unabert frowned. I didn't think anyone stayed late at the farm. I'd have given you some time off and you if I'd known. It's fine, I said, willing the colour to stay out of my face. I hated Derwent for putting me in this position. I was essentially lying about where I'd been and what I'd done. But I was damned if I was going to explain where I'd been. I'd rather crawl over broken glass than discuss my sex life, or lack of it, with the 3 senior officers in front of me. Please, don't worry. Bert had lost interest anyway. Well, you can take the rest of the day off. That won't be possible, I'm afraid. Derwent's voice was silky. We have Rachel Healy's post-mortem to go to later on. It's fine, I said again, sharper this time. I've got plenty to do until then. And so do we. Godley looked at Derwent. Josh, a word? Derwent followed him down the corridor, and I watched him go. Troublemaking came as naturally to him as breathing, and I never, ever had the advantage. Bert had already started to follow the others, but she paused, You were right about Tessa. It was a dead end as far as this investigation was concerned. You still did a good job on it. Thanks. I was surprised at the compliment, and I was right to be wary, because there was a sting in the tail. D.I. Owens let me know she was very impressed with you. If you ever want to leave this team, I'm sure she'd be happy to have you. I don't want to leave the team. If you ever did, I said. Bert made a vague gesture. Sometime. You might change your mind. I might have no choice but to change my mind, she meant. I knew she didn't like me much, and I knew that Godley wouldn't necessarily intervene on my behalf. He would prioritise the team and our work over any individual. He'd done as much when he allowed Georgia to take my place in the investigation. Maybe D.I. Owens wasn't such a bad option after all. I went back to my desk feeling deeply discouraged, and occupied myself with dull admin for other cases to take my mind off Una Burt, the post-mortem, and the 7 dead women who seemed to be standing around behind me, waiting for me to find their killer. Except that he was presumably down the hall, I reminded myself, thinking of Kelly Lambert, and the slow, delicate way Chris Pettifer was filleting his story for lies. But why would he campaign to get his father out of prison if Leo was prepared to take the fall for the murders? Conscience kicking in? Family loyalty? Or it was all nothing to do with him, as he'd protested, and he was as innocent as his father's victims. That was not a line of thought that would help anyone, I told myself. There was a part of me that still wanted Kelly to be innocent because I'd liked him, and I didn't want to have fallen under his spell like one of his victims. I'd found out the truth about him from a safe distance, not staring into his eyes as his kindness evaporated. You fit the demographic, Derwent had said with a barely concealed sneer, and he was right. I could have been one of the women staring up sightlessly from their pit if the circumstances had been a little different. I forced myself to concentrate, and I was successful to the extent that I didn't notice Derwent coming back to the office. It was only when the phone on my desk rang that I looked up to see him staring at me. I glared back and picked up the receiver. Maeve Kerrigan? This is Katie Lunn. I don't know if you remember... I remember, I said. Of course I do. Oh, good. I'm sorry to bother you. It's just... well, Rachel's sister told us you'd found a body. I winced. I should have told her and Jenny Palmer. They had been waiting as long as Zoe. Yes, we have. We haven't formally identified her yet, but we're working on the assumption that it's Rachel. I'm so sorry. Oh. It was a gasp, a half sigh. That was the sound of hope dying, I thought. After a couple of moments, Katie had recovered enough to speak again. Well, that's that. It's not official yet. If I can ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. I won't tell anyone. I don't want to tell anyone. She sounded nettled. Thank you. I'm sure you wouldn't, but I had to say it anyway. I suppose you do. She fell silent, but it was a silence that seemed weighted with something unsaid. Was there anything else I could help you with? Well, I suppose I have to come clean. I wasn't completely honest with you about Rachel's boyfriend when I said I didn't know who it was. But I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm still not sure. I didn't want to say anything if I wasn't sure. I appreciate that. I clicked my pen, fighting to keep the frustration out of my voice. But we can be discreet. We needn't mention you. He wouldn't know who I was anyway. Katie sighed. I suppose I didn't want to share it with you because it was the last secret I ever got to keep for Rachel. I was still hoping she might come back someday, and I could ask her about it myself. I understand. I did, too. Though I wanted to scream at her that it would have been a lot better for everyone if she'd told someone, anyone, when Rachel went missing, instead of waiting for her body to be discovered. I don't have any evidence, Katie said, but I'm pretty sure she was sleeping with her boss. Which one? She had two. Oh, I don't know. Of course she didn't. Well, what makes you think that? I heard her talking on the phone a couple of weeks before she died. She didn't know I was in the flat. I'd started a migraine at work, so I'd gone home and put myself to bed. I'd been asleep, but I woke up, and my head was still killing me. I knew there were painkillers in the kitchen, so I went to take some. Rachel's door wasn't closed properly, and I heard her laughing. I was dopey from pain and still half asleep. I couldn't work out what was going on. I thought she had someone in the room with her. I stopped for a second to listen. What did you hear? It sounded intimate. I think he was doing the talking. Rachel was mainly laughing and sighing, you know. My love life might have been a cursed wasteland, but I vaguely recalled that sort of phone call. I glanced up and discovered Derwent was still watching me. I know what you mean, I said into the phone. When I realised what was going on, I went straight down to the kitchen. I was worried in case she thought I'd been eavesdropping on her. I took my painkillers, and then I came back. As I passed her room, I heard her say something like, "If I do that, will you give me a promotion?" And then she said, "I thought I was your favourite employee." And then, well, she said something about disciplinary proceedings. I could hear the embarrassment in her voice. Right, I understand. What are you going to do about it? It hardly seemed important now that Rachel's body had been found, but I didn't want to put her off. I'll go back and talk to them and see what kind of reaction I get. I won't mention how the information came to us. Thank you. If anything else occurs to you, don't wait a few years to pass it on. Yes, sorry. Better late than never. I thanked her and hung up, and by the time the receiver was back in its place, Derwent had wheeled his chair across to my desk. Well? I told him what Katie had told me, and he looked sceptical. It's not proof of anything. She might have been role-playing with someone. The naughty secretary scenario is usually a winner. I raised one eyebrow. Is that so? I've always found it does the trick, Derwent said idly. What did you make of her bosses? I wouldn't sleep with either of them. I thought about Per Kemp and James Gallagher. Per was flirtatious. James was on his best behaviour. And he was the last one who saw her. Can you imagine either of them whipping a woman for fun? I leaned back in my chair. What a question. That's the point, though, isn't it? She was into being slapped around. And choked. I tapped my pen on the desk. I think James Gallagher is our man. Why? He gave me the creeps. And Per Kemp made a little joke about wanting to know what his partner had to say about Rachel. Gallagher was obviously uneasy about it. He was guilty about something. I thought it at the time, but I couldn't make any progress with getting him to talk. Anyway, we were looking for a serial killer, not a boyfriend. Derwent frowned. Yeah. And we know she was killed by Kelly Lambert, with or without his dad's help. Even if Gallagher was fucking her, it's irrelevant. I don't see how this helps us. We don't know Kelly killed her. You think he did. He dropped his head into his hands and groaned. For fuck's sake, Kerrigan, give up on him. You found the body. It was on the farm where Lambert grew up. No one else could have put it there. No one else would have known about the farm, would they? No one else would have known it was a safe place to fuck dead girls. Rachel was different, I said. I was holding on to that stubbornly because it was true and because I didn't understand why she was different. You know as well as I do that this killer seemed attracted to women in peril. That's how he got the White Knight nickname. So what happened to Rachel that made her look appealing to the killer? We'll never know. James Gallagher said he let her out of his car and she walked away. He said he couldn't recall any drama. But you think he was lying? I wouldn't be surprised. I bit my lip, thinking about it, then stopped biting it because it was still tender from the day before. James Gallagher could be the witness we've been waiting for. Derwent checked the time and stood up. Come on, get your coat. Let's go and see what Mr. Gallagher can tell us about how he gets his kicks. Chapter 32. I liked to believe I could do anything Derwent could do and do it in heels, but I had to admit he had the edge on me when it came to dealing with James Gallagher. How do you want to handle this? I had asked in the car on the way to Gallagher Kemp offices. He's a bully. Bullies don't like being challenged. So you're going to challenge him? That's what I was planning. I could feel Derwent was watching me, but I concentrated on the road. How was he with you when you interviewed him before? I don't think he has a lot of time for women. He went out of his way to demonstrate I didn't intimidate him. And he said a couple of things that made it clear he wanted to put me in my place. Did he indeed? That was all he said, and he said it quietly. But when I stopped at traffic lights and turned to look at him, he was scowling. This time we didn't wait in Gallagher Kemp's reception area. Derwent stalked straight through the door to the office as the receptionist flapped, and I followed meekly behind. James Gallagher was halfway through standing up when we walked into his room. Sit down. Derwent moved around the desk so he could loom over Gallagher, who had subsided into his chair as if his legs had given way under him. I took a seat on the other side of the desk. What's this about? Gallagher faltered. You didn't tell me the truth when I was here before, I said, about your relationship with Rachel Healy. I most certainly did. Try again. Gallagher all but cringed as he looked up at Derwent. Try again, but I can't improve on the truth. No, you can't. We know you were sleeping with her, Mr. Gallagher. But how? She didn't... He broke off. Tell anyone, I suggested. No, but she wasn't as discreet as you might have liked her to be, and you've just confirmed it was true. What is the attraction? Derwent sounded genuinely puzzled. Not shagging the pretty girl at work, I get that. It's the violence I don't understand. Whipping, choking, where's the appeal? I don't hope, but you do. Derwent leaned down, getting in Gallagher's face. You hurt her because you enjoyed it, you sick little fuck. You can't talk to me like that. This isn't an official interview. There are no tape recorders. When we arrest you for perverting the course of justice and take you down to the station, I'll have to mind my manners. But here and now, I can tell you what I think of you, and I think you're a lying prick. It was a bluff, I knew. The last thing we wanted was to arrest James Gallagher. Any lawyer would spot that we wouldn't want to undermine his credibility, especially if what he was telling us was now the truth. Proving he was a liar would be a gift to the defence in any trial where he was a witness. But Gallagher wasn't a lawyer, and he was terrified, which was exactly what Derwent had intended. She wanted it. Did she? She begged me to do it. He shook his head. You have to believe me, she was the one in charge. That's how it works. She said what she wanted, and she told me when to stop. I did what she asked me to do. It looked as if I was in control, but she was the one calling the shots. You were her boss, though, so it wasn't a relationship of equals in the first place, I said. That didn't matter. She didn't think of me as her boss. But you were. She was dependent on you for her job, her income. I never thought about that. You didn't have to. I bet it started out as a harmless little fling, and before you knew it, you were in trouble. Derwent got closer to Gallagher's face. Things went too far. You wanted a quiet midlife crisis shag, but it got too dark. We shared similar interests. I don't think I need or want to say anything more than that. Gallagher tried to take charge of the situation. If you keep badgering me like this, I'm going to call my lawyer. Why haven't you called him already? What's stopping you? Derwent grabbed Gallagher's phone off the desk and threw it into his lap. Oh, that's right. You don't want anyone to know what a horrible person you are. That's why you lied in the initial investigation. You put your reputation ahead of Rachel's safety. You put yourself first. It was a difficult time in my life. I just got divorced. I wasn't making good decisions. What happened the night Rachel disappeared? I asked. I told you. No. What really happened the night Rachel disappeared? They never found a trace of her on CCTV from the area where you said she left your car. They never found your car on the CCTV either. CCTV isn't foolproof, but King's Cross has a lot of it. So it's strange that no one caught you on camera. It's even stranger that we couldn't find any witnesses who saw Rachel there. You'd think that someone, somewhere, would have seen something. Unless you weren't there, and your whole story was a lie. Gallagher leaned on the desk, bracing his forehead on his fist. I can't. I think you'll find you can, Derwent said, and the menace in his voice made even me shiver. What happened? I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of what I did or how I behaved afterwards. But there was nothing I could do. There was nothing anyone could have done after he took her. Did you see him? I demanded. Gallagher nodded, his face working as if he was trying not to cry. And you didn't think that was important? You didn't think that was worth sharing with the police? Once I'd started lying, I didn't know how to stop. Gallagher swallowed. Anyway, it was too late. Anger was a small, hard ball in the pit of my stomach. Derwent was pale, his mouth tight. I thought he was holding himself back. Tell us what happened, I said levelly, from the beginning. And this time, don't leave anything out. The first part of what I told you, that was true. I worked late that night, and so did Rachel. She was waiting for me. She had been away, and she said she missed me. Where did you go after work? I drove us to my house in Islington, but we didn't go in. We took the tube down to Oxford Circus, to a little sushi restaurant I like. Rachel didn't use her Oyster card that night? No, I'd forgotten that. The terminals weren't working at that underground station, so I had to buy us paper tickets. He gave me a half smile. You can check it if you like. I certainly will. What happened then? We ate. He frowned, looking down at his hands. She kept asking if we could go. I ordered extra courses, extra wine. I wanted to draw out the anticipation. I was looking forward to sleeping with her again. I mean, you've seen her picture. She was gorgeous. An image flashed before my eyes, a huddled, mummified corpse, her hair dusty, her skin peeling away from her bones. What happened then? We drank a lot, more than usual. I only realised it when I stood up. Rachel was all over the place. He grimaced. I had a rule that we didn't touch each other in public, but I had to help her to walk in a straight line. We'd got return tickets, so I took her back to the tube station instead of getting a taxi. It's not a long journey back up to Islington. What time was this? Derwent asked. I don't know. Late. As I said, I'd had too much to drink. I wasn't paying too much attention to the time. What happened then? He picked us up on the tube. Gallagher shook his head. I was so stupid. What did you do? I asked. I couldn't keep my hands off Rachel. I pushed her against the glass partition, and I stood in front of her where no one could see what we were doing. Oh, so I thought. He swallowed. I groped her a bit over her clothes. She was wearing jeans or trousers, something like that. They were tight. No knickers, I knew, so I felt her up a bit. She was laughing, but she was trying to get me to stop too. I mean, we were in public. You know what it's like when you're pissed on the tube and the rest of the carriage is stone cold sober, but you don't really give a fuck? It was like that. I know I don't expect adults to behave that way on public transport, Derwent snapped. Well, I regret it now. Anyway, I think that must have attracted his attention. I sort of remember seeing him in the carriage, watching. But there were loads of people in the carriage and he didn't stand out. Did you see his face? He had a scarf pulled up over his mouth and he was wearing a hoodie, so no, not really. But he caught your attention. Just because he was staring. I was thinking, yeah, mate, you wish you were me, don't you? He gave a weak laugh. What a fucking idiot. Did he follow you? I think he must have left ahead of us and waited. I don't see how else he would have known where we were going. We got off the tube and I hung back until the platform was empty before we started to walk out. I pushed her around a bit. Slapped her a couple of times. He looked up at me and read something in my expression that made him defensive. She liked it. All of it. Doing it in public was a new thrill. If you say so. And you got off on humiliating her in public. You got a thrill out of letting everyone know you were going to have sex with her, Derwent sneered. I'm only human, and I was drunk. It was late. He shrugged. If you think it's shocking, you need to get out more. I could imagine it as clearly as if I'd been there. The girl tottering on her high heels, evidently enthralled to the older man. The crisp sound of a hand hitting flesh, echoing over the rumble of the trains. The pair of them standing close together. Gallagher's hands revoltingly active on her body, as the other passengers pretended not to notice. Or stared. Or occupied themselves with their own lives. The long journey up to the street, along tiled, echoing hallways, as she twisted in his grasp, and protested, and eventually submitted to him. You left the station. It's a 10-minute walk to my house. We stopped a couple of times on the way. Dark corners, you know. I don't know how long it took us to get there, but more than 10 minutes. He must have been watching the whole time. He was right behind us when we turned into my street. Did you notice him? Rachel glanced back and grabbed my arm. I shook her off. She wasn't supposed to touch me, you see, because of the rules I'd laid out for her. The rules, Derwent repeated. Then, go on. I was pretty desperate to get into the house by then. Excited, I mean. I get the picture. You obviously didn't make it into the house. No, we did. I went in to turn off the alarm, and Rachel was following me in. He must have ran up the steps behind her. I heard her cry out. By the time I turned around, he'd grabbed her. What did you do? I froze. I was just so shocked. Did you get a better look at him? I asked. No, he'd pulled the scarf up further, over his mouth and nose. I just saw his eyes. They were dark brown. Cold. Gallagher shivered. I'll never forget them. How old would you say he was? 20s? Something like that. The way he moved, he was fit. Not a big guy. Built like a runner, more than a weightlifter, you know. But he was strong. Derwent looked at me for the first time, and I could read what he was thinking. Kelly. What happened then? I offered him money. My watch, my car keys. He shook his head. He threw me some cable ties, told me to tie myself up. And you did? I tried to leave them loose, but he tightened them. There was nothing I could do. He had a knife, and I knew he was prepared to use it. The things he said... Gallagher's voice trailed away. I had nightmares afterwards. He said he'd cut off my balls. He said I deserved it. What was his voice like? Deep? High-pitched? Any accent? Gallagher shrugged. He sort of growled at us. I wouldn't recognise him if I heard him speaking normally, I don't think. How did you get free once he was gone? Did you call for help? I managed to get to my phone, and I was able to press the button to redial the last number. It was Per, my business partner. He's always been someone I trusted. He came straight over. And he didn't think it was remarkable that you'd been tied up and left there? I told him it was a practical joke. Nothing had been taken from the house. Nothing except Rachel. He cleared his throat. I don't know what I said to him, but he just laughed at me and cut me free. When he realised that Rachel was missing, I began, and Gallagher raised a hand to stop me. It never came up. We never talked about it again. I don't know if Per had his suspicions about me and Rachel, but he must have decided he was better off not knowing. He knew I hadn't hurt her, and the business means a lot to both of us. A scandal was the last thing either of us needed. Go back a bit. What was Rachel doing while you were being tied up? I asked. She was going along with it. He grimaced. The thing is, I think she thought it was part of my plan. I told her that things were going to get a little crazy that night. I taunted her, you know, built it up. So I think she thought I'd set her up to be kidnapped. It was one of her fantasies. A little anger edged his voice. I told you she was into some weird shit. That was nothing to do with me. It was all her. What happened in her fantasy when she was kidnapped? Did she ever tell you? I asked. She imagined the kidnapper raping her, hurting her. She liked the idea of being powerless, in danger. He licked his lips as if they were dry. She needed it to feel alive, she said. Derwent swore under his breath. So she didn't put up a fight, I said. No, the opposite. She was crying, but it felt fake. He rallied slightly. Part of me always thought that maybe she'd set it up herself while she was away. That me, watching her being taken, was part of the thrill for her. And, I don't know, maybe she'd decided to go away and stay away. I mean, isn't that possible? That it was a dramatic way of saying goodbye to her old life. Dramatic and final, I said dryly. We found her body yesterday. No. No! The howl came from his gut. There was no doubting his distress was real. Oh, God!
No.
We let him sob for a minute or two. I stared out of the window, nauseated. She'd deserved so much more than this money-obsessed shell of a man who had pretended he was strong. The whole thing had been an act. He was as fake as his receptionist's acrylic nails. "You really persuaded yourself she was still alive?" Derwent said eventually. "Quite the imagination you've got there." I roused myself to say, "Well, if she was still alive, then Mr. Galler had nothing to reproach himself for." "Whereas, in fact, if he'd got off his arse and called 999, she might have had a chance to survive."
"I should have told you everything. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
Tears were standing in James Gallagher's eyes. He was broken, barely held together by the designer suit.
"I don't expect you to believe me, but I really loved Rachel. She was something special. I'd have done anything for her."
"Except risk your reputation," I snapped. "Or put up a fight against the man who took her and killed her." Derwent smiled, not pleasantly. "Apart from that, you'd have done anything at all." Chapter 33. The body was stretched out on the stainless steel table, laid out for our inspection in the bright, pitiless overhead light. "Well, here we are again," Dr. Early said brightly, as if we weren't all standing around a naked corpse. "Doc." Derwent was staring at the table as if it had hypnotized him. With a visible effort, he tore his eyes away from it. "We've been keeping you busy." "You certainly have." "Any progress on identifying the bodies from the septic tank?" I asked, because I genuinely wanted to know, and because I was putting off the moment when I had to turn my attention to Rachel Healy's remains. "We've matched dental records on 2 of them to missing women. Both sex workers, both drug addicts, both with extensive criminal records. They were reported missing 8 years ago," Una Burt said, from her position at the back of the room. "Marginal women. Easy targets," I said, and she nodded. 8 years ago, Leo Stone was between prison sentences. Kelly Lambert was 18, Derwent said. He'd just left his foster family. "You think he went on a spree to celebrate?" There must have been something challenging in the way I said it, because Derwent whipped around to face me, shoving his hands in his pockets, making himself look wider and more intimidating. I wondered if he even realised he was doing it. It's possible, isn't it? Maybe even likely. He's spent years waiting for his freedom, and when he gets it, he goes a bit wild, with the help of his dear old dad. And then what? Leo goes back inside. Kelly abandons his desire to kill and goes back to being a nice guy for a while. Until his dad gets out of prison. Derwent shrugged. I don't know why you're trying to turn this into some big mystery. He might come across as a decent person, but it's all part of the game. That's enough. Una Burt's voice cracked like a whip, and we both jumped. It certainly looks as if we need to focus on Kelly Lambert now, but that doesn't put his father in the clear. Leo has been arrested, of course, and remanded in custody following the discovery of the bodies in the tank, but we will need to talk to him again in the light of the new evidence. So far, he hasn't said anything. Liv is working on tracing next of kin for the women we've identified. She's talking to the officers who dealt with the original inquiries when they were reported missing. You should have a look at the files when you get back to the office, Maeve. And steep myself in more misery. Saying no wasn't an option, I knew, but I wished it was. Every victim came with a comet's tail of damage behind her. A trail of heartbroken friends and family. Dr. Early had to think about how the women died. I had to know how they had lived, too, and how they were missed. We're waiting for DNA results on the third woman from the septic tank, but we're fairly sure we've identified her. Incidentally, I've also been able to identify a possible cause of death for her. She was strangled. Her hyoid bone was fractured. One is a mystery. She doesn't seem to match up with any mispar reports. Above her mask, Dr. Early's brows drew together. It really bothered her, I could tell, and I liked her for it. I can tell you what we know about her, but it's not a lot. She was probably in her 20s, somewhere between 5'3" and 5'5" in height. Bleached hair, but the roots were dark. No dental work at all. No obvious injuries, distinguishing marks, chronic conditions. She was a heroin user, based on analysis of her hair. Other than that, she was too healthy to come to medical attention. Or any other kind of attention, since no one reported her gone. The doctor sighed. I can't help thinking of her as a lost soul. They all were, I said. If we can work out where he found the others, that might help. Dr. Early nodded. I hate it when no one has reported them missing. It's not right that someone should vanish off the face of the earth without anyone noticing. What about this one? Derwent asked, gesturing at the table. Did you get started without us? Rachel Healy. Dr. Early put a gloved hand on her leg in a proprietorial way. Why do you ask if I've started already? Derwent pointed wordlessly at the woman's chest, which was gaping open. I've done the preliminary inspection already, but I would point out, Inspector, that is not a Y incision on her chest. And I'd thank you to give me a little more credit than that. My work is a lot neater. Did he do that to her? I knew Derwent well enough to know he was upset from his voice, though a stranger might have missed it. That careful, colourless way of speaking meant he was holding back his emotions. His hands were back in his pockets, but I would have laid money they were balled into fists. He certainly did. With a gloved finger, she sketched the outlines of the horrific wound in the air above Rachel's chest. The injury was heart-shaped and ran from her throat down to the base of her sternum, covering the entire width of her chest. She was alive when he did this. Derwent shook his head. Bastard. That'll be where all the blood came from. We couldn't see any of this when we saw the body in situ, I explained to Una Bird. She was curled up and facing away from us. How did he do it? Bert asked. My best guess is that he used some sort of heavy cutting tool, something with a sharp edge. It would have been a gouging motion. The doctor mimed it. As to why he did it, maybe he wanted to disguise what he'd done to her up to that point. Disguise what? Can you see this area here? She pointed to the edge of the injury, and I leaned in reluctantly, aware of Derwent doing the same on the other side of the table, and Una Burt shuffling forward too. That's part of a bite mark. I think he lost control and he bit her. And all of these injuries were supposed to hide it. Biting? Gouging? This is a hell of a lot more violence than he used on the other women, Derwent said. He didn't leave a mark on the others, did he? Exactly. We couldn't be sure of the cause of death with Willa Howard and Sarah Gray, because he'd done so little skeletal damage. I settled on asphyxiation in the end because it seemed the most likely cause of death, but it was more because I'd excluded other methods of killing than anything else. This lady bled out. Dr. Early was hovering at the top end of the table, peering down at Rachel. As you can see, there's considerable damage to the face and the head as well. We took some x-rays to get a good look at the injuries, and, in layman's terms, he beat her to a pulp. Multiple fractures, significant skin lacerations, and this enormous wound to her chest, which is probably hiding further damage. So why did he hurt Rachel? Bert asked. He lost control, I said. She did something that upset him. She made him angry. Maybe she fought him off, Derwent suggested, and Dr. Early shook her head. She didn't have any defensive wounds. She was restrained at some point. See these marks? Dr. Early pointed at 2 areas above and below Rachel's elbows. She was tied to something. I don't know if she was tied up when he cut her, but if not, her instinct would have been to grab at whatever blade or tool he used on her. That is, of course, if she was still conscious at the time. Dr. Early picked up a withered hand and turned it over, examining it closely. Nothing. Not even a broken nail. So, she didn't fight. I looked at Derwent. Think about what Gallagher said about her, and her boyfriend. She liked being choked. She liked the idea of being kidnapped. So you're saying she died happy? No, of course that's not what I meant, I snapped. What did I mean? The others were staring at me, waiting, while I struggled to breathe properly. The room seemed to be full of evil, and it was stifling. He likes women who are desperate. He likes to come to the rescue. He doesn't hurt them. That's important to him. He takes control of them and the situation, and he kills them quickly. Then he takes them somewhere where he can enjoy being with them, and there's no risk of being interrupted. He doesn't want to interact with them in any meaningful way. That interferes with how he sees them. In his head, he's rescuing them, keeping them safe. By killing them, Derwent said, with a touch of sarcasm. I didn't say it made sense to a normal person. But the one thing that links all our victims, including Rachel, is that they were visibly upset. I counted them off. Willa was arguing with her boyfriend in the pub and crying when she walked away. We don't know when he saw her and decided to target her, but if he'd seen her in the pub or in the street, she would have fitted his type. Sarah had a flat tire and had to walk home. She was obviously unsettled by it and felt unsafe, quite rightly as it turned out. She may have been distressed. We know she took a long route home. Rachel was getting slapped around by her lover on the underground. He came to the rescue. That's what excites him. Or he can see they're an easy target because they're likely to be docile. They're not confident women, they're victims. Obedient, compliant. You find a woman who's already off balance for whatever reason, and she's not going to be on her guard. You can manipulate her more easily, box her in, take control. If you wanted to catch a wolf, you needed to think like a wolf. There were times, though, when I wondered if Derwent was a little too close to the wolves we hunted. Maybe it was both, I said. But something made him flip with Rachel. Something she did went against his narrative. He lost control of himself. She made him angry. More than just angry. The biting is a common feature of sex murders, Dr. Early said. I'll take particular care to check for any signs of sexual assault. Right. She wasn't scared. She was excited. Maybe she thought it was role play, so she didn't follow the script he wanted. Maybe she tried to engage with him sexually. Whatever she did enraged him. He hit her many times, Dr. Early said softly. I haven't been able to count the number of fractures in her face. So, his lovely, bloodless, controlled murder turned into a fiasco. He lost control, I repeated. Control matters to him. He was ashamed of himself and what he'd done. He didn't want to be around her anymore, unlike the others who he kept. He didn't want to display her once he was finished with her. He hid her away behind a wall. And a couple of weeks later, way ahead of his usual schedule, he picked up Willa Howard. This time, it followed the right script, and he was happy. Poor kid, Derwent said softly. Who, Willa? All of them, really. Let's get on with this, Una Burt said from the back of the room, and the pathologist flicked on the overhead microphone and began her recitation of the date, the time, who was present in the room, who was on the slab. I mean, I don't even have a vagina, and it made me want to cross my legs. Do we have to talk about this? It was as if I hadn't spoken. I never liked that bit anyway. Derwent shuddered theatrically. Feels all wrong to watch it. Intrusive. I know they can't feel anything, but it's demeaning, the way the doc pulls them around. A pelvic exam is a routine part of a post-mortem examination, I said woodenly, trying to calculate how long the journey back to the office would take at this time of day. It all depended on traffic and what route Derwent took. If he would only use the sat-nav, we could get where we needed to go a lot quicker. But D.I. the knowledge Derwent was far too good for that. Routine, yeah, but gross. Especially that one. He made a retching noise, and I wasn't altogether sure it was fake. Nor did I blame him. When the doctor went up there with the tongs, I thought I was going to puke my guts up. You always make such a big deal out of it, if I feel sick at a post-mortem, I protested. Most of them are fine. That one wasn't. Good evidence, though. He flashed me a look for that, checking to see if I meant it. Good evidence for us, bad evidence for Kelly Lambert. I had known he was in deep trouble the second the doctor straightened up, triumph crinkling her eyes above the paper mask, and dropped a small object into the dish her assistant held out. It clattered with a dull sound. Wood on metal. What the shit is that? Derwent had demanded. It's a crucifix. It was blackened, coated in degraded blood and tissue, and instantly recognisable to me as Kelly Lambert's work. It was pushed through her cervix. I saw the end of it poking out. Dr. Early had sounded pleased with herself for recovering it, and she had done well. It was one more thing to tie Kelly Lambert to the murders. What do you think it means? Derwent wasn't going to let it drop, I could tell. 15 more minutes in the car, at least. More like 20, probably. I abandoned the idea of stalling him. I don't know. He was angry with her. Maybe he felt he'd let himself down. She'd made him betray himself, his principles, his plan. Maybe he was trying to purify her. I took a deep breath. Or it was none of those things. Maybe he wanted to hurt her and it came to hand. So you're not on Team Kelly anymore? I never was, I said, glaring at him. I was just doing my job. Could have sworn you were smitten. Absolutely not. He's handsome. If you want to get in touch with that side of your sexuality, don't let me stop you. But I think you could do better than Kelly Lambert. I patted his hand. Don't sell yourself short. Derwent grinned, the creases deepening around his eyes. Come off it, Kerrigan. It upsets you that he turned out to be a wrong 'un. No, what he did upsets me. He treated these women like they were worth nothing. They were useful to him. Beyond that, they had no purpose in life, no future. Yeah, I wouldn't set him up on a date with anyone I liked. I thought better of him, but I wasn't the only one. Whitlock liked him, and the Greys have practically adopted him. I never spoke to him, but he seemed harmless enough. Exactly. Almost as if he went out of his way to seem unthreatening. I shivered. Now that I think about it, I find myself wondering if that was deliberate. I should have been more guarded. You had no reason to suspect him of anything. Derwent could be generous, as long as you were prepared to admit you were wrong. Apart from his background, I suppose you can't run away from your past and your family forever. Look at his dad. He's a thug. And his mother died when he was young. But Kelly had a chance to change how his life panned out. His foster family adored him. They gave him a good childhood. It didn't make any difference in the end. I stared out of the window. A scattering of rain rattled against the glass. Maybe you can't help people. Maybe you should write them off at birth. Give them their CRO number along with their birth certificate and open a new file so it's ready the first time they're convicted. This is cynical stuff. I'm surprised at you. I feel cynical. I'm fed up with it. Do you know what I think? Derwent waited for encouragement to go on, which I did not provide. Undaunted, he steamed on. I think your trouble is you're too uptight. You've been working for too long without a break. You need a holiday. You need to dust off your bikini and get some sand between your toes. Read a book. Go for a swim. The very idea of lying on a beach made me feel edgy. I'm not going on holiday. I'm terrible at relaxing. Fucking sightsee, then. Derwent joined the end of a massive tailbag and took the opportunity to look at me. You need a life, Kerrigan. You need a good meal and a hobby. Oh, come on. And you need to get out of your own head for a bit. Drink, drugs, dancing, whatever lets you switch off. You'll burn out otherwise. I can cope. Where did you spend last night? Oh, my God. I let my head drop back against the seat. This again. It's none of your business, sir. Sir, he repeated, and laughed without amusement. I know you want me to shut up when I get a sir, but somehow you never do. I'm looking out for you. Let's be honest, you're pretty terrible at managing your private life. It's called a private life because it's private. You said it yourself. You're lonely. I had said that, in a moment of weakness that I regretted. I could get a dog. The response was instant. Not in my flat. No animals. Not even a mouse. No rodents, Kerrigan. No reptiles either. A fish? Only if it's in batter. Thanks for the advice. Do something about it, Maeve. Life is short. You only get one. You can't work yourself into the ground and pretend it makes you happy. I said, okay. I was smiling, but there was enough keep talking and die in my face and my gritted teeth to make him go quiet at last. Or at least I thought he had gone quiet. As it turned out, he was saving his parting shot for the parking garage at the office, where a handful of colleagues happened to be gathered. Chris Pettifer, Pete Belcott, Georgia, of course. I was walking towards them when Derwent called after me. I don't know who he was, Kerrigan, but he can't have been any good, or you'd be walking around with a smile on your face. I didn't break my stride. Kerrigan, I'm talking to you. I pushed the button for the lift, and the doors slid open immediately, because the power of prayer was a real thing. I pressed the floor I wanted and turned to see Derwent advancing on the lift. I held his gaze as my fingers trailed down the control panel to the door close button. What you need is a good The doors shut, hiding me from him and the smirking group of detectives who had turned to watch us. The best show in town. D.I. Derwent telling D.S. Kerrigan a thing or two. What a lad he was. As the lift jutted into life, I checked my hair in the mirror, noting that my cheeks were hot with embarrassment and anger. Deep breaths. By the time I reached my floor, I was in control of myself again, for as long as it took for the doors to open. Derwent was standing there, smoothing his tie. He'd run up 4 flights to get there in time, and he was barely out of breath. As I was saying, you need a good, fun evening out, Kerrigan. That's not what you were saying. I don't know what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. That wasn't fair. He had the grace to look ashamed. I was trying to make you laugh. Then tell me a joke or something. Don't embarrass me in front of our colleagues. I'm sorry." He sounded as if he meant it for once. "You should be." I folded my arms. "I went home last night. I spent the night with my parents, because Rob called me when we were at the farm. I needed a bit of looking after, and I got it. That's it. The whole story." "I knew it was him on the phone." Derwent looked hurt. "You could have told me where you were." "Why should I? It's still none of your business." "What did Rob say?" "Also none of your business." "Come on, spill." "Really, why do you care?" He shook his head, stubborn as ever. "I want to know." "He said goodbye. He apologised for how he left, and he said goodbye. I don't know why he felt he needed to do that, but he did it, okay? And now it's over." Derwent took a step towards me, and I held up a hand. "Don't even think about trying to hug me." Okay, Jesus, don't blame me." "Why would I?" I frowned at him, genuinely mystified. "It's between me and Rob. Or rather, it was. Now it's finished." "And you're all right?" It wasn't quite a question. "I'm fine." I was, too. "Now, can we get back to work?" He stood back, and I started towards the office. "Do you really want me to tell you a joke?" "No, obviously not. I've got some good ones." "I really doubt that." "A man walks into his bedroom carrying a sheep," Derwent began, and I let the office door swing shut in his face. Chapter 34. I found Liv by the big notice board in the office, shuffling through a sheaf of printouts. "Hey!" She sketched a wave. "You okay? You look pale," I said, coming closer so I could peer at her. "Not feeling great." She let the words out between clenched teeth. "Morning sickness," I whispered, and she shrugged, her expression halfway between hope and fear. "Could be. Probably not, though. I'm probably imagining things." She glanced behind me and pulled herself together, turning back to the board to pin up a photograph. "Who's this?" Derwent demanded, strolling across to join us. It was a picture of a hard-faced young woman, square-jawed and slim, her gaze direct and confident, even though the photograph was a mugshot. "Kitty Cliff, also known as Victim 1 from the septic tank." Liv pinned up another page beside her photograph. "This is her criminal record. And this," another page went up, "and this, and this." "Repeat offender," I said. "What sort of thing?" "Shoplifting, assault, affray, assault PC, drug dealing, prostitution, more shoplifting." "I get the picture. Where did she start off?" "She was from Nottingham. No contact with her family. She left when she was 16. Dropped out of school 2 years before that. There was an older boyfriend, her mum said, and he got her into prostitution. When the relationship ended, she decided to try her luck in London. She survived for a decade. Until she ran into the wrong client." Derwent perched on the edge of a desk and folded his arms. "I'd assume that's how he found her." "Not according to her probation officer. I've just been talking to him," Liv said. "She was trying to go straight." "That's what they all say." "No, really. She had a little girl who was taken into care at birth because Kitty had been using heroin throughout her pregnancy. She would have been 2 when Kitty disappeared. Kitty was determined to get her back, or at least to make sure she didn't lose any other kids." Liv's chin crumpled. "Sorry. All this makes me feel emotional." "I feel more sorry for the kid," Derwent snapped. "The ones that are born addicted to smack have a tough time of it." "Well, the little girl was adopted, and according to the probation officer, she was doing perfectly well the last time he saw Kitty. Kitty had no direct contact with her daughter, but the adoptive parents kept her informed. sent her letters and pictures, that kind of thing. And it made her determined to get better. How determined exactly? I asked. She was doing her best. Some weeks were better than others. The probation officer said she was unlucky to get prison time the last time she was inside. She got nicked for possession with intent to supply. It was borderline, but with her record, the judge didn't want to give her the benefit of the doubt. She went back inside for 6 months. When she came out, she went into a step-down facility. And this time she was determined to change. Derwent rolled his eyes, exactly like the rest of them. Nothing like being surrounded by ex-cons to keep you on the straight and narrow. The facility wasn't only for ex-prisoners. It was for women, but some of them were coming out of mental institutions or domestic violence refuges. The idea was to give them a secure place to live, help with job applications, clothes for job interviews, help with budgeting, basic life skills. It was the last place anyone remembers seeing her. When she disappeared, the staff weren't too worried. The kind of people who live there tend to have pretty chaotic lives. The rules in the hostel were strict to help counter that. There was a curfew, for instance, so if you weren't back in time, you were locked out for the night. When Kitty didn't turn up one evening, no one was surprised, although it was the first time she'd been late. They didn't report her missing until 24 hours had passed. So he got a head start. I stared at Kitty's face, trying to read personality into the tilt of her head. What do you think? Did he pick her up off the street like the others? He was good at it by the time he came across Sarah Gray. He picked a good location with no witnesses and no CCTV. He had practice, Derwent said. I'd say yes. Where was the hostel? I asked Liv. 2 streets away from the pub where Willa Howard was drinking the night she disappeared. I knew he knew the area. You don't stumble across a pub like that. You have to know it's there. If I had to guess, 8 years ago, he was cruising similar hostels looking for victims, because the next one was also straight out of prison when she disappeared. Liv stuck the picture up further along the notice board. Barbara Dolan. Barbara had large, haunted eyes and high cheekbones. Her eyebrows were plucked into thin arches in the photograph, and it gave her an air of surprise. Barbara was from Aberdeen. It was her mother who reported her missing, but they didn't have what you'd call a close relationship. She hadn't seen her for several years. Barbara was an alcoholic and drug addict who we know was working at least some of the time as a prostitute 8 years ago. She was 23 and officially homeless. So where was she living? She had a bed in a refuge in Hammersmith. Hammersmith? I looked at Derwent, who nodded. Not far from where Sarah Gray was taken. He went back to the places he'd scored before. He knew these areas well. When did Barbara disappear? I asked. 6 months after Kitty, give or take a few days. No one was exactly sure when she disappeared. The last time she signed out at the facility was 5 days before her mother raised the alarm. But the staff weren't great about monitoring who was in and who was out. It was shut down not long after Barbara's disappearance. I'm still trying to track down the SIO on the case. I'd like to speak to anyone from the refuge who might be able to tell us about Barbara. It might be worth finding out if Kelly Lambert volunteered at these refuges, I said. He left his foster family to go and do some good in the world, they said. And what a coincidence to find suitable women to kill. What about the third victim? Derwent asked. Again, still waiting for an official confirmation, but this is who they think she was. Liv shuffled through her papers and held up a picture. Evie Pascoe. She's the one who was strangled. The girl in the picture had brown hair, brown eyes, and a round, childish face above her school uniform. She was young and pretty, and a world away from the other women who were stuck up on the notice board. Old picture? I asked. Not that old. She was only 19. She fell in with the wrong crowd, by all accounts. The last time anyone heard from her, she was living in a squat in King's Cross after dropping out of university. When was that? 6 years ago? He left quite a gap between victim 2 and victim 3 then, I said. She's a lot closer to the type he went for later. He started off with the prostitutes and drug addicts, but they were too easy. They weren't ultimately what he wanted. He wanted pretty middle-class girls. He wanted the girls who he couldn't have. I couldn't let Derwent get away with that. Kelly Lambert is handsome and pleasant. Why couldn't he have girls like Evie? Fucked if I know. Maybe he felt insecure about his background or his level of education. He works with his hands. Maybe he was worried the nice girls would look down on him. Or maybe he did get her. Liv was reading the file. I haven't looked at this too closely yet, but one of Evie's friends said she had a boyfriend. No name, but the description could match Kelly. Dark hair, early 20s. That's detailed. It could be anyone, Derwent snapped. We don't have a name for the boyfriend, I take it? Not as far as I can see. She nudged the file towards me. You could have a look, though. Try to talk to that witness again. Sure. 6 years later, and the witness had been living in a squat at the time he made a statement. I'd be lucky to find him. And luckier if he remembered anything he hadn't mentioned about Evie or her boyfriend. And the 4th victim is unknown. Derwent stood up. No one's looking for her even now. They're talking about doing a facial reconstruction, Liv said, if there's the budget for it. Hard to justify spending a lot to give her bones back to a family who don't care about her welfare. Derwent stood up and rubbed the back of his neck as if it was aching. You don't know that they didn't care, I said. She might have walked away from them. They might miss her terribly. Well, if they do, they'll get little comfort from finding out she's dead. He walked away, his shoulders hunched. Where are you going? I called after him. They're interviewing Kelly Lambert downstairs. He hasn't been charged with this lot yet. Derwent indicated the women on the notice board with a sweep of his arm. And what are you going to do? Watch the interview? We've got plenty to do up here. Then you'd better get on with it. The door banged behind him. Liv gave me a quizzical look. Did you two have a row? No, of course not. Well, not really. I started leafing through Evie's file. That's not why he's in a bad mood anyway. Maybe it is. He was the one at fault. That usually makes him angrier, Liv said, accurately. I'm going to take this back to my desk. Why don't you have a lie down or something? I'll be fine, Liv said. A look of extreme concentration came over her face, and she put down the papers she was holding before she hurried out of the room. I grinned, then sighed and sat down at my desk. I had been trying very hard not to think about Rob and his baby and the way he'd sounded on the phone, but Liv had brought him back into the forefront of my mind. It was like brushing against an electric fence, a brief thrill of pain and shock. What had he wanted? To hear my voice? To be forgiven? All he had needed to do was ask. I had forgiven him, and meant it. There was a time that I would have needed more from him, a lot more. But, much though I loved him, Rob was in the past now. I remembered what it was like to hurt for him, but the ache around my heart was gone. I sat and stared at the pages from the file and read nothing, until I turned over a sheet and found Evie's photograph. She looked so innocent and trusting. The cruelty it must have taken to end her life took my breath away. Fucking get on with it, I ordered myself and started making notes. The witness who had mentioned Evie's boyfriend was one Klaus Maria Hummel, a German graduate student who was living in the squat over the summer to save money. He would be 30 now, I calculated, and there was every chance he was a respectable citizen somewhere or other. I started off with a basic open-source search and found him on the first page of results. Klaus was Dr. Hummel now, and he taught in the physics department at the University of East Anglia. I found a phone number and listened to it ring and ring and ring, and just before I gave up, there was a click. Hello? Is that Dr. Hummel? Speaking. He sounded cheerful, until I explained who I was and what I wanted with him. Ah, Evie. Yes, that was a sad situation. Is there any news of her? We've learnt some new information that might help us work out what happened to her, I said cagily. She hadn't been identified yet, and her family hadn't been notified, but it didn't take a genius to work out what I wasn't saying. For all I knew, Klaus Hummel might have been a genius. He certainly read between the lines. She is dead, then? That hasn't been confirmed. But there's a body. I can't tell you anything else before we've spoken with her next of kin. I understand. He sounded downcast. She was so young. I always felt that we, the others in the house, should have done more to protect her. Most of us were older. How did she come to live in the Scot with you? She came with a friend, an artist, one of those very loud girls who dressed to be seen. Evie was always in her shadow. She was like a little ghost. I hardly knew her. There were so many of us, 15, 16 people at times. The house had running water and a lot of rooms, so it was a good place to live. We kept it in good order. There were rules. He stopped for a second, and when he spoke again his accent was stronger, the emotion thickening his voice. She should have been safe with us. Did you think someone else in the house was responsible for her disappearance? No. There was no one like that. I've been reading the statement you gave the police 6 years ago. You said she had a boyfriend. I crossed my fingers in the silence after I spoke. Well, there was a guy. I don't know that he was her boyfriend. He was friendly with the artist girl, and I saw him with Evie once, holding hands. They looked like they were boyfriend and girlfriend. But I don't know any more, I'm afraid. The cautious scientist, wary of making assumptions. Do you remember his name? No, I never knew it. Or the artist's name? I was pawing through the file, skimming for ideas. Suki Cross? Could that have been her? Yes, it was. Suki. I tucked the phone under my chin and typed her name into the search engine. Shit. I said it under my breath, but he heard. You've just found out that she's dead too. I have. I was staring at an obituary. 2 years ago. Poor girl, she had leukemia. She was talented, I thought so, even though I wasn't friendly with her. I saw it on Facebook, and it brought back those long-ago days. And now you call me, and it all comes back again. Yes, I'm sorry. I was equally sorry about the fact that Suki was a dead end in my investigation. If I can help... His voice trailed away. How well do you remember Evie's boyfriend? If I sent you a picture, would you be able to say if it was him? Probably. I have a good memory for faces. That was something. This isn't an official ID. Would you be prepared to take part in a proper identification process if we need you to? Of course. Anything that helps. He gave me his email address, and I sent him Kelly Lambert's mugshot. We made desultory small talk while the picture was finding its way to his computer. The weather. Norwich, what he was doing for Christmas. The message has come through, Klaus Hummel said. And? Take your time, I said, on edge. How long did it take to open a picture file? He made a small exclamation, surprised. Ah, no, that's not him. Are you sure? Positive. It's definitely not him. So I wouldn't be able to connect Kelly Lambert to Evie Pascoe that easily. That didn't mean I wouldn't do it eventually. The more frustrated I got, and frustration was knotting my muscles, the more determined I got. Thanks so much for your help. Wait a second, though. I recognise him. You do? I said stupidly. Yes, of course. He was the boyfriend's brother. His brother? That's what I understood. Hummel sounded puzzled at the shock in my voice. I might have been mistaken. My English wasn't so good at this time, and I was sometimes wrong about what I understood. This man in the photograph was certainly a friend of Suki's. Another artist. I did not spend a lot of time with Suki, though, so I can't be clear about it, you understand. Do you remember anything else about him? No, I'm sorry. What about his brother, Evie's boyfriend? Can you describe him in any more detail? No, they looked quite similar. The boyfriend was taller, I think, but that's all. The shrug carried down the phone line. I wasn't particularly interested in them. I tried very hard to coax something more out of his memory, but Hummel was adamant. That was all he knew. After I hung up, I sat for a moment and thought. Kelly had known Evie, even if he hadn't been her boyfriend. In fact, that might have been a key factor in turning her into a target for him. The killer's technique, after all, was to come to the rescue. A bad boyfriend might have tipped Kelly over the edge into violence. But what if that boyfriend was his brother? Liv paused by my desk. Why are you looking like that? The witness recognised Kelly. He knew Evie when she was in the squat. I looked up at her. Apparently, Kelly's brother was her boyfriend. Kelly has a brother? So my witness said. He was a foster kid, wasn't he? Maybe it was another kid who was fostered with him. Maybe. I picked up my phone while I searched back through my notes for the Fields' number and winced when Colin answered the phone. Pam wasn't there, I gathered from what he struggled to say. I just have one question. Someone mentioned that Kelly had a brother who he spent time with in London after he left the farm. Yeah. That was an easy word for him. Was that one of his foster brothers? He made a sound that I guessed was a no. An actual brother? Yeah. With the same mother? Yeah. His breathing was rapid and heading towards distress. With the same father? He gave a grunt that I interpreted as yes. I'm so sorry. I'll leave you in peace in a minute. Do you know his name? Collins said something, but I couldn't begin to make a name out of it. I closed my eyes in frustration. Thank you so much, Mr. Fields. If Pam comes back, could you get her to call this number? Yeah. He ended the call, and I stood up. He had a brother. Could you let Pettifer know? He can ask Kelly about the brother, see if he denies it. What about asking Leo? Leo's not talking to us, or anyone. He's going no comment all the way. I drummed my fingers on the desk. They're still searching Kelly's place, aren't they? Liv nodded. Taking it apart? Get them to look for any reference to the brother. I'm going to go back and have another look at Leo's flat. The last time we searched it, I didn't see any papers, but there might be something we missed. As I spoke, I glanced out of the window. A woman stopped on the pavement opposite the office and checked her phone. Dark hair, dark overcoat. She folded her arms and walked around in a tight little circle as the wind sent leaves skittering around her feet. You know what it's like when you don't know what you're looking for. Like trying to find a black cat in a dark room on a foggy night, Liv said. Just like that. A second woman was crossing the road, fair hair swishing as she checked left and right. She walked past the dark-haired woman without acknowledging her. The woman trailed after her, though, a couple of paces behind. And get Pettifer to ask Kelly about Evie. The witness said he knew her. Here, take my notes. I hurried back to my desk and grabbed my things, throwing my notebook to Liv. OK, but what's the rush? Just following something up. I waved and ran before she could ask me anything more. Chapter 35. The two women weren't in sight when I emerged from the office. I crossed the road, dodging a black cab, and jogged to the corner. Fortunately for me, they hadn't gone far. They were standing together, one listening to the other. The blonde looked around as I came into view, and it wasn't my imagination that her face paled. Maeve. Georgia? I looked at the other woman. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but I recognise you, don't I? I don't know. She snatched at the strap of her bag, ruining the effect of the blank look she was directing at me. I made her nervous, and that realisation made me all the more angry. No one could have guessed that from my tone, which was ice cold. You were in the Court of Appeal the day Leo Stone was freed. You were sitting with the journalists. Afterwards, you were sitting in the corridor, eavesdropping on my conversation with my colleagues. It's a public place. If you choose to talk about an investigation somewhere public, you can't complain if someone listens. That's right. And if I meet a witness in a public place, that's fair game too, isn't it? You're the journalist who wrote the article about my meeting with Kelly Lambert. You're still calling him a witness? He's a murderer. The dark-haired woman looked at Georgia. You were right. Right about what exactly? Just that you're a bit too close to Lambert. Georgia smoothed her hair, giving me a good look at her perfect manicure. It's unprofessional. It's unprofessional to hang a colleague out to dry so you can take her place in an investigation. I don't know what you're implying. Then you must be very stupid. Unfortunately for you, I'm not. I turned to the journalist. What's your name? Holly Hawkins. Do you work for the Messenger? I'm freelance. And young, and desperate for a story to make her name. I couldn't really blame her for doing her job. I got a decent grip on my temper and smiled. Well, Holly, I need to talk to Georgia. Would you mind leaving us alone? She thought about saying no, but in the end she tugged at her bag again and nodded. I'll call you, she said across me to Georgia, who looked sick. I waited until the journalist had walked away. When she calls you, don't answer. Block her number. This ends here and now. Georgia gave a little stuttering laugh. What does? I know what you did. You took the pictures of me talking to Kelly Lambert because you knew you could turn it into an opportunity for yourself. You passed them on to Holly Hawkins because she could shop the story around for you and she'd keep your name out of it. That's what happened, isn't it? Why would I do that? Because you got access to the investigation. You took my place, remember? It was worth it to feed her a few stories when you got what you wanted in return. I didn't exactly plan it, how could I? I didn't know you were going to do something stupid, like meet Kelly Lambert. Did you follow me out of the office that night? No. Then how did you know where we were? She made a big show of tucking a lock of hair back behind her ear. I was walking that way, and I saw him stop to look in the window. Him? D.I. Derwent. He must have seen you in the cafe. Maybe he didn't recognise Kelly. She sniffed. It wouldn't be the first time he only had eyes for you. I felt both hot and cold. Kelly hadn't been lying. He really had seen Derwent outside the door. What exactly did you see? He stopped for a second and then he walked on. I wanted to know what had caught his attention. I realised you were with Kelly Lambert, and I decided to hang around to see what you were doing with him. Why did you care? I don't know. I just want to know how you do it. Do what? Work. Get people to trust you. Make people like you. People listen to you. Her mouth tightened. Superintendent Godley listens to you. He doesn't know I exist. That hasn't come overnight. I stared down at her. I work hard. Too hard, probably. I try to understand people. And I've been lucky from time to time. There's no secret to it. That's what you say. It's the truth. Anger was beginning to char the edges of my composure, in spite of my determination to stay calm. You're setting yourself up to compete with me as if there isn't room for both of us. There isn't. I get the shit work to do. You're the one who gets all the interesting stuff. Maybe that's how it looks to you, but you do what you want, when you want. I shook my head. You wouldn't still be on the team if I hadn't intervened with Unibert on your behalf. That's not true. It absolutely is. You fucked up, and badly. You were going to get the blame for everything that happened last summer, and you know you deserved that blame. I felt sorry for you. I thought you had a lot to learn, but you have potential. Do you expect me to thank you? Yes, I do. That's part of it, isn't it? You hate that you owe me one. You don't want to be grateful to me. I remember what happened in the summer, and it was at least as much your fault as mine. Keep telling yourself that, I leaned in. Remember, Georgia, I am you, plus a couple of years and a lot of caffeine, and I have very little patience for your games. I know what you're thinking before you do. You have a great opportunity to work on this team, so get on with the job. Like you do. Like I do. I checked my watch. Now I have to go. Where? Daniel of Padua House. Where's that? I was already halfway to the corner. Look it up! The front door was standing open when I got to the big, gloomy house. I stopped for a moment in the porch while I tried to see if there was anyone lurking in the hall. I was about to step across the threshold when I heard footsteps approaching from inside, quick and confident. A man came into view carrying a bin bag in each hand. There was something incongruous about the conscious drama of the robe he wore and the very mundane job he was doing. I searched my mind for his name. Brother Mark? Yes. He looked quizzical. Detective Sergeant Maeve Kerrigan? I showed him my ID, and he glanced at it, then back at me with recognition. You were here before when they searched Leo's flat. I should have known who you were. No, not at all. He looked slighter than I'd remembered, and the haunted saint look was gone, replaced with open friendliness. Presumably it helped that I wasn't standing at the head of a phalanx of investigators. Context always helps. I might not have recognized you without your robe. He looked down at himself and grinned. It probably seems strange to you that I wear it, but I get a lot more respect when I'm robed up. Brother Mark is a lot more important than plain old Mark Peters. There's a reason the police wear a uniform. He gave me a crooked grin. Plus, you're armed. That never hurts, I agreed. I always carried my ASP extendable baton, in uniform or out of it. I slipped my hand into my coat pocket to check the comforting weight of it. What can I do for you? I explained why I was there, and a worried look washed the smile out of his eyes.
Do you have a warrant?
I don't need one. It's a Section 18 search. He looked baffled, and I relented. Police jargon was not always the best way to get what you wanted. I'm looking for evidence of the offence he's in custody for. It's all signed off.
Do you want me to let you into his flat?
If you have a spare key, I can let myself in.
There's one in my office. Hold on.
He lifted the bags and carried them out past me. I heard them clattering into the bin by the gate as I walked into the hall, smelling that mixture of cooking and bleach that I'd found so off-putting before. It was overlaid now with the sour stench of the rubbish. Mark swept up the steps and back into the hall, closing the door carefully behind him. He turned and grinned.
Don't tell anyone I left it open. I'm not supposed to, but it's easier when I'm doing the bins.
I won't say a word, I promised. How long have you worked here?
3 years, nearly.
All on your own?
Mostly. It's not that easy to recruit people to work in a place like this. I've been on my own for the last year, but I get a stipend and a roof over my head, and I'm able to help people who don't have a lot of support otherwise.
He looked a little embarrassed.
I get a lot out of it. I don't know what I'd be doing if I wasn't here. I couldn't afford to live in London anyway.
Do you keep a register of visitors?
I do. He hesitated. Most of them don't get visitors. They're not allowed anyone except family and friends. No girlfriends or wives.
Or boyfriends, I suggested.
We don't allow... The trustees prefer... They don't... I get the picture, I said, to save him his actual blushes. It's a very conservative organisation. I don't actually approve of the rule against homosexuals. Part of my job is assessing potential residents. If I felt someone needed to be here, I'd probably forget to go through those questions on the application form.
He went behind the desk and slid a battered A4 hardback notebook out of a stack.
This is the register.
I took it and leafed through, seeing that it was organised by date and in columns. Visitor's name, resident, relationship, time of arrival, time of departure. I ran my finger down the residence column, searching for Leo's name.
It was mainly his son who came, and his lawyer.
I had just found Seth Taylor's name, the writing dark and small. It appeared again further down the page. In between, Kelly's signature was written with a flourish. No one else? No other family?
Not that I recall, but he hasn't been here for very long, of course, and I don't think he has much in the way of family.
He has another son, apparently.
Mark stopped in the act of unlocking a cupboard. He's never mentioned that to me.
No, me neither.
It came as quite a surprise. Do you think it's important? I shrugged. Probably not, but you never know. Everything is potentially important in a murder investigation. I'll take your word for it. He went back to the cupboard, muttering to himself. Spare keys. Now, what number is Leo?
I looked at the desk while I was waiting. It was neat, organised, devoid of personal belongings. It was a bleak kind of life he had, I thought, and a lonely one. But then who was I to criticise? I'd let work dominate my life for too long.
Here you are. He laid the keys on the desk, and I scooped them up. Do you want me to take you up there?
I remember where it is. Thanks for these. I'll drop them back when I'm finished.
How long will you be?
As long as it takes. I smiled, though, to take the sting out of it, and after a moment he smiled back. I knew not to take the stairs too quickly. It was a long way up to Leo's flat. A couple of the doors stood open, the flats empty, waiting for suitable residents. It was a hell of a lot better than the refuges where Kelly Lambert's victims had been living. Or the squat, where Lambert had picked up Evie. There was privacy and space, and Brother Mark kept things running smoothly. I could understand why Leo Stone had professed his conversion, for the sake of a decent roof over his head. Up on the top floor, I stopped for a second to catch my breath and pull on my blue gloves. The lock was loose, turning with the key when I slid it in. The door came open and I felt for a light switch, not wanting to go inside until I could see where I was walking. Something was bothering me, something I couldn't quite identify. The light came on and I looked at the hallway, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. No pictures, nothing personal, no signs of life. The flat was quiet, but it was a hush that wasn't absolute silence. I shut the door behind me and stood in the hall, listening. Water hissed in the pipes. A scrabble overhead made me jump, though I knew it was a pigeon landing on the roof. No reason to be jumpy. No reason to wish I had brought Liv with me. Or Derwent. He would have been barrelling into every room, scolding me for not having done a good enough job on the search when we'd been there before. But I had searched the place and searched it well. If anyone had fucked up, it was him, not me. I was arguing with an imaginary Derwent. Maybe I did need a holiday. Shaking my head, I took off my coat and jacket and hung them on the empty hooks by the door. I would start in the living room, I decided, and walked the length of the hall to the half-open door. The nape of my neck tingled as I went, my skin shrinking away from an imaginary touch. I checked behind me and glanced through every door I passed. Nothing. No reason for my senses to be on high alert. Get on with it. Bright electric light didn't do the decor any favours, I discovered in the living room. It wasn't a large room. The ceiling sloped, and the window was a dormer that offered neither much light nor a decent view, a reminder that this was a converted attic space, and I was a long way up. A stained couch was wedged under the sloping roof, opposite a cheap TV. The floor was covered in institutional carpet, fibrous and indestructible, and it needed a good vacuuming. I lowered myself onto my elbows and toes, keeping everything else out of contact with the floor, and shone my torch under the sofa. A search was better than Pilates for testing core strength. There was nothing under the sofa except a sour-smelling carton from a takeaway meal. Even Derwent wouldn't have missed evidence if it was under a piece of furniture, I reminded myself, and set about looking thoroughly, inside the sofa's cushions and along all its sides, checking the carpet tiles to see if any were loose, under and behind and on top of every item of furniture I could see. By the time I'd finished in the living room, I was sure as I could be that we hadn't missed anything. A creak from the hallway distracted me. Hello? No response. Brother Mark? Silence. I stood where I was, listening. Old houses made odd noises, especially when they were subdivided. The radiator ticked behind me, the metal reacting to the hot water that filled it. The floorboards would be affected too, creaking as the pipes heated them. And that sound like breathing, that was my imagination. I pulled the door open and stepped into the hall because that was what I would do if I wasn't scared. And I had a job to do. It was dark. It was dark, I discovered, because the hall light, the light I had put on myself, was switched off. I shone my torch on the switch by the door, remembering how I had pushed down on it. Now it was switched the other way. And opposite the switch, on the wall, hung my coat and jacket and bag, which contained my phone, my radio, and my asp, as remote and useful to me at that moment as the peak of Everest.
All I had to do was walk the length of the flat to reach them, past 3 open doors. It would take 3 seconds to do it. 2 if I hurried. I hurried. I was halfway along the hall when the bedroom door moved. With the sick inevitability of a nightmare, the darkness inside the room coalesced into the shape of a man. He stepped towards me, and I stumbled back against the wall, sliding along it fast, looking for a door before I recognized him and stopped. "What are you doing here?" Seth Taylor raised his eyebrows. "I could ask you the same question."
Chapter 36. "Have you been here the whole time?"
"I got here about 5 minutes before you did."
He was looking faintly wounded at my tone, which was, admittedly, on the aggressive side. "Brother Mark didn't tell me you were here."
"He didn't know."
Seth leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets. The front door was open, so I walked in. The door to this flat was locked. That's why I had a key.
"I carded it."
"Where'd you learn to do that?"
"A locksmith showed me how to do it." He smiled.
"After he'd taken 100 quid off me for opening my door when I locked myself out." "Why are you here?"
"I was picking up a few things for Leo."
He pushed the bedroom door open so I could see a bag on the floor.
"He needed his medication and some clothes."
"Nice of you to do it."
"He doesn't have anyone else now that Kelly's been arrested."
Seth shrugged.
"Anyway, you know how it is. The life of a defense lawyer is all glamour, 24/7. If a client needs you, you go."
"That's one reason why I wouldn't do your job."
"There are lots of reasons why I wouldn't do yours."
I ignored the challenge in his voice. If I argued with everyone I met who hated the police, I'd never do anything else. Besides, I'd started it. "Right, well, speaking of doing jobs, I'd better get on with mine."
"Which is what exactly?"
"A second search, in case I missed anything last time."
"You have a warrant, I take it?"
"It's a Section 18 search, so I don't need one, as you know. I don't break the rules, Mr. Taylor."
"Nor do I."
I raised my eyebrows and gestured wordlessly at the flat, where he shouldn't have been. He bit his lip.
"Okay, fair point. I should have signed in." He lowered his voice. "I don't like Brother Mark much. He gives me the creeps."
"Why? Because he likes dressing up as a monk?"
"I don't know what it is." He moved restlessly.
"Look, are you here on your own?"
"Why?" That was the sort of question that always made me wary.
"I'll hang around if you want."
"I don't want."
"A place like this is full of criminals, and most of them haven't seen a woman for a long time. The lock on that door is rubbish, as I proved, and you're here on your own." "You're never alone in the Met. I can get backup straight away if I press the right button on my radio."
"So where's your radio?"
It was in my bag, hanging up behind him. My turn to be caught out. "It's close enough."
"I'm staying anyway. I want to make sure you don't damage anything."
"Fine."
Short of shoving him out of the door, I wasn't going to be able to persuade him to go anywhere.
"But if you must stay, stay out of my way." I stepped around him and put on the light in the bedroom. The single bed was unmade, the mattress stripped. It smelled of unwashed bodies. I pulled a face. "Nice place he has here. I can see why you want to keep an eye on me."
"It's hot, isn't it?"
He took off his suit jacket and threw it on the bed.
"How long's this going to take?"
"I have no idea." He stood in the doorway and watched me working my way through the drawers in the bedside table.
"What are you looking for?"
"I don't know exactly. An address book? Or a diary? Or photographs, or letters. Leo's not that organised. Maybe not. You never know. I turned my attention to the chest of drawers that lurked behind the door. He moved, so he could watch me lift everything out of the drawers and put them on the bed. Socks, underwear, t-shirts, jeans. Not much of anything, and everything new but cheap. He doesn't have a lot of stuff. That has to help. You'd think so. I pulled the drawers out, one at a time, and checked them before I slotted them back into place. Can I give you a hand? No. I could put things away. I straightened. There's no need. Are you always this defensive? I'm not being defensive. His eyes glittered. What about now? Now I might be, I admitted. What are these letters or photographs supposed to prove, anyway? You know I can't tell you that. It occurred to me, though, that Seth might know something useful. Did Leo ever say anything about having another son? The surprise on his face was my answer. No, he didn't. I found a witness who mentioned that Kelly had a brother. His foster parents confirmed it. Well, sort of confirmed it, I amended. We really need to trace him. And this brother is Leo's son too? You're sure about that? So it seems, I sighed. I'm not sure of anything at the moment, including whether Kelly is guilty or not. If I can find the brother, I might find some answers. What do you know about this guy? Seth asked. Not much. Do you have a name for him? Not yet, and I can't tell you anything more than that. Because we're on opposite sides. There was something in the way he said it that made me look at him. He held my gaze for a moment longer than I might have expected. When it came down to it, I didn't know Seth Taylor at all. I had taken him for granted. He was Leo Stone's solicitor, and therefore I needed to deal with him. But standing in the doorway of the small bedroom, blocking the doorway, to be accurate, he was just a man. A stranger. All that I knew about him was what he had allowed me to know, which wasn't a lot. Where are you from, Seth? Why do you want to know? He shot back. Making conversation. I grew up in Dorset. Really? I'd have picked you for a Londoner. I've worked very hard to give that impression. He flashed a grin at me. Country boy, through and through. I suppose that explains the beard. Don't tell me you don't like it. He smoothed it with his fingertips. I think it's my finest achievement. I don't know enough about you to argue the point. I looked at him, trying to see past it. He was undeniably handsome, with or without it. It was like Brother Mark's robe, I thought. It disguised and distracted from what lay beneath it, and I was always inclined to look more closely at the things I wasn't supposed to notice. Believe me, it's the truth. This beard is my sole success. I heard you were quite the high flyer. He looked pleased. Who said that? I honestly can't remember. Someone at court. I wadded the clothes back into the drawer and shut it. So, how come you took on Leo Stone? I used to work for his old solicitor, and I got to know him. I couldn't wait to get involved. There wasn't a lot of evidence against him, was there? His previous solicitor went through the motions. So did his brief. And then the jurors screwed the pooch comprehensively by admitting to looking up his previous. I briefed the best QC I know and got Leo out. Until I ruined everything by finding some more bodies. He shrugged. We'll deal with that at trial. It's not over until it's over. And you've got Kelly to blame. I'm not going to disclose any details of our defence strategy, Sergeant Kerrigan, so don't even try. I wouldn't dream of it. I was checking the mattress, and under the mattress, and under the bed. Right, I'm as confident as I can be that there's nothing to find in here. Which leaves the kitchen, which I searched before and I don't think I missed anything. I considered it, but I could be wrong about that, and he could have moved something in there, I suppose. Skip it. I can't. Let's get out of here. Taylor yawned widely, showing off white, even teeth. You don't want to be here any longer, do you? Not much, but I'm still going to check the kitchen. I knew he would follow me to the kitchen, and he did, taking up a position near the cooker while I began to check drawers and cupboards. The kitchen was altogether too small for someone else to be standing in it with me, and his eyes on my body were making me self-conscious. Hey, can I ask you a question? Of course. Did you ever read the letters that Leo sent to the Howards? Nope. Did you help him send them? That got a proper no. Taylor straightened up and glared at me. Sorry, I had to ask. So how did he get them out of prison? Taylor shrugged. A visitor? A guard? You know better than that, Maeve. Plenty of things go in and out of prison outside the official channels. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just curious. I'm not a rule breaker. I wouldn't risk it. He was breaking the rules by standing there in his client's flat, I thought, unsettled by the disconnect between what he said and what he did. That was a trick predators used, making you question what you'd seen with your own eyes. There was something about Taylor that felt a little off to me, something I couldn't quite pin down. He made me edgy, and I couldn't seem to tell why. Maybe it was that my instincts were running ahead of what I knew about him. I was alone with him, and he knew I didn't have backup. I thought back to the first time I'd seen him, to the solicitous way he had guided Lambert out of court. Taller than him, taking charge. He had been caring, like a big brother. What do you know about this guy? Do you have a name for him? Tell me more about these letters, Seth Taylor said to me, and I made my voice sound casual, as if I was a little distracted. They were illiterate and manipulative. Leo's not a great writer, Taylor said slowly. In fact, I think he missed out on a lot of education. The problem wasn't really his spelling and grammar, to be fair. They were vile. I knelt and popped off the footplate under the cupboards. All about Willa, and what a stupid girl she was to let herself get killed. Oh, Leo. Seth shook his head. He shouldn't have said anything. No, he shouldn't. Did it upset the Howards? Of course. How could it not? I watched Seth out of the corner of my eye. Was he smiling at the Howards' distress? The beard made it hard to tell. I'll talk to him, but he doesn't always listen to me. That must be frustrating. Part of the job. I turned to leave the kitchen, and he was blocking the door. Move. His eyes widened at my tone, and he backed away. Sorry. I fought the desire to apologize in return. There was something wrong, something he was guarding from me. I couldn't work out why I felt on edge, but I didn't trust him. A rattle at the hall door made both of us jump. The door came open to reveal a slight, robed figure. Brother Mark. He was no one's idea of a knight in shining armour, but I felt a flood of relief all the same. I'd had enough of being on my own with Seth Taylor. I didn't mean to interrupt. Not at all. Come in, I said, a little too enthusiastically. I was checking that you were okay. He frowned at Seth Taylor as he closed the door behind him. What are you doing here? How did you get in? I managed to bypass your elaborate security arrangements somehow. Heavy sarcasm. Taylor hadn't been joking about not liking the hostel's manager. "You shouldn't be here." Brother Mark stepped forward, and the light fell on his face, which was pale and tight with anger. "I'm getting some things for my client." "Then get them and get out." I had underestimated Mark, I thought, and I shouldn't have. He needed to be tough to deal with the residents of the hostel. With exaggerated care, Seth walked down the hall to the bedroom to finish packing the bag. "Are you okay?" Brother Mark was talking to me, I realised. "Oh, yes, I'm fine." "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Unfortunately not." He nodded and was about to say something when my phone paired into life. I apologised and turned away to answer it. "Hi, Liv. What do you got?" "I've been in touch with the shelters where the septic tank victims lived, and they both said Kelly Lambert hadn't worked there at the time of the disappearances, or afterwards. He'd have been too young. 21 is the minimum age for staff." "Well, it was worth a try." "Yeah, but I got them both to send over a full list of staff and volunteers so I could double-check. And guess what? One guy worked in both places while Kitty Cliff and Barbara Dolan were residents. He left right before Kitty disappeared, and a couple of weeks before Barbara went missing. No one ever connected the two missing women, so no one picked up on it." "Name?" "Peter Lamb." "Lamb could be short for Lambert," I said. "That's what I thought. Fake names are always easier to remember when they're close to the real name. I haven't been able to trace him any further than that, I'm afraid." "Look, call the Fields again. See if you can get hold of Pam this time, and ask her about Kelly's brother. And try to get hold of anyone who worked on Kitty or Barbara's disappearance. See if they remember talking to Peter Lamb." "Will do." She hung up, and I looked down at the screen for a second, thinking about Peter Lamb fading into the background out of sight. He'd left before the women disappeared, in both cases. That felt like too strong a coincidence to me. He'd found his target and then stepped into the shadows to wait for the right moment when he could strike. Even the choice of name was a way of disguising himself, his true intentions. He would present himself as harmless, gentle, trustworthy, kind. "I think I've got everything." Seth Taylor came out of Leo Stone's miserable bedroom, slinging the bag over his shoulder, and I looked up and past him to Mark Peters. And this time I saw him for what and who he was. Seth Taylor was tall and the other man wasn't, but he had two advantages: surprise and a weapon. His hand came up, holding a metal bar that had been hidden in the folds of his robe. It took a second before I recognised it was my own asp. He swung it and hit Seth an inch under the knee. I heard the bone break. Seth crumpled, and Mark hit him again, twice, across the shoulders and back. And it was all over, the work of a couple of seconds. Seth writhed, the tendon standing out in his neck as he howled his pain into the floorboards. I found my voice and my courage at the same time. "Stop! Stay where you are, or I'll smash his skull." I stopped where I was. I knew he meant it. His eyes were glittering. His knuckles shone white where he gripped the baton. "Drop your phone." I let it fall out of my hand and it clattered to the floor. "Kick it over here." I did as I was told. And Mark brought the asp down on it so hard that the casing smashed along with the screen. "Peter Lambert, I presume?" I swallowed, striving to sound calm. "What's Mark? A middle name?" He gave me a crooked smile that was a twisted parody of his brother's. "I knew you'd work it out eventually." Chapter 37. I took a step away from him, and another, and fetched up against the back of the hall. Nowhere to go.
My heart was racing. "What's your plan?" Mark shrugged. "Go. If you worked it out, someone else is going to do the same sooner or later. Better if I'm not around when that happens." "Go where?" "I haven't decided." "You could hand yourself in. Stop running. Own up to what you did, instead of letting your father and your brother take the fall." He laughed. "That doesn't sound like a good idea to me." I took a step to my right, trying to make it look accidental. The contents of the kitchen drawers ran through my mind. There was at least one knife that might be sharp enough to wound. If I was quick, and if I took him by surprise, "Go in there." He jerked his head the other way, indicating the living room. "No. Do it, or I'll kill him." He lifted the baton, and I knew he meant it. "Isn't that the plan anyway?" "That depends on what you do, doesn't it?" He was lying, I thought, but I couldn't take the risk that I'd provoke him into killing Seth Taylor. I moved slowly, reluctantly, into the living room, and he followed me. There was a difference in the way he held himself now, a swagger to his movements that hadn't been there before. He was full of confidence, the pious reserve discarded. "You said yourself that someone else would work out what you did," I tried. "There's no reason to kill us. It won't solve any of your problems." "Oh, I don't know. It might confuse the police for a while if I make it look as if he killed you. Let's see. You fought him off bravely, because that's the sort of girl you are. He killed you, but then succumbed to his injuries. Tragic. They'll be so busy weeping over you, they won't think of looking for me until I'm long gone." "They won't be fooled for a second." "You rate them too highly." I shook my head. "I know my colleagues better than you do." "You think you know it all. You think you don't need help from anyone, don't you? No one's ever taught you how weak you are." "I thought you liked weak. Women in distress are your thing, aren't they?" His tongue darted out to touch his upper lip, lizard-like. "You don't understand it at all. I shouldn't be surprised. I take the ones who don't deserve to live. The ones who are stupid enough to let themselves be used. The ones who blunder into harm's way and let themselves get trapped and still think they can argue their way out of it. The ones who are exactly like you." "The truth is, you can only cope with women when they're dead," I snapped. "So who's weak now?" "Wrong." He shook his head as if he had water in his ears. "Most people would be revolted by corpses, but you prefer them, don't you? Even when they're rotting." "They're quiet." His hands were working on the metal, the knuckles flaring white as he gripped it. "They're so quiet. The only time I feel calm is when I'm with them." "Do you touch them?" "I hold them." Nice distinction. What he was saying, I thought, was that his interest in them wasn't sexual. "What happened with Rachel Healy?" There was no reaction to her name. Of course, he hadn't cared who any of them were, or the lives they had led. He didn't care about their hopes, their dreams, their futures. He was interested in them dead, not alive. "She was the one you walled up in a fireplace on the farm. The one you cut." His face went slack for a second, and I saw it. The tiny tell that this was one subject he wasn't happy to talk about. "You took her from her boyfriend's house. You followed them from the underground. He told us the whole story. It didn't go the way you wanted, did it? She didn't understand. She thought you were interested in her body." He smiled. "I know what you're trying to do.
I'm curious about what happened. I've been trying to work it out for a while now. You can't upset me. Not the way she upset you, no. I tilted my head sympathetically. It must have been awful for you. It all went so wrong. Maybe it was seeing them together, seeing him touch her. It put bad thoughts in your mind. You got distracted, tempted. It wasn't how you wanted it to be, was it? But you couldn't help yourself. It must have felt like madness. You touched her, didn't you? You bit her. I don't. You've never really had a girlfriend, Mark, have you? There was Evie Pascoe, but you couldn't cope with her and what she wanted from you. I thought she was different. He swallowed, looking away from me. She was special. She understood about being quiet. Rachel Healy brought out the animal in you. She made you become everything you hate. She made you hungry. She made you cruel. You wanted to use her just like her boyfriend. You wanted to hurt her. And she liked it. He shut his eyes and shook his head. Stop talking about her. You killed the others straight away, didn't you? That's part of the discipline of what you do. You took Rachel to your father's house instead and kept her alive because you wanted it to be different. You wanted to know what it would be like, didn't you? You wanted to be wanted. Rachel seemed to want you back. But then you punished her for it. Shut up, Mark shouted. And I flinched, but I wasn't finished. When you put the crucifix in her, the crucifix Kelly carved for you, was that to punish her? To purify her? It was all I could find. He had regained some composure. Don't let this little setup with the robes fool you. I stopped believing in God when I was 8 years old. What happened? My mother died. My father beat her to death. His mouth twitched. The most precious time of my life was the time I spent with her when it was all over. I knew she loved me. Only me. Until the police turned up and ruined everything. They took her away from me. And whatever I did, I could never get that feeling back again. Behind him, Seth Taylor dragged himself up to the doorframe, hand over hand. The effort made him tremble. I spoke louder, trying to drown out the sounds he made as he inched towards Mark. What about Kelly, Mark? Did you want him to be blamed? Was that why you left the bodies in the nature reserve? It didn't work. Mark glanced back at Seth, his expression pure contempt. What do you think you're doing? Leave her alone. Or what? You fight me? Please do try. I enjoyed it last time. But before we begin, you realise you have a broken leg, don't you? You've got no chance at all. Mark swung the baton again, slamming it into Seth's broken leg. He fell onto the filthy living room carpet, his face the colour of putty, his eyes closed. Let's pretend for a minute that you could put up a fight. Mark twirled the baton, pacing back and forth. He was enjoying this, I thought, with a rush of anger that blew through the fog of fear in my mind. I took another step to the right as Mark muttered, Let's see what you're made of. Leave him alone. I was worried about Seth. His skin had a sheen of sweat over it and he was fighting for breath. I guessed he was in shock, and without treatment he could die. Shut up! Mark pointed the baton at me without looking in my direction. This is between me and him. Seth groaned. Let's give you a choice. I won't hurt you any more. Not even a tap with this. He put the baton under Seth's nose and pushed up, tipping the lawyer's head back so he could stare into his eyes. "If you give me permission to kill her, I'll leave you as you are now. I won't touch a hair on your head. But if you don't, well, we've seen how good you are at fighting. You'll die too, painfully." "Not much of a choice," I said, and I barely recognised my own voice. "It's a chance, isn't it? You could be lucky." He was still crouching in front of Seth. "You could gang up on me, overpower me. Yeah, you can't stand, and you can't really fight. Come on, make a fist for me, tough guy. Oh, you can't. Never mind. You could still throw yourself at me and knock me over. Give the lady an opportunity to escape. Sacrifice yourself for her. It's what a real man would do. One with balls." He tilted his head to one side. "What do you say? Can I kill her? Will you let her die to save yourself?" Taylor groaned. "I can't." I took another step. Mark ran the end of the asp down the side of Seth's face. "What's it gonna be?" You want her, not me. Kill her." "Seth," I said, in spite of myself. "I don't want to die." He couldn't look at me. "And he's going to kill you whatever I do." I moved then, making a break for the door. Mark was too close, too quick. He straightened and turned in the same moment, swinging the baton in a low arc. I was ready for it, though, and for him. I was counting on his instinctive reaction, to stop me, to fight me. Instead of trying to avoid it, I caught the baton and pulled hard. I was watching for the moment his grip tightened on the metal, and his balance changed from front foot to back as he leaned away to pull the baton out of my hands. That was the moment I let go. Mark fell back, staggering as he tried to keep his balance, his arms windmilling. I didn't waste any time watching him fall. I was through the door already, running for the end of the hall. I tugged at the door and couldn't get it open. Mark must have locked it behind him without me noticing. That explained why Seth had chosen the suicidal tactic of trying to attack Mark instead of escaping down the stairs. He had been trying to help me and had paid the price. I turned to the hooks and had enough time to pull my bag down before he thudded into the hall and came at me like a charging bull. I wanted my radio. I needed my radio, but I needed a weapon first. I swung it at him and heard his grunt of surprise as the weight of it hit him full in the face. But I knew it wouldn't stop him. He dragged the bag out of my hands and I let him have it, throwing my jacket in his face to slow him down for the fraction of a second I needed to dart through the nearest doorway and slam the door shut behind me. The good news, it was the bathroom, and there was a lock on the door. The bad news, the lock was a flimsy bolt, cheap and unlikely to stand up to any determined aggression. I slid it home anyway, and stood in the small, dank room for a moment, my chest heaving as I tried and failed to drag enough air into my lungs. A cursory look confirmed there was nothing I could use to barricade the door. I had minutes to work out an escape plan, if I was lucky. I wasn't feeling particularly lucky. "Open the door." The words were barely muffled. The door was as dense as tissue paper. "You might as well." I ignored him and climbed onto the seat of the lavatory. The window was stiff, the wood bloated with rainwater. I was in no mood to be gentle. I shoved it hard, and cold air rushed at my face. I had done this before, I reminded myself as Mark hammered on the door. The sound changed as he switched to slamming the end of the baton into the wood again and again. Time to go. I swung myself up and through the window, sprawling on the roof and wriggling forward as I dragged my legs after me. I was almost out when something grabbed my ankle. A hand
the fingers strong as iron. I twisted onto my back and kicked with my free foot, aiming for Mark's face. More by luck than skill, I caught him under the chin, and he slipped off the seat. I almost went after him, dragged down by the sudden weight, until he let go of my ankle to brace himself against the wall. I scrambled backwards, scraping the skin off my palms, although I didn't feel it then. As I'd expected, he jumped back up and grabbed the edge of the window frame to pull himself out. I got there in time to shove the skylight down, and it smacked the top of his head with a satisfying thud. "Fucking bitch!" The words floated after me, but I was already gone, sliding on the slick lead that ran along the middle of the gully. On either side, a steep slope of slates reached higher than I could see, and I wasn't prepared to take a chance on what lay on the other side. I couldn't begin to visualize the layout of the old building, except that I had noticed one side mirrored the other. So, if I had come out of one window, there should be another on the other side. It was just a matter of getting there. Straight ahead of me stood a huge chimney stack. I slithered around it, one ear trained on sounds from behind me, where Mark was levering himself out of the window. He might not know the rooftop terrain either, I thought. Just because you lived in a building, that didn't mean you'd ever go out onto the roof. Unless it was leaking, and it was your job to maintain it. I should assume he would know where he was going. I didn't. Fine. At least I had a head start. I scrambled out from behind the chimney and was greeted by a confusing vista of low walls, gables, chimney stacks and pipes. It had stopped raining, but the roof was wet. The sky was the colour of a bruised apricot. This was the tallest building for miles, and the view stretched away to green hills. I was more concerned by the realisation that we were, to all intents and purposes, invisible. No one would see me and call for help. I was on my own. I ran for the other side of the roof and almost tripped over a parapet that framed a square, flat window set into the roof. It was the roof light over the stairs, I realised. I skirted it carefully, wary of plunging through the glass. The hall was a long way down, and the tiles hadn't looked particularly forgiving. "You can't get away, you know. There's no way down from here unless you jump." I ignored him, concentrating on navigating a 4-foot drop on the other side of the parapet. But I knew he was coming after me, and I knew he was taking his time, so he was probably telling the truth. "No one knows you're up here. No one can see you, so there's no point in calling for help. No one will hear you, and even if they do, they won't work out where the noise is coming from until it's too late." I had reached the chimney on the opposite side of the roof. I slithered past it, expecting to see the same arrangement as on the other side: a gully, a bathroom window. Instead, I almost pitched down a slope that ran right to the edge of the roof, between two gables. My foot skidded on the slates, and I grabbed onto the chimney, the mortar crumbling as I clawed at it. "Told you! Unless you can fly, there's no way out of this." He was picking his way towards me, sure-footed and confident. He had taken off his robe, and now he looked like what he was: a compact and athletic man who was stronger and faster than me. "Look, this isn't a bad place to die. The sky above you." He made a vague gesture at it. "It's peaceful." My foot slid again, and I looked over my shoulder, assessing my chances. I couldn't go any further. There was no way I'd be able to slide across the sheer roof and reach any kind of safety, let alone clamber over the gables in search of a window that might not even exist. I waited Mark out, watching him get closer and closer. My hands were stinging now, but I ignored it, and the ache in my shoulder muscles where they were taking the strain of supporting my weight, and the wind that cut through the thin cotton of my shirt and whipped my hair into my mouth, my eyes. He jumped down from the higher wall and sauntered towards me. Come back from there.
No.
Then I'll have to come and get you. He lifted the asp. When I'm finished with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
He was 5 steps away.
4, 3.
I took a deep breath and swung myself around to the other side of the chimney stack, clinging on. It was square and broad, so much so that I could barely wrap my fingers around the corners with my arms at full stretch. The drop yawned behind me, the slates slimy under my feet. I leaned my forehead against the brickwork and prayed. I had one advantage: height. In every other way I was outmatched. I'd lose in a fight, and badly. He was coming closer, edging forward.
You're making me very angry. His voice trembled. This is a waste of my time.
I laughed shakily. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you.
Come here. Rage made him reckless.
He swung around the corner of the chimney stack and lashed at my hand, trying to dislodge my fingers. I moved my hand a second before the metal clattered against the brick.
Just a little bit further.
As if he heard me, he made a last wild attempt to dislodge my hand, leaning so far forward that I knew he had let go of the chimney on his side. I kicked at his foot and had the satisfaction of seeing it slide down the slope as if the sole of his shoe was greased. He screamed and fell and dropped the asp. It skidded down the slope, hung for an instant on the edge of the gutter, then tumbled out of sight. By the time it clattered to the ground, I was halfway across the roof, running for my life. I cleared the 4-foot jump like a hurdler, hearing feet pounding behind me. It hadn't taken him anything like as long as I'd hoped to recover his balance, and that had been my one shot at getting away. There wasn't time for any diversions. I needed to take the straightest route to safety. I hopped up onto the parapet and leapt straight across the roof light, not allowing myself to think about falling short and what that would mean. My back heel clipped the edge of the glass, and I heard it splinter, but I made it to solid ground. I threw myself over the other side of the parapet, down the side of the second chimney, into the gully, and there, like a vision of hope, was the bathroom window, propped open, waiting for me to slide through it. I almost made it. Chapter 38. I didn't even hear him behind me, or the takeoff for the leap that sent him crashing into me. The impact knocked me off my feet, sending me sprawling against the steep side of the gully. He had landed on his back, between me and the window, and instinct told me I couldn't risk trying to get past him. Instinct sent me scrambling for the top of the sloping roof instead, clawing my way up the tiles towards whatever lay on the other side, because fear of the unknown didn't begin to compare to my fear of what I knew was about to happen. I got a hand to the ridge tiles before he dragged me back down, and I couldn't hold on or get a purchase on the slates with the toes of my boots.
"You've got to fight," a voice inside my head admonished me.
I felt nothing but weakness in my limbs. That was despair, and it was no help. I tried to elbow him in the face once I was close enough, but he dodged away with contemptuous ease. In retaliation, he grabbed a handful of my hair and slammed my face into the slates with sufficient force to stun me and bring tears to my eyes.
"Don't make this worse than it has to be."
He was panting from the effort of holding me down, though, and I took heart. He had no weapon now, and he was tired from the chase across the roof too. And I had more to lose than he did. I twisted and wriggled and managed to turn to face him. I kneed him in the groin as hard as I could, and he wasn't used to anyone fighting back like that. He wheezed with pain and surprise, and lifted his weight off me for an instant, then pinned me back against the roof. There was something intimate about it, as if what we were doing could be a twisted kind of romance. At that moment, I almost understood him. It was a moment with the shivery, no-way-back certainty of falling in love. So here it is at last. This is how it ends. Why won't you give up? I can't, I said, because it was true. He looked at me with something that was close to compassion. It won't work. I shook my head, but more because I couldn't allow myself to agree with him than because he was wrong. And if I'd been cherishing any hope, it would have been snuffed out the next second, when he slid something out of his pocket and flicked it open. A blade gleamed. 4 inches long, maybe, and fine, but sharp enough. I grabbed his wrist with both of my hands and pushed with all my strength, twisting his hand back, my muscles trembling with the effort. He raised his left hand, and I braced for him to punch or slap me into submission, determined to hang onto his wrist no matter what. Instead, he slid his forearm up under my chin and leaned on it, and the pressure on my neck was intolerable straight away. I let go of the knife hand because you could survive a stabbing if you were lucky, but you couldn't survive without oxygen, and I couldn't get any. I clawed at his arm, then reached for his eyes, but I couldn't get close enough. He pulled his right arm back, and I waited for the impact of the knife. They said it was like being punched hard, that you didn't even feel the blade or know how deep it had gone until it was too late. He seemed to hesitate, then swayed sideways, and blood slid through my hair, seeping into my eyes. It took me a couple of endless seconds to work out that the blood wasn't mine. I had heard nothing at all, though I was pressed against him. But he was bleeding. Later, I would be told the details about the armed response crew running up the stairs, who'd seen my leap across the rooflight and knew where we were and where they needed to be, and how there was only room for one of them in the bathroom, and how he didn't have time to climb out of the window or shout a warning before he had to end Mark Peter's life to save mine, with 3 shots fired in rapid succession. The first shot hit the right side of Mark's torso and punctured his lung. The second shot breached the brachial artery in his arm and was the source of much of the blood that drenched me. And the final killing shot took off half of his neck. But at that moment, all I could hear was silence. Mark fell to his knees, his eyes on mine, and then he sagged to the ground. His head lolled at an angle only the dead could achieve, his eyes staring blindly at the sky, his throat ripped apart. My knees gave way then, and I slid down the roof slope, sitting in a miserable, shivering huddle beside the body, while one firearms officer checked Mark for a pulse, and another one tried to get some sort of answer out of me. Was I all right? Did I have any injuries? What was my name? Could I squeeze his hand? They let a HEMS team clamber through the window after a bit, and I managed to talk to the doctor, my teeth chattering as she fired quick questions at me. "You were lucky," she said, in the end, after finding only cuts and bruises, and the grazes on the palms of my hands that burned as if they were on fire. "We'll test his blood to see if you need HIV PEP or any other treatment. You should make sure you're up to date for tetanus." I didn't feel as if I'd been lucky, but I nodded, and I nodded again when she asked me if I wanted a sedative. Then she helped me to the window, where people were waiting to lift me down, and helped me through the bathroom, into the tiny hallway that was entirely full of emergency service personnel, and even hotter than it had been before. They were treating Seth Taylor in the bedroom, I saw through the door. A cluster of boiler-suited medics working on him as he lay on the floor. I couldn't tell if he was alive. He was absolutely still, and they wouldn't give up on him until they had no choice but to admit he was gone. "Okay?" the doctor checked, and I wanted to say no, but I nodded again, fighting off the faintness that made my knees shake. I wanted to ask her about Seth Taylor, but only if it was good news. I didn't want to know if he was dying, or already dead. It was cooler on the stairs, but there were too many people here too. Una Burt, who exclaimed sharply when she saw me, and Godley, with a grey tinge to his skin, and a grim Chris Pettifer, and Liv, whose face was a pale oval in the gloomy staircase, and a handful of uniformed officers, who looked curious and embarrassed, and some paramedics shuffling their equipment out of the way, and armed response officers with their guns slung across their bodies. And it was one of those that had ended Mark's life, I thought. My eyes tracked down further, to Georgia Shaw, who had a hand to her mouth, her eyes round with shock, and I felt self-conscious for the first time, awkward and ashamed. I stopped on the top step. "All right. Need a minute?" The doctor was still at my side, her eyes kind but professionally focused. "I can't," I whispered, meaning I can't walk down there. I can't walk past all of those people and talk to them. I can't find any more words today. Footsteps on the stairs, and a mild commotion, as a man in a dark coat ran up two at a time, cutting through the crowd as if no one else existed. And of course, they made room for him. "Come on, Princess, let's get you out of here." Derwent put his arm around my waist, ducking under my arm so I could hold on to his shoulder. I don't remember how I got down the stairs, even now. I have a suspicion that Derwent dragged me some of the way and carried me the rest of the time. I have a half memory of Una Burt stepping forward about to say something, and Derwent not slowing down. As we passed Georgia, I know he whistled a command to her as if she was a dog. She followed at our heels, obediently, until he came to a halt on the first floor and propped me up against a wall. "Why are you stopping? I thought we were leaving," I said, trembling. "We are, darling, but we have to get you cleaned up before you can show your pretty face in public." Derwent was looking me up and down, frowning to himself. "There are 100 reporters outside this building, and they'll put you on all the front pages if you go out looking like that." "There's blood in my hair, I think." "No shit." He grinned at me, and I managed to half smile back, grateful that he was behaving as if all of this was completely normal. "We need soap and water at the very least." "Her clothes," Georgia said from behind Derwent. "The shirt's finished. Trousers look okay from a distance." "Where's your jacket, Maeve?" Georgia asked. "In the flat. I threw it at him." I stopped because I couldn't go on. I felt as if Mark's arm was still on my throat. Derwent looked as if he was going to say something, but gave a tiny shake of his head instead. "Right, Georgia, we'll borrow your coat." "Okay." She started to take it off. "Not yet." Derwent took the time to give her a scornful look before he hammered on the nearest door with the heel of his hand. "Police, open up." "The building's been cleared," Georgia pointed out. The flat's empty. It's supposed to be empty. That doesn't mean it is, Derwent said crushingly before he tried the door. It was unlocked, and he swung in to check the rooms before he returned to Georgia. Stay out here. Don't let anyone in, and I mean anyone. Not the boss, not God himself. Georgia frowned. Do you mean godly? Or, actually, literally God? Does it matter? I said anyone, and I mean anyone. He took my elbow and steered me through the door. Shouldn't I help Maeve? You could stay out here. Yeah, I could. Derwent shut the door in her face without another word, cutting off the noises from the house instantly, and we were alone. I could hear my heart beating. My breathing was ragged. He turned and looked at me. Okay? People keep asking me that, and it always means they think you're not okay. I folded my arms, hugging myself. My shirt was clammy and stiff where the blood had already dried. I think this place is unoccupied. Derwent shook off his coat and his jacket and hung them up, and I couldn't help recalling how I had done the same myself, and how it had almost cost me my life. The shivers turned into shakes, and I shut my eyes. Don't go to sleep on me. He caught hold of my arms and squeezed, his hands warm, waiting until I was able to look at him again. Did they give you something to calm you down? Yeah. Thought so. You're not usually this easy to manage. Josh, I said, and his face changed for an instant, so briefly I might have imagined it. Then he was gone, checking the flat again, this time for things rather than people. I've got a towel, not sure how clean it is. I heard water running, then silence. Bollocks. He emerged from the bathroom, rolling his sleeves up. We'll be here until Christmas if you try to wash your hair in the shower. The water pressure's non-existent. I nodded, not really listening. Plan B. He went into the kitchen, and I heard him opening cupboards. When he returned, it was with washing up liquid and a jug. The sink it is. Come on, at least the water's hot. Washing up liquid? It'll get the blood out. It's all there was. Beggars can't be choosers. I trudged into the bathroom after him, and it was a relief of sorts to find it was nothing like Leo Stone's bathroom. Different shape, large old-fashioned fittings, and even a different type of mould on the walls and ceiling. Derwent was running the taps, filling the sink, but he was watching me in the small brown-flecked mirror. I half saw a figure from a nightmare reflected in the glass and couldn't recognise myself. But then he moved to block my view. Come on, I haven't got all day. I went to the sink and bent to wash my face. Blood spiralled through the water. Too late, I remembered the dressings on my palms. I can't do my hair. My hands? I've got you. He moved to stand beside me, and I crossed my arms on the edge of the sink so I could rest my head on them. He poured the water from the jug over my head and set about working the washing up liquid through my hair. I hadn't expected him to be gentle, but he was. His thumbs slipping up the hollow at the back of my neck, his fingertips tracing the shape of my skull and the curve behind my ears, carefully, methodically. I shut my eyes and leaned against the solid, reassuring bulk of him for support. I felt numb, but tears slid out from under my eyelids all the same. The detergent was harsh but effective, and it smelt of lemons, which was 100 times better than the animal reek of blood. It seemed like a long time before Derwent upended the jug over my head for the last time. There, you'll do. I took the rough, stiff towel he handed me and pressed the water out of my hair as best I could.
Can you tie it back?
Yeah. I had an elastic on my wrist. I twisted the damp hair into a bun, the ordinary ritual of it, soothing and familiar. Once it was up, my hair didn't look so obviously wet.
That's better.
Derwent's eyes tracked downwards.
We need to do something about that shirt. You'll never get the blood out of it with washing up liquid?
Not what I was thinking. Anyway, they'll want it for the investigation into the shooting. He started to unknot his tie. Take it off. I could have left the bathroom in search of privacy if I'd thought about it, but I was beyond caring. I undid the buttons, my fingers clumsy.
Don't think about Seth and whether he lived or died.
I let the shirt fall to the floor and used the towel to wipe away the blood that had soaked through to my skin. Derwent had stripped off his own shirt, too. He was wearing a T-shirt-style vest underneath it. He pulled it off and handed it to me.
Best I can do. It'll be too big, but it's fine.
I put it on, glad that it was just thick enough to hide my blood-soaked bra. It was warm from his body heat and infinitely comforting. I knotted it at the base of my spine, pulling the cotton taut.
That looks all right.
He tweaked one sleeve where it was rumpled, smoothing it over my arm. Are you finished yet? Georgia stood in the doorway, her eyes darting between me and a bare-chested Derwent, and the shirt that dangled from the hand that wasn't touching me. What do you want? He snapped, stepping back a pace.
I think we should go soon, if we can. Professional standards are on the way.
They would want to talk to me about Mark's death, and whether I could have done anything to avert it, and I couldn't imagine being able to talk about it yet.
I'm ready, I said.
Derwent glanced up from buttoning his shirt and shook his head. You still look like death warmed over. Georgia? She had her makeup bag with her, of course. She offered it to me, and I held up my trembling, damaged hands.
I can't.
Do it for her. Derwent was concentrating on his tie and didn't see the look Georgia gave him. But she did as she was told, smoothing on foundation and concealer to hide the damage done by violence and my tears, and blusher that made me look less ashen.
Mascara?
I shook my head.
You're lucky you don't need it. I look like a rabbit if I don't have any on.
Stop bonding and get on with it. Derwent pushed past us and stood in the hall, shrugging his jacket on.
Lipstick? I can manage that.
I took it from her and smudged it on. The neutral pink managed to make me look more or less human.
Perfect.
She held up her coat and I slipped my arms into it. The vest showed at the front, even when the coat was buttoned, but it would pass a cursory inspection. I went into the hall.
Ready?
Derwent turned me around, inspecting me, and nodded.
You'll do.
Georgia, stay with her and keep moving. Don't stop for any reason. The car's parked on the other side of the main road, about 50 metres down on the left. If I get separated from you, take the keys, take her home. Georgia nodded. He looked at me. Keep it together, Kerrigan. Almost there.
Okay.
Take my phone. Pretend you've got a call if you need to.
Thanks.
I held on to it tightly. Let's go. I followed him out of the flat, aware of Georgia behind me. He moved at a fast pace, rattling down the last flight of stairs into the big hall. I didn't look left or right, concentrating on keeping up with him. The huge door was propped open, and he swept through it. The sky was wholly dark overhead now, the streetlights casting an orange glare that would disguise my pallor more effectively than the makeup had. I strode across the gravel and onto the pavement, and heard Derwent swear under his breath, as he saw we had to go through the media cordon to get to the car. Why the fuck isn't the cordon further back?
They did it in a hurry.
Georgia came to stand beside him, and I turned so my back was towards the cameras, as if the three of us had paused for a discussion about the case.
We could wait until they move it.
No, I want to get her out of here. Obediently, I followed him to the side of the cordon, where a uniformed officer made a note on the scene log and let us through. I saw the car and made for it, my eyes on Derwent's broad shoulders.
Josh!
A woman detached herself from the press pack and ran across to Derwent. She kissed him on the cheek.
Where are you off to in such a hurry?
I'm working, Sin. He said it with regret, as if all he wanted was to spend the evening talking to her. Sorry, I've got to go.
Cindy Yaboa.
She held out a manicured hand to me, and I pointed at the phone I had clamped to my right ear and pulled an apologetic face.
I know, I mustn't keep you.
She shook hands with Georgia instead. She had the kind of prettiness that was startling in person and worked well on screen. Small, neat features, doe eyes, high cheekbones, immaculate makeup on flawless dark skin, sleek shoulder-length hair. The doe eyes missed nothing, I thought, as she looked back at me and frowned very slightly. A droplet of water slid down from my temple to my jaw. Her frown deepened. Derwent moved in front of me and touched the journalist's arm, and it was so naturally done you might have thought it was casual. So, how have you been? He dropped his voice, murmuring, It's been a long time. Too long. I saw the exact moment she lost interest in me and focused on Derwent instead, and I took the opportunity to get away. Georgia unlocked the car with the keys Derwent had palmed her, and the two of us got in.
Should we wait for him?
No, he'll be busy for a while if I know him. I stared across at the two of them. He was standing close to her, leaning down to hear what she was saying. I couldn't see his face, but I could see hers, and there was something unguarded about it. They were in a throng, but they might as well have been alone.
How does he do it?
He has a gift for making women feel special. I tore myself away from them and looked at Georgia, who was raising her eyebrows. It doesn't work on me.
No, obviously not.
Just drive, I said, and propped my elbow on the car door so I could cover my eyes with one hand and shut out the world. Chapter 39. Georgia knew me well enough to stay quiet as she drove me home. I was the one who eventually spoke over the murmur of the sat-nav. How did they know I needed help?
It was a combination of things. You were really close. If you'd waited a bit longer to go to the hostel, you'd probably have found out the truth. Liv managed to get hold of the foster mother. She said Kelly had an older brother, Peter. He was actually with his birth mother when she died, and it completely traumatized him. They took him in at one point, thinking that it would be better for him and Kelly to grow up together. But it didn't work out. He was violent and unpredictable. He broke a little girl's arm, but they thought it was an accident, gave him the benefit of the doubt. He stole from them, played up generally. They think he decapitated a few of their hens, though at the time they put it down to foxes. Then he tried to kill Kelly. Properly went for him. That was the end of that. He got moved on. They said he was too damaged and too dangerous to be around other kids. Sounds as if he had a pretty grim time. That fits. What happened next? Liv got Pettifer to ask Kelly Lambert if it was true he had a brother. And he threw up right there in the interview room. He was absolutely terrified. Did he know where his brother was? No. He told us he was using the name Mark Peters now, but that didn't mean anything to any of us. No one connected it with Leo's address or brother Mark.
He said Peter had been working in homeless shelters when the first series of murders happened, and he'd wondered if he had anything to do with it, but he didn't want to accuse him unfairly. Fucking hell. Also, he's terrified of him. I've never seen anyone react like that. He was shaking the whole time he was talking about him. I'm not surprised. I was thinking of the pleasure Mark had taken in torturing Seth. But Georgia put her hand on my arm. It must have been awful for you. You must have been so scared. I was too busy running to feel scared. I lied. Something in me rejected the idea of being anyone's hero. Blundering into danger was nothing to be proud of. What happened then? How did you make the connection to Brother Mark? Derwent thought of checking the visitor records at Leo Stone's prison to see if he'd been there. We found Mark Peters visited a lot, more than anyone else apart from Stone's solicitor. But the prison said it wasn't suspicious because he was from Daniel of Padua House, and the visits were to do with preparing Leo for his Catholic conversion. Georgia shrugged. I said you'd been going to Daniel of Padua House the last time I saw you, and Derwent flipped. I bet he was livid. She gave me a curious look. Upset, more like. He called your phone, and it was off. He was really adamant that something was wrong. He was beside himself. He doesn't like being left out. He was worried about you. She grinned. He used words I'd never even heard before. It was still good going to get the ARV crew to turn up. That wasn't us. We made a request for the nearest response officers to go to Daniel of Padua House and check up on you, and they told us there were ARVs on the way already. Who called them? Seth Taylor. I blinked. I had misjudged him. I wondered why Seth was in the bedroom when I came down from the roof. His phone must have been in his jacket. I imagined him crawling down the hallway, with his shattered leg and his other injuries, and the sheer courage it had taken to find a way of fighting back against Mark. Kill her, not me, he'd said. And I'd thought he was abandoning me, not trying to create a chance to save me. My throat tightened. Is he going to be okay? Hems took him to a trauma centre. I don't know which. Didn't you hear the helicopter lifting? I shook my head. It was while you were getting changed. Georgia turned the car into my road and parked in front of the house. He had internal bleeding. They were worried about his liver. If another good man died because of me, I wasn't going to be able to bear it, I thought, undoing my seatbelt. Thanks for driving me. I'm sorry I walked in on the two of you. I didn't mean to interrupt. It took me a second to work out what she was talking about. Oh, I was just getting changed. Derwent gave me his vest because my shirt was ruined. There was nothing to interrupt. That's not how it looked. Well, it's how it was. I undid the buttons on her coat and shrugged it off. Shit, I don't have the keys. Do these look right? She held up a set. He gave them to me along with the car key. Brilliant. I reached out for them, and she held them back. How come Derwent has keys to your flat? It's his place. I'm renting it. I had to leave my last place in a hurry, and he needed a tenant. I bet he likes having you here. I took the keys and gave her a cold look in exchange. What are you implying? Nothing. She paused. I personally think it's better to have boundaries between work and my private life. Then you haven't worked with Derwent very much. He doesn't really do boundaries. But he's been a good friend to me. I couldn't begin to explain it to her. That there were times when our thoughts ran so closely, I wasn't sure where I ended and he began. All the grief was worth it for those moments. Maybe that's why you don't mind. Mind what? The way he talks to you. The way he orders you around." She shuddered delicately. "I can't bear that kind of alpha male shit." "Don't fall for the image. Behind all the bluster and the snappiness, he's all heart." Georgia checked the time. "I'd better get back to the scene." "Thanks for the lift." "No problem." I had stiffened up in the car, and my muscles complained when I stood up. As I trudged up the path, every scrape and bruise joined in the chorus of pain. I dragged myself up the stairs and into the bathroom. I wanted to put everything I was wearing in the bin, but forensics would need some of it, and some of it wasn't even mine. I put most of my clothes in an evidence bag and found myself burying my nose in the vest as I took it to the washing machine. It smelled of Derwent, familiar and reassuring, like the kind of hug only he could manage, and that only on life-or-death occasions. The shower was almost too hot to bear when I stepped under it, but I was glad of it. I needed to get rid of every trace of Mark's blood and the grime of the rooftop. I had peeled the dressings off my hands so I could wash my hair properly, using the most expensive specialist shampoo and conditioner I owned. It was hard, painful work, my skin stinging and my muscles aching. I let my thoughts drift as I scrubbed, following the path I could now see through the case. We should have found out about Mark sooner. I should have seen the significance of the erased name on the beam at the farm. I should have let Pam Fields talk about the children she'd fostered, instead of cutting her off. I should have asked Leo's neighbour for a more detailed description of the son who helped move the shed. We should have found out more about the circumstances of Kelly's mother's death, the death that had put him on a different path from his brothers. It had been a detail, a single fact in an overgrown tangle of facts, but it had mattered, and we had discounted it, consciously or unconsciously, because there were women who merited the full force of a police investigation, and others, like Kelly and Mark's mother, like Mark's first victims, who didn't. They seemed to be destined to die in one horrible way or another, no matter who tried to help them. But that was no excuse for not caring about the cruel acts that had ended their lives. Clean at last, and wrapped in a towel, I ransacked the bathroom cabinets for the leave-in conditioner, mousse and curl cream that various hairdressers had persuaded me to buy over the years. I could only imagine how they would shriek with horror over the washing-up liquid. Derwent was such an awkward sod at times, and yet he was capable of being kinder than anyone I knew. It was just that the kindness was on his own terms. If he thought something was for your own good, he did it, whether it was a good idea or not, I thought, and wiped the steam off the bathroom mirror. No wonder Georgia had said he was controlling. He was far too involved with my life, unstoppable as water. At this stage, he knew more about my recent relationship than either Rob or I did. He had insisted on knowing everything. He had insisted. I frowned, thinking about it. He had been worried about it. He had pestered me to talk to him about it. I knew it was him on the phone. What did Rob say? I want to know. Don't blame me. Why would I blame him? What would I blame him for? I stared at my reflection and found myself leaning on the sink for support. What had he done? I was sitting on the stairs when the doorbell rang, waiting. I opened the door and Derwent stepped into the hall. Sorry, it took me a while to get away. He shut the door behind him and gave me a long, assessing look. You look better? I couldn't look worse. You sorted your hair out? He reached out and caught a strand of it, pulling it down before he let the curl spring back. How are you doing? I shrugged. You know. Yeah. He took hold of my wrists, but gently, and turned my hands up to inspect them. Are they painful? I dragged myself out of his grasp and retreated to the rear of the hall, putting some distance between us. I'll be fine. The DPS are going to catch up with you at some stage, but I managed to persuade them to leave you alone for tonight. I thought you'd done enough for one day.
Thanks.
No problem. I'm glad you're all right. He leaned on the wall, his eyes narrow with tiredness, the light finding the hollows in his cheeks, the curve of his lower lip. I tried to see him the way other women saw him, the way someone like Cindy Yaboa or Georgia saw him. I looked at him as if I was seeing him for the first time, and maybe that was because I'd never seen the real him at all. He frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Like I'm something you stepped in. I cleared my throat. I've been doing some thinking. And? And you lied to me. He tilted his head to one side, instantly irritated. This again, I told you. I didn't tip off anyone about your meeting with Kelly.
It's not about that. It's about Rob.
He was good at hiding his feelings in general, but for an instant he looked as guilty as sin. And I knew I was right, which gave me no satisfaction whatsoever. What about him? You deliberately misled me. You made up a story about him being engaged, and his fiancée being pregnant, and it wasn't true. Not one word of it. When he called me, he had no idea what I was talking about. He tried to hide it, but he was baffled. Derwent was completely still, his face stony. I found his number in your phone. I held it up. You know, you should change your PIN now and then. The call register was really interesting. He rang you the day before you told me he was with someone else. Funny how you didn't mention it. What makes it worse is that you lied to Liv, too. She's my friend, and you used her to make me believe what you were saying was true. It wasn't like that. Well, how was it? Because I can't see it as anything other than a betrayal. And it's exactly the kind of thing you would do. Don't pretend it isn't. You decided I needed to get over Rob. You decided to come up with a scenario that would be the end of it. You knew I'd never try to get in touch with him again if there was a wife and a baby to think about. If he had responsibilities that I thought mattered more than I did. Yeah? So? He stood away from the wall, pulling that trick he had of making himself look bigger and more intimidating. It was what I had expected. Derwent would never apologise, even if he was indisputably in the wrong. You needed to get over him. In my own time. Not when you decided I should. I was so angry I was shaking. You went too far. You always do. You think it's caring, but it's not. It's about power and control, and to be quite honest with you, it's more upsetting than being dumped was, because you planned it. He never meant to hurt me. You did, and you knew me well enough to know the best way to do it. It was for your own good. I thought I could trust you. I thought I could rely on you. I thought you'd never let me down. I wouldn't. You just did. And I had persuaded myself we were friends. A shudder passed through me at the memory of his hands on me, of the casual intimacy that had let me undress in front of him, and wear his clothes, of the tender way he had looked after me, of the things I had told him. I had learned to like him, and come to trust him more than anyone else I knew, and I'd been wrong. I balled up the vest and threw it at him. It hit him in the chest, and he caught it automatically. I think he should go. Fine, but... He cut himself off and shook his head. Never mind. Say it. Slowly, reluctantly, he looked at me. It wasn't my idea. It was his. Bullshit! He didn't have a clue about it when we spoke. He didn't know what I was going to say. He told me to come up with something. Why would he do that? Because he's got a new job. He's doing something undercover. I don't know what. If I had to guess, counter-terrorism. Derwent rubbed his face. I shouldn't be telling you this. And he definitely shouldn't have called you up. It's against all the rules. So, he's doing something dangerous and he called me to say goodbye. I suppose so. And you made sure I didn't know. But I wasn't sure I would have said anything different to Rob if I had known why he was calling. He was committing himself to doing something dangerous, and I hoped he would be all right, but I didn't feel the kind of cloying concern that I would expect if I was still in love with him. He was no longer mine to worry about. No. What made me feel as if I was falling, as if I would never stop, was the fact that Derwent had lied to me. Maeve, get out, I said, aware that it was irrational to be so angry with him, and all the more furious because of it. Get out! So I'm getting the blame anyway. It's what you deserve, I snapped, without knowing if it was true or not. The sound of the door slamming behind him must have woken half the street. Chapter 40. Sergeant Kerrigan? Sergeant! I stopped on the low steps of the hospital building, shading my eyes against the low winter sun. A slight figure was hurrying towards me, silhouetted against the light. Kelly, what are you doing here? I wanted to see Seth Taylor. He's a patient here. I know. Kelly stuck his hands in his jeans pockets, suddenly awkward. Oh, sorry. I didn't think. Of course you knew he was here. Only because I was visiting him today, I said. How is he? He had been surprising, I thought, but I wasn't going to say that to Kelly. The tough, uncompromising lawyer was very different when he wasn't in a professional setting. He'd been pleased to see me and hadn't tried to hide that. He had been offhand about what he'd been through, and rueful about the long recovery he would have from surgery to repair his shattered leg. He had been quick-witted, clever, and direct about wanting to see me again. Soon. And mysteriously, I'd found myself not only agreeing, but looking forward to it. There was something about him that intrigued me. I couldn't believe I'd been scared of him in the flat. It seemed impossible, now that I knew where the real threat had lain. I hoped he hadn't noticed. I had misjudged him so badly, Guilt was making me be extra nice to him now. "He's doing fine," I said, and hoped Kelly hadn't noticed the warmth in my cheeks. "He'll be glad to see you. He's bored out of his mind. They've said he should be out of here in a few days, but he won't be back at work for a while." "He deserves some time off." Kelly swallowed. "I wish it hadn't happened that way, for both of you." "I know. I mean, I can imagine it must have been terrifying." "I've had better days," I admitted, "but I made it out in one piece. More or less. Seth was a good friend to us. To my father. He went above and beyond for him. How Peter could..." Kelly clenched his jaw so hard that the skin blanched where the muscles were tight. "He ruined everything I cared about. Deliberately. And I had no idea about any of it. I tried to keep away from him." "Peter must have been very envious of you." The name sounded odd to me. I still thought of him as Brother Mark. "He could have had exactly what I had. He had the same chances as me. He resented me for taking them and doing the best I could with what I had." "Some people can't be helped." "Like my father, you mean?" "I wasn't thinking of him specifically," I said carefully, "but maybe it does apply to him." "Peter told me once that he killed our mother." Kelly took a long, quavering breath. "I don't know if he did or not. Peter said a lot of things to upset me, and I was never sure if they were true or not. But Peter could make Leo do anything he wanted. And he was there when Mum died." "I went back and read the file on your mother's death. I spoke to the policewoman who was the first responder. She's never forgotten him, or your mum." Sandra West had given me a very vivid picture of the night Kelly's mother died, and the small boy who had bared his teeth at her, and hissed when she tried to take him out of the room where the body lay. She still sounded disturbed 2 decades on. I didn't think it was fair to pass the details on to Kelly. "It might not have been Leo. All I can tell you is that your brother didn't point the finger at him at the time." I gave a helpless half-shrug. He was only 8. He might not have wanted to lose his father as well as his mum. It's a lot to ask of a child. Kelly shook his head. "He wasn't a loving sort of kid." "You shock me," he went on. You know, I was taken into care before Mum died. That's why I wasn't there when she died." "I gathered that. Your mum was struggling, wasn't she?" "Yeah, but that wasn't why they took me away. Well, they'd have taken both of us, wouldn't they? But they took me and left him because he was the danger, not her. He tried to kill me loads of times." He shivered. "It wasn't sibling rivalry, if that's what you're thinking." "I wasn't. I mean, I should show you the scars my brother left on me, but I presume yours was in a different league. He choked me until I blacked out. He tried to make me drink bleach. He shoved me down the stairs. The doctors thought Mum was abusing me when I kept having to go to hospital, but it was Peter. He hated me." "When he was on the farm with your foster parents?" "He tried to kill me again," Kelly nodded. "They asked him to leave. And he loved it there as much as he could love anything, so I think that really hurt him. I was terrified the whole time he was there, but then I felt guilty that I was glad he was gone. He was the kind of person who couldn't help ruining things for himself and everyone else." "Why did you seek him out when you left the Fields' home?" He ran a hand over his head, embarrassed. "I dunno. The same reason I got in touch with Leo once he was released from prison, I suppose.
They're family. I know I was lucky to pull my life together. I wanted to share the luck around. You made your own luck. Don't waste any time worrying about your brother or what he did. It wasn't your fault. I didn't know about it. About any of it. The women. His skin had taken on a greenish tinge, and I recalled what Georgia had said about him vomiting when his brother's name was mentioned. I would have done something. I would have stopped him. How he could do that, and how Leo could turn a blind eye to it. I had the feeling Kelly was the only person who was surprised at his father's ability to ignore what his older son was doing. He placed a low value on women's lives. I had been having nightmares, and not about the flat or the rooftop chase, but about the septic tank and the jumble of bones we had uncovered. Dr. Early had been working to establish how exactly the women had suffered before they died, and what she had found out so far unsettled me to the point of wanting to sleep with the light on. "Kelly," I said slowly, and with some reluctance, "you lied about knowing where Peter was when we asked you. You visited your father at Daniel of Padua House. I saw your signature in the visitor's book. You must have known your brother was there." Shit. He walked around in a small circle, his hands clamped on the top of his head. "I didn't think anyone had noticed. Am I going to be in trouble?" I shrugged. "I'd like to know why you didn't say anything." "I didn't know why they wanted to find him. I didn't know about you. Please, you have to believe me. If I'd known why they wanted to get hold of him, I'd have said where he was. Immediately. I'd have handed him over." "It's fine." I thought of the neutral environment of the interview room, and how he had been enduring an endless barrage of questions about his life. He couldn't have understood the significance of the question, and it hadn't cost me my life after all. Almost, but not quite. "I want to know, really, if it was loyalty or something else that made you lie." "I thought he would get me locked up," Kelly said simply. "He always said he would. Like I told you, I was terrified of him. So was my father." "Can I give you some advice?" He nodded, eyes puppy dog round and trusting. "Stop looking for reasons to excuse what your father did. He's not like you. You're not like him. Only he knows why he did what he did." "I would have stopped him." Kelly was trembling. "I'm sure you would." He tried to smile. "I feel like I should apologise to you." "Please don't." "I'm going to see the Howards tomorrow, to apologise to them. I've already seen the Greys." How was that? I was genuinely curious about how the Greys would feel. They had been so convinced that the real killer had yet to be found. And in a way, they had been right. But they'd also been devoted to the idea that Leo was innocent. All that anger had to go somewhere. "They were so kind to me," Kelly sniffed, blinking back tears. "They want to invest in my business. Mr. Gray's going to help me with it, he says. I don't know how they can be so generous." "They want something good to come of all of this. It's the only comfort sometimes," I said, thinking of Tessa Marsh's parents donating her organs. Then, less charitably, I thought of the hungry look on Dr. Gray's face when she talked about Kelly. I wanted to warn him to be wary. I had to remind myself he was an adult, not a child. He brought out everyone's protective instincts, it seemed. "Before you go," he dug in his pocket, I made this for Seth. Do you think he'll like it?" It was a bear, its head tilted at a sardonic angle. It looked simultaneously exactly like a bear
and like Seth himself. I grinned. He'll love it. Chapter 41. I walked down the corridor, my heels echoing on the tiled floor. The last thing I wanted was a conversation, but the prison officer wasn't taking the hint. Ready for Christmas? Sort of. It's for the kids, really, isn't it? Got any kids? No. Plenty of time? I didn't smile, and he looked put out. He was mid-40s, with a beer belly and smudgy tattoos on both arms. Only making conversation, no offence. None taken. I went through the door he held open for me, and found Derwent sitting on a chair in the corridor, his legs stretched out, his head tipped back as he stared at the ceiling. He didn't glance in my direction as I approached. I'm not late. Oh, no. You must have been early. Must have been. He stood up and nodded to the guard, who was busily unlocking the door. Thanks, mate. No problem. The guard smiled at him, then allowed the smile to die as he turned to me. Knock when you're ready. Thanks. I followed Derwent into the room, wondering how his back could be so expressive of heart and self-justification when he had said nothing at all about it since the night I'd confronted him. He had been icily professional ever since, and I assumed he was waiting for me to apologise. He would be waiting a long time, I thought, but it was awkward now that members of the team had started to notice something was up. What is the problem between you and Derwent? Liv had asked 2 days earlier. What did he do? Did he make a move on you? Of course not. He wouldn't do that. Liv had nodded, her face carefully neutral in a way that told me she thought the exact opposite. It was about Rob. This I have to hear, Liv had said, and dragged me out for a coffee, decaf for her, and a full debrief. At the end of it, she sighed. I mean, I can see why you're angry. I do understand you feel he betrayed your trust. I even feel betrayed, and he only lied to me so he could convince you it was true. Exactly. And don't forget, he forced that trust between us in the first place. It's nothing to do with him, and yet here he is, acting as a middleman between me and my ex. Yeah, totally objectionable. But I don't understand why you're so angry with him. He's always been like this. He has no boundaries. You told me that yourself. This is worse. He used what he'd found out about me to fool me. It's unforgivable. He's like those parasitic wasps that lay their eggs in other insects. He doesn't care how much damage he causes as long as he gets his own way. Maeve. Liv bit her lip, trying not to laugh. You do realise it's completely insane that you're more annoyed with him than you are with Rob. Rob was the one who walked out on you. Whatever he went to do, he left you high and dry. Josh overstepped the mark, but he was trying to help. No, that's what he wants you to think. Amusement was still uppermost on her face. Maybe you should think about why you're more upset about what Josh said than what Rob did. I don't need to think about it, I'd snapped. And I'd spent the intervening hours not thinking about it more than once every 5 minutes. Now I forced it out of my mind. I needed to concentrate. He was sitting with his back to us. The prison's interview room was small and bathed in the glare of 2 fluorescent lights. It was dark outside, turning the single window into a mirror, and I watched him watch us walk towards him. His solicitor stood up, and he nodded to me, his hand outstretched. David Finton. I smiled politely and shook his hand, noting that Leo had chosen someone older to replace Seth Taylor, a man his own age. I didn't know Finton, even by reputation, but his suit had seen better days, and the collar of his shirt curled like a day-old sandwich. It wasn't an improvement on Taylor. Hello, Leo. Derwent sat down in one chair and dropped his folder on the table with a clatter. Leo stared at him for a moment, then switched his attention to me.
Detective Kerrigan.
He waited until I sat down opposite him, smoothing my narrow skirt over my knees.
I wasn't expecting to see you.
We still have some questions we'd like you to answer.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm surprised they sent you.
He grinned, his eyes fixed on mine. Calmly, I set up the recording device and went through the expected preamble of date and time, and where we were and who was present. It was the 23rd of December, and out in the real world, people were in a panic of present buying and food shopping and decorations as the clock wound down towards Christmas Day. But my world had shrunk to a room, a table, 4 chairs and 3 men, and I had all the time I needed. I leaned my clasped hands on my notebook, and I looked back at Leo Stone without fear or aggression. I wanted him to want to help me. I wanted him to trust me. Let's talk about your son, Peter Lambert, also known as Mark Peters, also known as Peter Lamb.
You killed him.
I went on as if he hadn't spoken. I've been finding out more about Peter. He didn't have a very happy childhood, did he? He gave an irritable little flick with those ugly fingers.
Suppose not.
Your firstborn child.
I wasn't there most of the time. I was banged up.
You never mentioned him to us. Was that deliberate?
You should have found out about him. You shouldn't have needed me to tell you.
I've been reading up on what happened to his mother. He was there when she died.
Leo nodded.
When I talked to him, before he died, he said you were there too. The solicitor shifted in his chair, but he knew what Leo was prepared to admit to, and what he was going to deny. And so did I.
I didn't hurt her.
You had a habit of hitting her, didn't you? Derwent said.
It happened. I wasn't proud of it.
Why did you hit her?
I drank too much and she was there.
He looked up at me quickly, as if he was hoping to catch me out.
Does that shock you?
No. Did you kill her?
No.
Peter said you did. 4 words, but they made Leo fidget as if he had ants under his skin.
He said a lot of things.
Was he lying?
Yes.
Funny, I said calmly. If it was a lie, you should have been able to ignore it, shouldn't you? But according to you, he used it to control you. That's your excuse for helping him to kill.
I didn't help him.
You didn't stop him.
I couldn't.
Leo smiled at me, and his solicitor leaned over to whisper in his ear. I missed Seth Taylor acutely at that moment. It should have been him sitting there in a well-cut suit, the sharp brain focused on avoiding whatever traps I set for his client. Leo cleared his throat.
I'm not a murderer, you see. I'd never go after strangers. I didn't understand why Peter wanted to do it. He'd all sorts of ideas about women and how they were supposed to behave. I tried to ignore him, to be honest with you.
You let him use your van?
I did.
And you let him store bodies in your house until he was able to move them to his workshop on the farm in Kent?
I didn't have anything to do with that. They were locked away. I never even knew they were there. I never had a key, did I?
Why didn't you tell the police about Peter once you were arrested for murdering Sarah Gray and Willa Howard? Derwent asked.
You didn't have much to lose then. You were going to be locked up for life anyway. Ah, but I knew I hadn't done it, you see. I knew I was innocent. I had a good chance of getting out on appeal without the jury fucking up. The evidence was weak. Peter said as much. All I had to do was bide my time and he'd get me out again. But if I dropped him in it, we'd both be locked up forever. He'd tell them I'd killed his mum. He smiled. I've always been a gambler. It was worth a try.
But you knew he was dangerous.
He wasn't going to kill anyone while I was locked up. Too risky for him.
And once you got out?
I asked. Leo shrugged. You got there first, didn't you, pet? You were there when they shot him. I know that.
I smelt blood again, as if I was still drenched in it. I asked the next question abruptly, trying to get away from my memories. Tell me about Rachel Healy.
Who's she?
I opened my notebook and pulled out Rachel's picture, sliding it across the table.
That one. The dark eyes were hooded. That was a right old mess.
When we searched your flat, you told me about Daniel of Padua. Do you remember that? About how he was martyred. They let him bleed to death.
He shifted, uncomfortable.
Was that how Rachel died?
I wasn't there. I only saw her after he cut her. He wanted her to die slowly. He wanted to hurt her, not like the others.
He hurt the first ones, I said levelly. The ones from the septic tank? The ones you helped him to hide?
Did he?
When we found them, one was still wearing the gag he used to silence her while he tortured her.
Leo grinned at me. Then she shouldn't have screamed so much, should she?
Beside me, Derwent shifted in his chair, so his knee pressed against mine. Solidarity or a warning not to lose my temper? Did Rachel scream?
I don't fucking know, do I? She died. It must have taken a while. She probably didn't enjoy it. Made a mess.
Did you clean it up?
I did my best, he growled.
Did you want Peter to be caught?
Yes, I did. What he did was sick. He was sick in the head, and no one could help him. He was never going to stop. I was scared of him. Everyone was.
I remembered the man I'd seen on my first visit to Daniel of Padua House, and the look of pure fear on his face as Brother Mark spoke to him. The things we see and don't understand. Tell me about the letters you sent to Willa Howard's parents.
Leo leaned back in his chair. What about them?
Did Peter help you send the letters?
No. That was Kelly.
It surprised me, and he saw it.
Not expecting that, were you? You know, everyone loves Kelly. Always did. He was a beautiful little kid. He was a good boy. You could almost think he was nothing to do with me. Leo grinned. But he's mine, all right.
Was it his idea?
At first, he wanted me to get them on our side. Having the Greys as supporters helped a lot with the campaign. The Howards were harder to crack.
Leo dug for something between two of his teeth, his thumbnail scraping at the stained enamel.
Different tactic, wasn't it?
Torturing them?
He shrugged. Had to have a bit of fun now and then, didn't I?
Did Kelly know the kind of thing you were saying in the letters?
That was all me. Kel didn't know anything about it.
That was something, I thought. But I was flustered, and I hoped it didn't show. I'd thought I knew everything, or could guess it, but now I was groping my way in the dark again. Leo leaned across the table again.
Didn't you ever wonder what Peter knew about Kelly that kept him in line?
I hadn't.
Evie Pascoe.
What about her? Derwent snapped. Do you know who she was? She was Peter's girlfriend and she disappeared. We found her body in the septic tank behind your house. Guess who had an alibi for that? Leo's dark eyes were fixed on mine, his smile teasing the corners of his mouth. You? Oh, I did. Definitely. I was in prison. Leo grinned. No, Peter did. He was somewhere up north when she disappeared. So, tell me something, Missy. Who put Evie in the septic tank? Why don't you tell me? Well, I dunno, not for sure. But I know one thing. Kelly does whatever Peter tells him to, just like me. He might not look like me or talk like me, but underneath it all, he's the same. I was cold with horror. Kelly had vomited when they asked him about his brother, and shook from fear, and we'd all assumed he was scared of what his brother would do when we found him, not of what his brother would say. Did you think Kelly was the good one and Peter was the bad one? Leo laughed. That would be too easy, wouldn't it? No, it was never that simple. What Peter said was that Kelly always wanted Evie. He didn't like that she preferred Peter, but she did. He was older and serious, quiet-like. Kelly was more outgoing, but that didn't do it for her, and it drove him mad. He wanted the girls who he couldn't have, Derwent had said, and I had argued with him about it. They say kids are a blessing. I think they break your heart. But you'll never prove it now. Too long ago. All I can tell you is hearsay. That grin again. So, Kelly's all right, isn't he? After the interview, I dragged myself back to the security desk, thoroughly depressed, and gathered up my belongings. Nothing we can do about Lambert. Derwent was filing his belongings into his pockets, assuming it's true, and not Leo's way of fucking with us. With me, I said. That was designed to get a reaction from me. Derwent shrugged. Could have been. Could have been the truth, too. I stayed silent until we were walking out of the prison. The stuff he said about Kelly, I'll pass it on to whoever's looking after her case. But I can't see them being able to take it further. He won't be charged, will he? Unlikely. No justice for Evie Pascoe. I thought I sounded matter-of-fact, but Derwent glanced around at me with that quick compassion that always disarmed me. You did the best you could, all the way through. Whatever happened, none of it was your fault. Peter Lambert died because I couldn't wait half an hour to talk to his foster mother. Peter Lambert died because he was trying to kill you. Even the IPCC said it was good shooting. Derwent stopped and took hold of my arm, turning me to face him. You don't need to feel guilty about him if you do. Remember what he did. I do remember it. I think about the women often. I was shivering. What if there were others? Why would he stop? Because his father was in prison? What if he changed his M.O.? Or went back to the kind of women no one misses? Sex workers or immigrants or homeless kids? What if there's another body dump somewhere? We just haven't found it yet. Maybe he would have confessed if we'd arrested him. Let it go. Derwent shook me, but gently. You didn't let anyone down. Thanks, I mumbled. I couldn't look at him. Thought you were angry with me. I was. He was silent for a moment.
I thought you were completely out of order. I didn't want to admit I was in the wrong. But I thought about it, and I can see why you mind. Can you? Yes, of course. It's a compliment to me, really, he said, moving backwards in the direction of his car. You were shocked I lied to you. That shows you trust me. Trusted you. Not anymore. Oh, you'll be wary for a while. But you know I have your best interests at heart. I know nothing of the kind, I snapped. You'll thank me one day. For interfering and lying to me? I think not. I squared my shoulders, because what I had to say needed to be said. You did the wrong thing, even if it was for the right reason. And you need to stay out of my personal affairs. It's not appropriate for you to be so involved in my life. He looked wounded. I thought we were friends. We are. But from now on, if I want you to be involved in my personal life, I'll ask you for help. Stand your ground, Maeve. Otherwise, you stay out of it. We don't talk about it, you don't ask about it. Fine. He sat into the driver's seat and concentrated on adjusting the mirror. Promise me. A sigh. Okay, I promise. Your life is your own business. And when you obviously need my help, I'll wait for you to ask. Now we're getting somewhere. He started the engine. I want you to be happy, you know. I know, but it's not up to you to make me happy. For a moment, I thought he was going to say something else, but he nodded instead and shut the car door and drove away as I stepped back to avoid the spray of gravel and rainwater thrown up by the tyres. There was a message on my phone when I got around to looking at it, and I tapped to open it. A photograph appeared on the screen. A stranger with familiar eyes. I called the sender back. Hey! I could hear the smile in his voice, and it made me smile too. I can't believe you got rid of the beard. You said it was a deal-breaker. Well, it tickled. So it's gone, Seth said easily, as if it wasn't a big deal to make a dramatic change like that after precisely 3 dates, all of which had taken place in his flat because he was still more or less housebound. Are you okay to come over? I'll be there in an hour. I'll cook. I'm not hungry, I said, and he laughed and hung up. I walked back to the car and threw my things into the boot. And with every step, the gloom lifted a little more. There was more to life than work. The past was one thing, the future was another. An hour, I'd said. I made it in 50 minutes.